night's getting colder, and you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other, 'cause all we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our autonomy constraints. From weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Now me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in SM. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Never known a girl like you before. Now just like in a song from days of yore, you got me crawling on the floor. And I've never known a girl like you before. Acknowledge the devil in me. I hope to God I'm talking metaphorically. Hope that I'm talking allegorically. Know that I'm talking about the way I feel. And I've never known a girl like you before. Never, 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 never known a girl like you before. This old town's changed so much. Don't feel that I belong. Too many protest singers, not enough protest songs. And now you've come along. Yes, you've come along. And I never met a girl like you before.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling foo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is America's Debt is Coming Home. I wanted to put to roost in there, but I just was like, it just kind of sounds stupid. So, but America's Debt is Coming Home. Today's little topic is brought to you by an account on Twitter called @barchart. Two different articles being posted up here. And I had kind of I tweeted something out, I think it was last weekend, about a weekend ago, about China expecting to dump billions in U.S. treasuries. And here it says, China just dumped the largest amount of U.S. treasuries and agency debt in history. Probably fine. Yep, that's not looking too good for us. The debt is coming home to roost. That was the first article that they posted up. The second article, actually, I think this one came first of the two. Both of these posted, I think, yesterday. The next time Japan has to intervene to save the yen, which they did about a week and a half ago. I think they did it twice, actually. The next time Japan has to intervene to save the yen, it will likely sell U.S. treasuries to do so, cautions Bank of America. BOA being one of the banks that I want to, I'm particularly interested in seeing them fail. They've been screwing the American public over for years and years and years, ever since 2008, and I can't wait to see them just absolutely get tanked, because they are not on our side. They are not good for the people. And it says here in the article, next Japan intervened, likely to use treasury sales. Bank of America says Japan likely stepped in to support yen in recent weeks. Future intervention to come from T-bill sales, not cash. B of A. Well, Sucks to be you, B of A. The debt's coming home to roost. Well, I hope you guys are ready for it. That might mean good things for people who save money in commodities, but for people who are perhaps invested in the stock market, probably not a good thing. Probably really, really, really bad. The market will not do well from events like that happening. And one of them's already happened. So now it's Japan's turns next. And it's coming. 6:30. Time for me to clean my glasses and take you guys over the other page here and take a look at numbers. Sorry about starting a little bit late today. I was having a hard time. It's getting harder and harder for me to find a fuzzy song for a Friday. Just because I want it not only to be a fuzzy song, but I also want it to kind of be appropriate. And so it was like kind of difficult. So I was like, oh, well, Amy's our girl. Never met a girl like you before. It's not a bad one. And I actually didn't even realize it, but there's actually quite a bit of fuzz in that guitar solo that's in there. I never even really thought about it. But yeah, happy Fuzzy Friday to you. As Melissa likes to say, happy Friday. Glasses are almost clean. Well, thank you, Apex. I appreciate that. He said, solid song choice. It took me like 15 minutes just to figure out which one I was going to do. All right, here we go. Taking you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on for these numbers. I need to give you guys a full speech, unfortunately, because I think that now is probably a good time to just kind of talk about this. But two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If you do sign up for that, and your broker gives you the ability to be able to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, utilize that as well, because you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. And then last but not least, whenever there's a change to your account, like whether maybe you buy some shares or whatever, please get a quarterly, or not a quarterly, but get a statement from your broker, because they can usually just a couple clicks of some buttons and you can usually get a statement from them, and then save it for your own record keeping. I know we all love our own brokers to the end, and we think they're the best. They're the bee's knees. But I'm here to tell you that they're not on your side. Your record keeping should be your responsibility and not that of your brokers. Make sure you're keeping those records, because something may happen in the future that may alter your numbers to be what you thought they might change, right? And you need to have those records to show that you had something otherwise. If you don't have that, you're just SOL. So please, make it your responsibility to keep those records. All right. Let's take a look at what we got going on here with our numbers. MacNedby says, God forbid if you sell shares. I've actually had stories of people who have said that they had shares sold out of their accounts and they didn't do anything at all. There was no transaction that they made, and shares got sold out. They weren't on margin, and luckily they had their statement to show to their broker, and their broker had to fix it. So I'm telling you guys, don't be that person, because if you're not keeping your own records to prove what it is that you hold, then it's on you. You're just gonna have to take the loss. Let's see here. Starting in the top left-hand corner, price prediction tally points. Nobody nailed it right on, but everybody did hit the price predictions yesterday, so point around for everyone. Let's see here. By the way, if I have some technical difficulties today on my computer, I'm just kind of warning you guys in advance. It's not anything nefarious. I just kind of noticed yesterday my computer shut down on me due to a power outage. We've had several here in Texas, as I'm sure many of you may be aware. I got some awful weather going through. I want to say I had, in a matter of an hour, probably 6 power outages that turned off and then right back on again. Luckily, after the first one, I just kept my computer off, because I was like, I'm not putting my computer through nothing. I'm not gonna submit my computer to that kind of crap. And so it's a good thing I did that. But when I booted it back up this morning to try and get everything up and running, I noticed just some things are just a little bit different. Like, I don't know what it is exactly. I'm just kind of noticing that there's things that are stalling out a little bit here and there, and I don't know. It's just kind of weird. So if you see something or if something happens, and just let me know, and if let somebody know, they can let me know. But I don't know. Expect the weirdness. Short exempt volume. Let's see here. As of yesterday, it was 2.672, a little bit lower than I would have anticipated, but our volume was lower yesterday. So that's part of the reason why that short exempt volume was lower. 2.672 million shares going through there. That's still a huge amount. It is just anything over 300,000 is a lot, right? So that's just what is that? 9 times? Almost 9 times, not quite. Day-over-day price change. We were down 15.33% yesterday. That's going to get rid of the 3 of 3. And we've had, I think, 3 days now of downwards momentum. Let me recolor this cell. Oops, that was not the right color. Let's try that again. There we go. And then utilization. Let's see where utilization is at. Like I said, I had to reboot the computer this morning, so most of the numbers have already been updated on my computer. But let's give this a fast update and see if it changed at all. I saw 85.11%. Let me just make sure that's right. No, 80.51%. Is that right? 80 yeah, all right. 80.51% for AMC. GME's utilization was 85.29. So utilization changing a little bit there. There has been some shares that have been returned. Somebody's going to, now if somebody's saying like they're closing positions, there is a little bit of closing going on here, but not a huge amount. I mean, there is obviously on the way down. They're going to try and close out as many as possible, but this really isn't that big of a dent in the grand scheme of things. But let's take a look at we'll take a look at the full numbers here and read them off just so we can see what it is that we've had change. Max pain is still 450 going into today. In the weeks leading ahead, let's just take a look at those real fast. Next week for AMC or 520 ending 524, we have 450 max pain. 531 is 4, 67 is 4, 614 is 4, and 621 is 4. Taking a look at GME, GME's max pain for the day is $22. They're trading right now at 27. Where are they trading? $24.90. So it's almost down to max pain. Let's see here. 524, their max pain is 17. 531 is 17. 67 is 1950. 614 is 22. And 621 is 18. Off exchange yesterday for AMC. A normal day, I feel like a normal day usually looks like 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We had 55.58% going through off exchange. EDGX was 9.05, 64.63%, so it's about 0.63% higher than I would have expected, so it's pretty normal. CHX volume ended up being 20,072 shares. That's not really that high. Anything over 30,000 I consider to be pretty high. So it didn't beat the 30,000 number. CHX for GME came in at 63,564 shares, and that did beat the 30,000, so it's quite a big number there. Taking a look at shares available to be borrowed this morning, looks like late last night there was some additional borrowing going on. Actually, hold on a second here. Man, there was a lot of shares borrowed last night. I don't know if you see this or not, but at the very bottom of the page, you may not be able to see this on the screen here. Yeah, you can barely see it. I'll scroll down just a tad so you can see this. But, oops. There was 1 million shares at around 1930 yesterday, and then they borrowed 800,000 shares. So that would be on top of the 1.1 million shares they'd already borrowed yesterday. I don't know if I should include that into today or if yeah, I'm going to include that to today. I feel like that was late enough in the night where that should be today's borrowed shares. So we're looking at like we'll just add 1 million shares to that. So 2.1 million shares, or I'm sorry, 800,000. That'll be 1.9 million shares borrowed yesterday. I'm not adding it today. I just decided I changed my mind again. 1.9 million shares borrowed yesterday. They returned most of it last night and then started borrowing again at around midnight. They borrowed 50,000 shares and then returned 1.15 million. And then as of earlier this morning, they started borrowing shares again, and they are down to 1.25 million. So we'll say 1.3 so far for the day. Fees are currently at 11.52% for IBKR. Institutional ownership has not changed since yesterday. It was 85.387 million shares. That is still reporting the same number. Let me take you over to the other page here, drag some screens around, and we will take a look at the rest of the data. I'm going to do options separately from the other stat page, just so we can get like a snapshot of the full day. All right, let's start with those options. This is the open interest for today on AMC. The highest amount of open interest really kind of sitting around an $8 strike. That's where it was yesterday. There was a 49.7 thousand contracts yesterday. That's still the same. There's been no change to that. The highest amount of put volume in open interest is coming in at a $3 strike. That's where it was yesterday. There were 62.2 thousand contracts yesterday. Still 62.2 today. So what is that telling me? It's telling me that the $8 and $3 strike prices are not really probably the right numbers I should be looking at. And I should probably be looking at something a little bit closer to our current price level at 450-ish. And so I should have probably been looking at like the $4 puts and maybe the $6 calls. But I'm not. And if we want to go back in yesterday's stream and see where those were at yesterday, we can. But market's still kind of suggesting, based on those large quantities of volume, that we will see a closing price between 3 and 8 by the end of today. So let's see, maybe I guess it's the middle point on that would be around 550. I don't know if that's going to be the case though, because max pain's 450. Scrolling down, just so you guys can see what's historically what's happening with the options chain for this week and next week. Okay, and we'll go over to GME. Scroll through this real quick here so you guys can see where that's at. There's a large quantity of calls at $30 for GME. Very large, 32,000 contracts there. If they were to push the price down below 25, there would be about 20,000 contracts and calls that would not be in the money any longer. A big push for 25 might also represent a need to try and get puts in the money at 25 where there's 10,000 contracts. I think I said max pain was 22. So more than likely the market's going to try and push price towards 22. As that's where institutions stand to make the most money. I know this is like painful, but I only make you do it once a day. So, actually, I think maybe I make you do it twice a day. I think I look at them at the end of the day as well. All right. There we go. There's our once. We're good. Vortex. Utilization dropped by another 5% on AMC. So let's try and figure out why it dropped by another 5% here. Was it because they increased the outstanding amount of shares again? Or was it because there was a bunch of shares that were returned yesterday? So let's take a look what happened. We will go over to the chart and see what we can see. First, let's just check and see what outstanding shares is being reported at. Outstanding shares, oops, it did it to me again, did not change. So there's been no change in outstanding shares being reported. So if I can't say that the reason that this dropped would have been due to the fact that there was any kind of change in outstanding shares. So whatever we see here is going to be actual closed out positions that would have occurred. So we'll go back to the normal page, and then we're going to check utilization. Utilization day over day dropped from 85.11 to 80.51. On loan amount dipping from 97.73 million shares to 89.85 million shares. Let me break out a calculator for this. 97.73. 89.85. So about 7.88 million shares were returned yesterday. It's a good chunk, but it's only like 10%. It's less than 10%. 7.88. Then we've got on loan average, or I'm sorry, estimated short share interest of the free float dropping from 15.69 to 14.92. So let's see here. Let me get another calculator out for this again here. Actually, I'm going to open up another one. Give me 1 second. I always like having one to the side so I can still see the screen. Let's see here. So we went from 15.69% down to 14.92. So we're looking at 0.77 of a percent drop times the 368.09 million shares outstanding, which means that Ortex is estimated about 2.83 million of that was in short interest that was closed out. So not that big of a deal. I mean, if you consider the fact that we had 55 million shares in short interest and they closed out 2.83 million shares in short interest over this time frame here, that's not a big deal. That's going to be normal positions that were closed out on this big price movement from $13.30 down to where we're at now. And there's always going to be put positions that are closing out on a big drop in price like that. So I really don't see that as being much of an issue. That actually seems pretty normal. On loan average age per day, slightly increasing from 53.08 to 53.12. I think that's kind of interesting. So they returned 7.88 million shares. They returned 7.88 million shares, but the average age per day still increased. That seems to me like they closed out middle to newer aged loans. Probably not some of the really older ones because it was still increasing even with that many positions closed out. Security lending volume day over day slightly decreasing from 19.07 million to 18.53. Let's check GME. Utilization on GME. Yeah, these aren't tied at all together at the hip, are they? 94.02 to 85.29% on utilization. The on-loan amount dipping from 90.85 million shares on loan to 81.87. The estimated short-share interest of the free float as a result dropped from 24.36% down to 23.58, and the on-loan average age per day, let's see if there's actually dropped. So maybe some older positions did get closed out on this one. The on-loan average age per day went from 81.7 down to 74.58. So that kind of suggests to me that of those loans that were returned, some of them may have been older positions that might have been closed out. Security lending volume skyrocketing from 19.18 million shares to 37.22 million shares. Let's go back in history here because remember that we have not seen any conversion reverse split, and we haven't seen a what's the word I'm trying to use here? A split. I couldn't come up with the word split. We haven't seen a split on AMC or GME for quite a while. Do note, there's been spikes in price whenever that security lending volume spikes. Why would that be the case? Oftentimes, when an institution knows that there's going to be a big, huge price increase incoming, they want to dump off as many short positions as they possibly can before it happens. Why? Because they're going to get crushed. You don't want to get crushed. This is a really good sign. You want to see a lot of activity like this. Somebody knows something's coming and they're trying to get out of the way. There's a train on the train tracks. Stop, look, listen to what's happening in front of you. Trigger price for SSR for the day today for AMC is at $4.18. It is on from yesterday's price movement. GME triggers at $24.90. It is also on from yesterday's price movement. And then let's check and see how many options we have here out of the money. On AMC, we have 154.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 93.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 253.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 54.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. There is approximately 3, 4, 7, 6. 400 and that can't be right. 3, that is right. 407. There's 407,000 contracts out of the money. That's a lot. There was 391,000 contracts yesterday. Damn, that's major. We started out the week at 197,000 contracts out of the money, so it's more than doubled by the end of the week. GME. 116,000 contracts out of the money versus 105,000 contracts that are in the money. 191,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 32.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. In total, they have 307,000 contracts that are out of the money. I don't know what the numbers were at the beginning of the week, but there's still a lot of in the money calls here. Orders by Fidelity customers, once they had finally completed and the air was cleared yesterday. GME came in second with the most heavily traded stock based off of orders in the market on Fidelity. They had a 54.91% buy to 45.09% sell ratio. Looking pretty decent. AMC coming in 7th with a 56.79% buy to 43.21% sell ratio. Looking pretty hot on both of those. I like it. It's not 60-40. I want to see 60-40 or better. So I'm a little kind of bummed about that, but, you know, it is what it is. It looks like there's kind of a mixture of retail buying and selling going on here. It's not, maybe a little bit more buying. MMRI yesterday, when we finished out the day, was 284.04, and it is now currently at 285.84. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. Yesterday we ended the day at 0.414 of a spread between the two, and we are currently at 0.401. Ooh, excuse me. That's a little bit down. A little bit tighter of a spread since yesterday close. Not much. We did start out the week at 0.363, and it's now 0.401. VIX currently at 1285 for the futures on the VIX, and VIX closed yesterday at 1242. Not too much of a difference. It is saying overnight that the VIX was up, which should have the market down, but it's not up very much. So if the market is down, it wouldn't be by very much. We have actually really not much down right now. Down anywhere from 0.02 to up 0.08, depending on what you're looking at. All right, I put it up on the page here, and it's happening a little bit earlier than I would have anticipated, and it's going the opposite direction that I would have liked to have seen. Every once in a while, we do get a little bit of a head fake on a breakout of a wedge like this, but we do have a 3-day wedge, well, almost a 3-day. We were moving into the 3rd day on this wedge here, and its price is falling out below the wedge. I had a suggested box at where I thought price may be breaking out of this wedge at. Let's watch this real carefully and see if it doesn't move back up into the wedge, maybe within the first hour of trading. If that does happen, this may be a temporary push right here just to try and trip SSR one more day, because we are down 8.62%. If they tried to go for that 10% push and then let it ride from there, you might see price starting to rise back up and moving into that 450 range for the day. Before closing, because remember, max pain is 450. Of the Mag 7 this morning, 3 are in the green. Financial institutions, anything that's changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. Coinbase is pretty close. It's up 2.43. Let's see if there's anything else in the pre-market that's worth noting. I don't see anything. Gold is currently up 0.57 and trending up. Silver is up 0.56, trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 3.42, trending. Let me put this back on a minute. Where is it trending? Consolidating after a trend up. The US dollar is up 0.27. That should mean that the market is going to be trending down. It is definitely trending up right now. SPY is currently up 0.04, and I've got this on a 5-minute interval right now. I would say in the aftermarket hours, it looks like it's kind of consolidating with a slight uptrend maybe. Yeah, it's definitely on an uptrend. Yesterday, craziness. Absolute craziness. So on a daily chart, we've printed out a TD9 now on this, which means we should be seeing a reversal. The crazy part about yesterday was that there was 50.2, we were well underneath a 40 million pace on the SPY yesterday, well underneath the 40 million pace. And then at the very end of the day yesterday, there was this massive sell-off, and it came with volume, and it suddenly it increased the pace to, well, I mean, it closed out with 50.2 million shares. So you got, look at this. Let's just go back down to 1 minute and just kind of relive like the last portion of yesterday in the SPY. This was crazy. This came, I don't know if you can see it or not here. I need to probably zoom in just a tad bit more. Maybe let's take it to a 5 minute and see if it shows. Okay, there, it shows up a little bit better on a 5 minute maybe. Wait, hold on a second. Perhaps? Kind of, sort of. Yeah, it's hard to see. It's hard to see it. I don't know if you can see it or not here, but starting right around here where this first big drop in price. By the way, the high yesterday was at 531.52, and then right about 13.25 with volume, price started falling. And then price started rising back up again here. And as it started rising up, the volume fell off. And then as it started falling again, volume started increasing massively. And then you got your last 5 minutes of the day right here with massive amounts of volume and price dipping incredibly, right? And I don't know if you guys are aware of this or not, but the last, I think it's I want to say it's like the last 15 minutes of trading every single day fall outside of some specific rules for halts, and it might be longer than 15 minutes, but anyways, the last portion of the day doesn't fall under the same rules, so you can actually see a greater quantity of price movement without getting a halt. And so price, let's see, how much did it move in the end of the day? It doesn't look like it was like a massive amount, but let's see here. It found a bottom, so we're going to include like the 2 minutes after market closes, because I think that, or maybe a minute after market closes. So there was 6.56 million shares traded in a 6 minute span. So they were doing over a million. If there's 390 minutes in trading in a day, guys, 390 minutes. The SPY usually does like somewhere between, I feel like on a normal day it should do somewhere between like 60 and 80 million shares traded. No, not even that. 70 to 90 would be, I think, the normal day. And they were trading over a million shares a minute in the last 6 minutes of the 5 minutes in the trading day. Well, 6 minutes in total because I'm including 1 minute after close, which if I took that minute out would probably not even, it probably wouldn't even make a difference in the volume. Here, let's just do the last 5 minutes. For the last 5 minutes, they traded 6.54 million shares. See, it didn't make a difference. Still the same amount of shares in 5 minutes time. It's massive for a 0.29% drop in price. That actually seems real. 6.5 million shares for a 0.3% drop. Yeah, that seems about right. That's where it should be. That's real volume. That's what it should look like if it's going to move up the way that it's been moving up. You know, where we've been seeing like the other day when we had a 1.3 increase day, but only like 38 million shares traded in the day. That's fake. That is not real price movement. This is real price movement. The sell orders came through. So I think we've got more of this coming, and especially with that news from China and Japan. If Japan starts selling those treasuries yields, then we're probably going to see some really big moves on the SPY, and not in the positive direction. The dollar's rising. Tesla is down 0.16 in the pre-market this morning. Let's see what it looks like here. Boy, that's some activity. We're at 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume. Let me go check AMC real quick here. Let's see, 37, 80, 100. So I'm looking at like 180,000. I need to subtract from this. So we had about 2.4 million shares traded in the Pokey Stick. and giving us a grand total of 4.38 million shares traded in total. That's definitely more volume than we had yesterday. And yesterday we ended up seeing, what did we get? We got, is it 124 million shares traded? Yeah, 124.9. I'm going to drop my prediction today from like a 200 to 250 million. And we're going to see, we may see a little bit of a bump up here in volume day over day. What's next? Inflow versus out. Oh, I was covering some of these others. Amazon in the pre-market this morning is trending up. Cinemark this morning is down 4.49%, and quite a big jump there on 4 shares traded. Doge is up 0.98 and is trending down. Bitcoin is up 0.99 and on a slight trend upwards. It has not broken the uptrend that it's been, but it's less of an uptrend than it was earlier, I guess maybe in the night. Yeah. GME is down 21.58% right now and trending down, and I'm imagining that most of this is to try and get it to max pain, which it's at right now at 2170, and is also enough to trip SSR as well. So this is major market manipulation to try and get price to where institutions can balance their books and try to make the most money off of the derivatives. HYMC is down 3.11% and traded 424 shares so far. So on low volume, it's moving down. NCMI is up 3.62. I'm sorry, that was yesterday's numbers. It has not yet traded. Hood is up 5.03%, moving up quite a bit and then consolidating after coming down a little. Well, actually, I mean, it's moving down. It's trending down right now. And AMC is down 4.31. We did start moving down pretty rapidly at about 719 this morning. Seemed to have found a bottom at around 418 and started trending back up. I'm kind of expecting to maybe see the market try to hit a 10% down move right at market open, and then we might see price kind of trend back up inside this wedge here. I think it's only going to be a temporary push down. Nothing that's going to be longer term. Like if we look at a 30-minute chart on this, you're barely going to see it. It wasn't even 30 minutes that we were outside of the descending wedge here. So we didn't get really like a full bar outside of it. I wouldn't count it. What else do we got going on here? Let's see here. On a 4-hour time interval on AMC, we currently have more selling pressure than buying. No, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.63, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.42, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.69, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.63, which is below average. Ichimoto. It's your booger. What do we got going on here? Lagging line is below price line. Conversion's below base. Price is below the red cloud here. The cloud is widening on the 1-hour chart, which I kind of wanted to see it thin out a little bit, because then that means that the opportunity for us to be able to move up through thin portion of cloud, which is what price usually likes to do, would happen sooner than later. But I did mention to you guys that for every day we trip SSR, it's going to extend out the time before we start seeing that next rip up. So today, in order for us to turn this into a buy signal, there is a little bit of an opportunity to get a buy signal on the bottom side of a cloud. The main thesis behind looking at this as an indicator for Ichimoku is to make sure that prices, you're not buying or selling inside the cloud. You're not allowed to make trades inside the cloud. That's the whole idea here, because it's a point of uncertainty. So could price move up, get below the cloud, and have the conversion cross the base and the lagging line cross the price line? Absolutely. That price would probably be right around $5.50. Yep, I think 550 would turn into a buy signal. So there is an opportunity to see a little bit of a buy signal, but then it would end as soon as price got into the cloud, though. So it would be a short-term little pump. And it would have to be enough to get us above $8, $8.20, which I'm not really expecting. So we may see, like, it's possible that we could see a push up to the cloud and then a rejection coming back down again and settling at that, 450 range. 4-hour cloud. Lagging line is above price line. Conversions below base, which is not a good sign. And again, I still believe that we'll be trading sideways through this line, this wall that you see here, which is going to be anywhere from 330 to 807, which happens to be where the options are kind of suggesting a closing price by the end of the week. Interestingly enough, I know that's such a wide range to be throwing out there, but I kind of feel that that's what the numbers are showing. So I tend to think that we're going to be very, very close to max pain again. I think there's a very strong drive for max pain. Somebody's, institutions need money. In order to turn this into a buy signal, lagging lines soon after today, price is going to have to go up quite a bit so the lagging line doesn't touch price line. I don't think that's going to happen. But just note that the lagging line to get above price line, once we move into next week, because remember this is lagging by, I forget how many days it is. On a 4-hour chart here, it's we're lagging 3, 4, 5, about 5 days behind. So it's only going to take 2 trading days, 2.5 trading days before lagging line can cross through price line and then be back above price again. So we're looking at, this is going to be today, Monday, Tuesday. By Wednesday afternoon, we could easily get lagging line above price line, more likely Thursday. And so this is going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I think I'm pretty much going to just target like 450 for a close for today. I think that's it. For price predictions, because we're at 464 for a close yesterday, means we get a 50-cent spread on either side of our price prediction. At this point in time, I think I'm going to go... I'm going to go 401 to 501 for price prediction. Actually, 14 cents. I'm going to do that. 414 to 514. On the price prediction, because SSR trips today at 418. I think 414 is fine. Yep, 414. That's going to be my price prediction for the day. And I think that's all I got for you guys. Yeah, I did hear about a GME offering. I haven't looked into it at all. So I'd have to sit down and take a look and see what it is that they're doing. All right. I think that's all I got for you guys. Let me head over to the back of the Big Tramp. Good morning, Maize and Blue 2. And Danny, good morning. y'all back here, but y'all nobody's.
Sorry, I had my mic off. I'm here talking.
Yeah,
Good morning.
Mason Blue too. I think has his mic off too, and does
Uh.
maybe he's talking and doesn't realize it as well.
I hate when I do that. By the way, Casey, you did all the numbers. You had your mic off.
Yeah, liar and lies, lies. Because I'm talking right now.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning. How you doing today?
Good. I was on the high-low loading stuff in the work van.
High loading. Say that again. High what?
The high-low?
The high low. Oh.
Well, I thought you were loading something while you were high. I'm like, that's not a good.
Yeah, I didn't understand. I was like, wait, what?
Got a long work day. Can't be doing that.
Yeah, not yet.
I know you believe in some of the decoding stuff, Casey. There's one that stuck with me from Adam Aaron 2 years ago about a 4-day work week.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just Roaring Kitty coming back and tweeting something about Run Lola Run and 4-day work week with the Labor Day or the Memorial Day and T+1
Right.
and that system all coming up on that 4-day work week.
So we have seen
which is 2 weeks away.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
One of the things that we have seen, I think there's a strong correlation to some price movements that do occur when we have a 3-day weekend. Why does that happen? Mm-hmm. And I think some of it has to do with the markets closed, and so they can't really do anything about what's happening in foreign markets that are trading. I mean, they can influence those, but not nearly as much as they can here in the U.S. And so there's trades that go through on those 3-day weekends that they kind of screw up the whole system a little bit. And so anything that happens during that period of time. And then those settlements have to occur on the following day that the markets open back up in the U.S. Could be maybe a little bit of a reason why we see that trend as a thing.
Yeah, and I also think on that is contracts are usually less on those weeks because people are on vacation. You got people that don't want to sit on shares of any stock for 3-day weekends where they just want to sell and not have to worry about it. So there's lower volatility usually on those weeks.
Yeah, there's something there for sure.
I mean, we know the train is on the tracks. Like we feel something big is about to happen, and Roaring Kitty coming back, I think, validates that.
Right.
Whether it's 2 weeks or 10 weeks or 2 years, it's just that's one of the tweets that Adam Aaron, like it didn't need to be said when he said it. It was like there was some sort of something's going to happen on a 4-day work week, whether it's the one coming up, whether it's July, whether it's whenever. It's going to happen during a 4-day work week when the thing bangs off.
Right.
Because there was no reason for him to tweet that. And the 4-day part of it, he highlighted.
Yeah.
It was on September, I think 22nd of 22. So it was just really weird. And that one's always stuck with me of all the ones that people have tweeted. And, him and Ryan Cohen and Roaring Kitty and Elon Musk, it's known that there's messages in their tweets. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's been proven for all of those people.
That's a hell of about. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
He's talked about. Oh, you're okay. He's talked about AMC, as in Aaron, Musk, and Cohen, and everything's. There's something that's boiling and it's ready to blow.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 weeks.
Again,
I was gonna say if he can foreshadow that 2 years in advance, that's a hell of a 4D chess move.
Yeah,
that's a heck of a tweet.
I think like Casey was saying, it's during those weeks. It's just there's different activity in the markets. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's just a thought.
I'm trying to find, as you're speaking, I'm trying to find a video that I saw that somebody had clipped out a video of DFV talking about being patient for the move.
Mhm.
Everybody wants it to go up fast. You know, like nobody wants to
Yeah,
wait.
time and pressure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Time and
And
pressure.
right. And so, and I'm trying to find it so I can play it here so that people can see it, but it's true. And when you saw what happened to GME 2 weeks ago, in the options chain, like that's the kind of stuff right there where it's something that the market can't recover from. It's going to put massive pressure in the future on the market to find shares. And then AMC did it a week later.
Tremors.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. It's a very strong foreshadowing of what's to come in the marketplace. And so, you know, and that happened on May 3rd, right? Well, DFV wasn't posting anything out until later than that, right? So he knew it.
Oh no.
And then he started posting stuff later. So it had already happened, right? So it was.
Like I said, it's tremors. A lot of times there's tremors before there's a massive earthquake. Like
Yeah.
there's signs that things are going to happen.
Right. Yep, I agree.
And that's why I think he's back. Whether it's 2 years or 2 weeks or any time in between. He knows something is kicking off, and whether it's just starting or we're really close, that's why he's back.
Mm-hmm. I'm still looking for the tweet. This really bothers me. I wanted to retweet.
It's just stuff to ponder on. I gotta talk to the wife on her way into work, so I will talk to you guys later.
All right, man. Take care. Have a great rest of the week. Happy Friday.
You as well.
Yes,
Bye.
likewise. Later.
Danny, and are you teaching? Danny, you know all about. Well, actually, I guess you know you don't have to teach kids every day of the week. Do you guys get the same holidays?
Yes.
So when is this next holiday coming up?
I don't know, but it's soon.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm kind of on a holiday. I'm at Track States. So we went up to Jacksonville, went up Wednesday, and we our runners ran yesterday, and we're going back today. So I got to miss the last 3 days, but I can find out.
Who covers for you for your classes when that happens?
They have subs, you know. You just give them some work and just hope they don't tear your classroom up. No, my kids are good.
Are you able to request the sub that you have or no?
I could if I wanted to, but they're all pretty good. Memorial Day is our next on the 27th. That's our next holiday.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. It's all like Maize and Blue 2 just said. It's all happening right around the same time as that cat system going into effect and all that. Oh, here we go. I finally found the video. Hold on a second. Here we go. I'm gonna put this up on the main screen. Took me forever to find this. I wanted to retweet it, but I've been trying to I feel like if I would tweet too many things out about DFE that it's going to make me look like a fanboy or something. I don't want to do that, but here we go.
Some people want something to go up every single day, every single week. Up, up, up. It's not going up? No! It's like, yo, just chill. Chill. Some people want...
Yeah, it's just chill. Just chill. Yep. So GME's filing to sell 45 million shares in the market. Looks like they're going to raise some capital at let's see, what are they at? They're at that's probably why price is moving as much as it is right now. Let's see here. Let's just say that they were to get let's lowball them. Let's lowball them and say they get $15 per share. At 45 million shares. Raising $675 million at $15 a share. At $20 million a share. I imagine if they just filed this today, there's a chance they're going to push this under that amount. But at let's see here. At 20, it's almost $1 billion, $900 million. So they might get close to $1 billion, maybe $750 million. Somewhere between $750 million and $1 billion is what I would estimate that they'll be able to raise out of that. Which is a good fair chunk of change considering the fact that they are already debt free. And cash is king, as we all know, right now especially.
Yep.
Brandon says, why would they need capital? GME needs a better business plan. And if they want to expand their business plan to incorporate other ideas, then raising capital would be probably the best way they could go about doing that. Say good morning, Quack Quack. Good morning, Rex. Good morning, Pirate. Good to see you guys.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, those DFV tweets are entertaining to say the least. Because I'm going back. I want to I wanted to make sure I watched all of them, and some of them I didn't see, and they cracked me up. Some of the videos.
I was surprised how many I had missed because I did the same thing too. I went back and rewatched, and I sat there for probably, I feel like 45 minutes watching them.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if I want to know how he edits them, because the way they're edited is really cool with the wording and the way different effects. I don't know if he's the one doing it, but it's pretty cool the way that the videos are put together.
Yeah. I'm trying to look. Somebody just
maybe Preacher can give us some insight, because I know he's really tech savvy.
Somebody was asking about share order imbalances. I do have that. I don't usually pull that screen up all the time, but I do have it. And so I just pulled it up just now. And let's see here if there was any for AMC. Why isn't it scrolling? Scroll.
Scroll, you bastard.
Yeah, it's not wanting to scroll for me. Oh, there we go. I guess I had to be on the inside. Let's see here. I don't see anything for AMC. Let's check GME. Nothing for GM. No share imbalances for either. But in regards to share imbalances for the week, let's see here. I'd have to go back. There was definitely a 2.1 billion difference on the buy side of yesterday's price or yesterday's trading. But there was also 2 billion back on the 14th. The other days were 1.3, 1.1, and 1.2. The week prior, actually, let's go back to the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th of May. There was a 2.2 on the sell side on the 8th of May. Let's go back further than that. $3.4 billion on the 7th of May, which would have been 2 days after GME's big run, or I guess what's the word I want to use? There was an 8 strike zone that GME broke on the 3rd of May, and then 2 days later there was a 3.4 buy side imbalance on the 7th of May. So that kind of, I think that kind of makes some sense. Yep. Break Nation Sports says, I know there are some people doubting it's him, but honestly, it's the same MO as back then. I don't have any reason to believe that it's not him. And I actually posted something yesterday where, like, I don't see anything there that causes me to think like it's not him. The very first concern that I had when it all first went down was maybe it was a foreign nation that may have hacked the account, and they were perhaps maybe trying to meddle in the U.S. markets by doing this. That was my very first concern, but I'm pretty sure that the NSA would have jumped all over that if that had been the case, and we haven't heard anything about it, and nobody's come out to disclose that he's not doing what it is, that it's not him. So I based on the facts that nothing's happened in regards to anybody disproving that it's not him, tells me that it's probably him. But then somebody was asking yesterday, they said, like, why isn't he putting out videos anymore on YouTube? And then this right after somebody asked me that here on the live stream, he went on and posted this on his account right here.
That's the tweet we're talking about.
Yeah, and is this something that we should be tolerating in our markets? Whether it's legal or illegal, I don't think so.
I'm like, what do you say fuck me for? That's the tweet.
So Jay Clayton, former SEC chairman, gets on there talking about how, like, him posting up a meme picture of a gamer leaning forward as being something like it should be illegal. And I'm like, what? What the hell are you talking about? And I said,
he should lean forward.
Yeah, and I said when asked why DFV isn't making videos right now, and this is the kind of response he's getting for expressing his freedom of speech via meme videos, I think this pretty much sums it up. And then what I call this is institutional fear right here. Can you smell it? Because I sure can. I can smell it. I can smell the fear.
Stinks.
Yeah.
I love it. Now there's another account. I didn't know what it was, but people were saying it was a TikTok that, it looked like it was him, but I don't think, because it only had like a couple followers or whatever. I don't think that's him posting. So I'd be worried about that one. But the one on X, I think that's him.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know the TikTok one. Yes. Yeah,
it's like a weird.
I didn't buy into that. I didn't buy into that, but I don't know. I don't really know if I care either. So, yeah. Somebody's saying the TikTok isn't his. Yeah, so one of the things that concerned me about the TikTok is that there was only like 2,000 or so people following it, and I went in there to go see who some of those followers were, and they had not changed their names too much different from what they had from Twitter. And a lot of them were counts that I have blocked. Tons of them were accounts that I have blocked. And I was sitting there going like, this seems almost like anti or maybe somebody's trying to create like an alt account to be able to try and assume the position of like, oh yeah, this is also DFE over here, and it seemed very, very suspicious on some of the accounts that were already following it. So I don't know yet. I don't know if I believe that one fully.
Someone put that it's linked to his YouTube account, but I don't see on the YouTube page where there's even a TikTok account listed. Do you know where that would be located? I see like the Twitter. He has his Twitter account linked. There's no TikTok linked to his YouTube account. Now the TikTok account might have his YouTube linked because that's they can link the YouTube account.
So Apex is saying the TikTok link is on his YouTube.
But where I'm looking right now, I don't see. Where would that be?
Somebody's saying it's gone, but it was. Okay, so that's suspicious. That's very suspicious. If it was linked, but now it's not, that's highly suspicious.
So maybe his YouTube is compromised. Who knows? I'm taking these videos with a grain of salt, anyways. You know, they are entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you can't be, you know, you're not all in on this play because of some videos that someone's posting. You know, come on.
Nowhere in my five wives does it, in my five wives. You guys got me saying it. You guys got me saying it wrong. Nowhere in my five whys does it say because DFV said so. Nowhere in there does it say anything about DFE.
Yep. And if you don't have a screenshot with like a date and time, you know, it's hard for us to go use the Wayback Machine to see that it was actually on YouTube, you know, versus just claiming it and not, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Wait, you should be able to. I'm trying to think. I can go back and re-edit. So, are you guys saying that it was in the description, or was it part of his profile for the YouTube? If it's in the description, those descriptions can be modified even after the video has been completed, because I can do that. But if it was on his profile for it, you should be able to use a Wayback to go back and look and see what it was, see when it was there and when it was modified. It was there, but it didn't lead anywhere. Interesting.
Yeah, guys, we get it that there's other meme tickers that are running. Those are just distractions, like KC said.
Yeah, I could care less.
We can't have these tickers. So please quit posting these.
Yeah, if you guys please verify in the channel description that we don't talk about anything else other than anything related to AMC or GME here. So if you want to bring up other tickers, just go someplace else, because I'm not doing it here.
No, I just delete the shit out of them because they're coming in, they're brand new names. They've never said another thing before, and it's immediately straight to that. So that's orchestrated, which means no bueno. So I put them into the netherworld, and they can come beg you for reinstatement. That is all.
They won't though.
Yeah, we got pirate working early today.
I've never had a single one. Oh, no, I take that back. There was one. Never mind. I take that back. There was only one. There's only been one that I can remember who refused to
come back to you.
That's
and said, hey man, this is unjust. I need to.
Yeah. And she I'm throwing her under the bus. I'm not saying a name, but she came back to me and asked to be reinstated, and then she came back in and kept doing it, and I had to remove her a second time. And I was like, and then everybody was begging for me to reinstate her again. I said, look, I gave her two chances. Like I gave her warnings.
She was just looking for a promotion at the call center. She was in the Bangladeshi call center, and there was a middle management position was open, and she was putting in that extra work to show them she was willing to go the extra mile.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like, come on, like you got rules, and if you can't follow the basic rules, then you just obviously don't want to be a part of what's happening. And that's fine.
F them and feed them fish heads.
DM said walk the plank. I hope he's talking about my joke I had yesterday.
I almost forgot about it.
Wash up on the beach.
So I came in early today because I wanted to hang out for a bit because we got to drive back. So I'll be listening, but I'll try to go in the chat into a voice.
Yeah, you do what you can do, man. You don't have to.
Yeah, I just want to let you know.
All right.
Now, do you have several people? Are you driving like a minivan or something, or is it just?
Yeah, we got one of those big. It's nice. It's a Wagoneer.
Hey, Danny.
Wagoneer.
Danny, do you know?
So will you put us through on Bluetooth so that everyone can participate?
Yeah, if you want, sure.
Yeah, would you do that?
I'll try to sell my cookies on Pirate Coin.
Danny, can you make sure that if any of the kids ask how much longer till you get there, you say 5 minutes? Yeah. Every time. Make sure you say 5 minutes every time. Never change it. It's always 5 minutes.
Just like your camp counselor.
What's the just for informational purposes, what's the name of your mascot or your team? Are you guys the Flyers or what?
We're the Spartans.
The Spartans. Oh,
Yeah.
that's easy then. Okay, very well, very well.
Yep.
Texas Aggie said, "Tell the kids 2 weeks." Yeah, probably don't do that. Don't tell them 2 weeks; they won't believe you. Say 5 minutes, and then
call their parents.
You know, that's the crazy thing. Now that everybody has a phone these days, like kids probably don't ask those dumb questions anymore. They just look at it themselves on their maps and they go like, "Oh, well, we still got a ways to go." They don't even have to ask.
Yep. Yeah, these kids, they sleep most of the time anyways.
My question is what do kids do now on the buses? Do they look at their phones the whole time, or do they ever stare out the windows at all, ever?
Not really. They're on their devices.
I told my
They'll
kids,
listen to music.
Bradley and Hunter, when they were in the car, used to like bury their heads in their phones. And I told them, like, if you guys don't start watching when it comes time to driving, you guys aren't going to know where to go if your phone's not working or something like that. You need to start paying attention to some of the different things, road signs or, locations where you see things. To this day, Hunter still has problem. Like he'll come over to my house and then when he's leaving, he'll be like, "Which way do I go again?" I'm like, dude, you live here. How do you not remember which way to get out? But it's just kind of funny.
Yeah, that happened with my niece. I forget where it was, but we would go to the same place like every week, and she's learning to drive. So, we're driving there, and she's like, "I don't know where to go." I'm like, "We go here every week. Like you don't know where we're going." And she's always on her phone.
Yep. We do have a $4.37 is a synthetic price failure, guys. So we did hit a synthetic price failure when we moved down to $4.18. So let me plug that in. From $5.44 to $4.18, that's a 23.2% drop in price. The point at which that would change or reset would be when we hit $4.80. So let me draw up a blue line on that number. I'll use this one. So that's what we're going to want to see is price driving past that 4807. To know that we're either going to break 4807 and start setting some newer highs, or we're going to be heading down below 418 and setting newer lows. One of the two. I know that it's like 50-50 choice. That's how it works. But it does seem like they're targeting the synthetic price failure point almost dead nuts right on the money. At 437. At 437, that would have been a 18.5 or 19.5% drop in price from the 544 that we hit the other day. So they're definitely targeting that, and it also happens to coincide with the wedge, the 2-day wedge that we've got in here. So they're hugging the bottom side of that, and it's printed a TD9 on the way down, so we may see a little bit of reversal kicking in here maybe in a little bit. All right, I got to go to break. I'm going to back out of the big trip.
I wanted to ask real quick before you leave, did anyone get a early access to the Garfield movie this weekend for A-list Entourage? Well, not the Entourage, but that's where we got the family connected. For the A-list, did anyone get that? Just curious.
Yeah, I'll wait for. I'm wondering if anybody saw the Billie Eilish concert. Well, I was hoping there was going to be another because it was yesterday and then today. They still have not released any more showing times in any other theaters or any other screens in my area. So there was just yesterday's at 3:00 p.m. on one screen and one time. And I'm so bummed about that. But
I don't know if you saw earlier, but Andrew Francis was asking you if you were able to get tickets. So I guess you just answered his question.
yeah, no, I was really upset that didn't happen. But I kept checking over and over and over, and nothing new. And not only that, but remember I told you that that the only thing that was left was the handicap seats. Those all sold out. Those all sold. Every single seat in the entire thing was completely sold out. And I don't think they were handicapped.
Aren't they a little bigger, the handicap?
They're just on the ground, like the ramp that walks in, they're on the ramp level, so you don't have to go up or down any stairs.
Yeah, you got more leg room.
There's a little bit more space in there, for maybe like a wheelchair or whatever, but it's not too much.
Hey, Danny, yeah, I see the advance tickets for Sunday, May 19th.
Yeah, that's what I got. Okay. I was just curious if anyone else had got that.
Oh,
I'm gonna go. Go ahead.
All right. I enjoyed my Planet of the Apes yesterday.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna see Garfield and I want to see Planet of the Apes.
Yep.
Hopefully tomorrow.
Nice. Oh man, Andrew says it was amazing. Oh man. I can only imagine. I bet it was. All right, I gotta go to break.
Later. All right, guys. I'll see you later.
I'll see you in a bit.
Bye.
Let me put the message up on the screen here and give you guys a little bit of music to listen to. We'll be back at 8:15, about 30 minutes from now. Oops. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a fan for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Winds blow down, the wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. See ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a world that I'm all inside. Oh, ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight.
All right, guys, I'm back. I see Apex has put in his price prediction for the day today. He's going 449 to 549. Let's see here. Let me change that real quick. 449 to 549. I've got 414 to 514. Let me pull up Twisty's. Twisty, I think he's going with this. I think Twisty's going with the exact same numbers that he had yesterday. Twisty has... Nope, just 2 cents lower. He's going 436, 386 to 486. And Tech is going 443 for today. So he's going to go, let's see here, 393 to 493. All right, who's got unique price predictions? I do? Oh, shoot. Second. No, maybe I don't. Hold on a second here. I changed the wrong person's numbers. $393 to $493. All right, who has unique price prediction today? The only two people that have a unique price prediction today is going to be Apex and myself. So I've got 414 to 514. Actually, let's start at the bottom. Twisty has 386 to 486. Tech has 393 to 493. I have 414 to 514. And Apex has 449 to 549. And those are our numbers right now. Price is looking like it wants to try and open right around exactly max paying at 450. I do think there's going to be probably an attempt to try and trip SSR for the day today. Which, because we could see that in the pre-market as being the case. There seemed to be a lot of evidence towards the idea that this was pushing down towards that. I mean, could SSR have tripped in the pre-market? It would have. Which, by the way, is at $4.18, which is exactly what they drove it down to, is $4.18. So I think there's going to be an attempt to try and hit that $4.18. But also do note that on a 30-minute time interval, which is probably where it's best seen from, there is a descending wedge that we're falling in here and trading quite nicely. There was an attempt, like I said earlier, to try and drive outside the wedge temporarily. I think there may have been a test to see how much buying pressure or support there might have been down there. So that will probably determine whether or not they try to hit that 418 at market open. And then... but price is getting really close to open up here at 450 at market open. And I've got my suggested breakout box in the later portion of the day today, so anywhere from like noon to close, or maybe slightly thereafter. That's where I feel like the consolidation is kind of moving towards the most, and a potential breakout on that point of time. And as you can see from the 30-minute time interval here, the Bollinger Bands have come down quite a bit over time here. And so they're pinching in, and so we're probably going to see some kind of activity. Price will likely try to move towards one of these Bollinger Bands or the other. It's already kind of heading towards the bottom side. Usually when you see price touch one of the Bollinger Bands, it starts moving back towards the simple moving average. But we'll see where this plays out. What do we have for a price spread for the day today? Let's see here. I'm sure Apex already put it in. 430. Let's see. He has. Did he put it in already? If so, a 63-cent spread between us today. Is that right? Let me see. 86. Oh man. 60. It looks like 64 cents to me, but I could be wrong. Twisty's got the bottom end of 386, and Apex has the bottom end of 449. That looks, maybe I'm wrong on this, but that looks like, let's see here. Yes, you were right, 63 cents. Your math's better than mine, sir. I had to use a calculator. 63-cent spread between us. A little bit more of a spread today than we had the last 2 days, I think. I don't mind answering the question from Radoslav Radev. I don't even think a squeeze, like in terms of a squeeze happening, we're just getting started. If you think that was a squeeze, then you don't know what a squeeze is. You need to go check out and see what happened. Go look at VW. Go look at VW back in 2008 and see what VW did during that period of time, and see how long an actual squeeze takes to play out. It's always good to use historical evidence as proof for future knowledge. So I would highly recommend that you do so. They take a lot of time to play out, as is apparent on AMC especially, and GME. All right, guys, it's about that time. I will see you on the other side of Market Open.
When the nights are getting cold and you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do, we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead.
All systems are go. For about 90 seconds, we launch a space shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Never known a girl like you before. Now just like in a song from days of yore. Here you come a knocking, knocking on my door. And I've never met a girl like you before. Give me just a taste, so I want more. Now my hands are bleeding and my knees are raw. 'Cause now you got me crawling on the floor. And I've never known a girl like you before. pain so much. Don't feel that I belong. Too many protest singers, not enough protest songs, and now you've come along. Yes, you've come along, and I never met a girl like you before.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The titles for the day today is America's Debt is Coming Home. Oh my goodness. There were two posts that came out yesterday brought to you by the same exact account on Twitter that were posted and given to me. And I want to share them with you. The first one that was posted out. That's not the one I wanted. Hold on a second here. I grabbed the wrong one. There we go. The first one is, the next time Japan has to intervene to save the yen, it will likely sell U.S. treasuries to do so, cautions Bank of America. Japan likely stepped in to support the yen in recent weeks. It was about a week and a half ago. It was at least twice, maybe even three times, where we saw that it was actually manipulated the U.S. yen, the U.S. dollar versus the yen. And it was really kind of crazy to see how it happened. But they're talking about there being T-bill sales instead of cash to fix that in the future. And Bank of America seems to be pretty scared about that and is making it known. And Bank of America is one of those banks that I've suggested is one of the ones that I think could be one of the major ones that fails in the future. The next one and by the way, these are both from Bar Chart. At Bar Chart is the name of the account here on Twitter that I'm referencing here. And then the other one here, the other article says China just dumped the largest amount of U.S. treasuries and agency debt in history. Probably fine. I posted out, I think it was last weekend. I posted something out about how China was suggesting that they were going to sell like $250 billion in U.S. treasuries. So it looks like they've done it. And now this means that the U.S. debt is coming home to roost. So that will not mean anybody who's invested in commodities will probably be all right. Anybody who's invested in the market will probably be suffering, as we're probably going to see the market take a big dumping from something like that. Especially when the Japan part hits. Like that's not going to look good. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I think that is crucial evidence as to suggestion that the market is not going to be doing too well in the future. And that's something that AMC will benefit from. So, yeah, it's been something I've been talking about for a long time. Bank of America, why specifically that one, you may be asking. I've mentioned this before on several occasions. Bank of America has screwed over the U.S. public so many times it's not even funny, and I can't stand their policies and their practices. And I think they are probably one of the most shadiest banks that there is out there in the U.S. And if there was... It embarrasses me. It embarrasses me to see a company called the U.S. Or Bank of America to have them have that title, and then screw people over in the United States the way they do. I understand banks need to make money. I really do. I get it. I understand that that's a business, but what they do is a little bit above and beyond, and it's dirty, and I don't like it. and something needs to be done about it. So I hope they go away. That's what I hope. It is 8:39. I'm off my soapbox. I'm going to head over to the back of the Big Tramp and open that up. Let me step over there real quick. Good afternoon, gentlemen. We've got Quack Quack Tech and Pirate Born in here this morning. Good morning to all three of you.
Good afternoon.
Morning.
Wesley, you gotta be careful, man. All right, wait. Let me guess. Wesley, are you a Steelers fan? I'm going out on a limb here and just guessing. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I'm wondering. I'm guessing you're either an Eagles fan or you're a Steelers fan. One of the two. I'm not sure which. But I'm gonna read his comment anyways. Kind of like the Cowboys. Who the hell named them the America's team? All the Cowboy fans are gonna be upset now. Turtle says, have you gone over your thoughts on the T+1 ruling today, Casey? Don't want to have you regurgitating. If so, I have not. Was there a new ruling on the T+1? This is news to me. I did not know that there was a new ruling on the T+1. If you're talking about the T+1 in general, yeah, I've talked about that on several occasions. Nana says, I'm a Steelers fan. All right, go Steelers. I'll say go to every team out there. Go Raiders, go Steelers, go Cowboys, go whoever. I have a favorite team, but it doesn't mean that I can't root for other teams too. I've always thought that that's the oddest thing. I don't understand why people are so like, and it's probably only because of the fact that I've moved around the U.S. quite a lot in my lifetime, and so I appreciate the teams everywhere I go, and I don't feel like I'm stuck to like a team. I follow players, I follow coaches. Those are the kind of things that I follow. I follow talent. And I could care less whether a team is doing well or not. I'll move on to a different team if I have to, because I want to be with the winners. I want to hang out with the winners. I want to hang out with the people who are really talented, because those are the people who are having the most fun. And I don't like being a loser. So I'm fickle. I'm very, very fickle. I'll just move to a different team if it's not doing well. I'll be like, well, who is doing well? Who can I root for? Because I want to root for somebody who's going to be a winner. No, I'm a Kansas City fan, and believe it or not, I actually been a Kansas City fan because it's my namesake. I've been a Kansas City fan for a long time since I was younger, but I've also been a Redskins fan. I used to live in San Diego, so I was a Chargers fan. There's been times where I was it's escaping me now. A Ravens fan. Oh no, not Ravens. Gosh darn it. Well, another one is Eagles. Why can't I think of the name of this stupid team? Who did Michael Vick play? Falcons. I'm a Falcons fan. So I was following Michael Vick for a while. I know the story. Trust me. But I was following Michael Vick for a while, which is why I was a fan of the team that I can't even remember the name of, because I was just a Michael Vick fan. And then he went to the Eagles, and I was a big fan there. So, yeah. But I mean, and then I was like, and then I found out his brother was like killing all of his high school and college records, and Michael Vick already kind of he messed up his career, and I was like, well, his brother's kicking his butt in all of his records that he made. Maybe his brother will be somebody I can root for. And then his brother had the controversy he had, and I was like, oh man, why can't they learn from your brother's mistakes? You have a future ahead of you. Don't make the same mistakes your brother made. Come on. Oh man, I felt so bad for the Vicks. Ugh. So much talent just wasted. Hayden says, boo the chefs. Donkeys, Bolts, and on all the other teams in the AFC West. Yeah. So I've lived in Texas now for like let's see, since 2011 or 2011. So I've been here for what, 13 years now? No, 11. Yeah, 13 years. I have not picked up on a football team from here yet that I like. So that hasn't. This is probably the first time I've ever moved someplace and didn't want to like pick up a team that I liked. But I think that's mainly because I actually don't know why. I don't know why. Yeah. Oh, I like the Bengals. Yep, that's another one I like. The year the Bengals went to the Super Bowl, brought me to AMC with Casey Shaw's show. I was looking for YouTube channels on Chiefs game, and I saw a man in a little van and was hooked. The Bengals are another one of my favorites. I do like them too. I feel bad about my Chargers because like they're not San Diego anymore. That kind of upsets me a little bit. You're not a real Vic fan if you don't know who John Mexico is. I actually don't know who that is. So I must not be a real fan. But I had all of his... when I first saw him play, I knew immediately, and he was playing for Virginia Tech, and I thought it was a high school team because he was making the kids on there look like a bunch of high school kids that he was playing against. But he was playing with Virginia Tech, and I was like, this guy's going to be big. And so I bought all of his rookie cards that had him in his Virginia Tech outfit, and I was like, I was like, Michael Vick, he's going to be the next big thing. You just wait and see. I can't control what these guys do in their off time. Dave or Dav just says, I just realized you're in the bottom right. Hey guys, I'm down here. Ah! It's me in the van down here. Whee! Yep. Yeah, I sit down in the bottom right hand side of the van there. I kind of figured like nobody really wants to see me. You'd rather see the stock price and stuff that's happening on the page. So just make myself real small down here, and do everybody else a favor. We got about 13 minutes left before we take a look at the numbers. There is some news out on GME. GME apparently has a share offering set up and ready to go here. Apparently there's some interesting news about the type of share offering and how they plan on selling those shares into the marketplace. I have not had a chance to take a look at the filing. So you'll have to bear with me because I don't know the details yet, and I haven't gone to look to see what's going on there. I can probably take a look on my next break. But as of right now, probably part of the reason why you're seeing price movement downwards on GME would be likely the same reason we've seen that in the past when AMC announces that they're going to do a share offering. You know, some institution out there wants to try and front run the share offering. And so they're going to drop price on the shares as they're selling them and try and skim off the top and actually buy those shares at a lower cost. Dang Hannaford says it's hard being British in here. Why? Because football is something else to you? I know. That's another controversy right there. All right, so let me go to a 30-minute time interval and just kind of, because I see we're getting these little bit of candles here. I got the breakout showing up a little bit later today, so I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll get the breakout here. That would be really kind of cool if we did. But I'm kind of expecting to see price consolidate some more before it gets the breakout just yet. Do note that we had a synthetic price failure that occurred earlier this morning. And when that synthetic price failure occurred, it reset everything so that now a price of $4.80, which I've got set up as that blue line on the page there, which happens to be intersecting right about the same spot where our wedge is at. So, I mean, if we break past 480 and strongly break past it, that's going to be another reset of a synthetic price failure going up. So, yeah, that's the bottom line down here was the 437 was where the synthetic price failure started. And you can see for a little bit earlier this morning, we were actually trading right on that as a level of support, which happened to be exactly right where the bottom edge of that wedge was as well. Very interestingly enough. Yeah, see, we're finding a little bit of resistance at 475. We also touched a Bollinger Band as we were going up here, which means price is more than likely going to try and come back down and retest the simple moving average before continuing up. We might see a little bit more volume if we continue to see more buying pressure coming in here. Trying to think what other teams I really enjoyed as a kid growing up. Let's see here. I said Bengals, Falcons, Eagles, Redskins, Chargers, Kansas City Chiefs, and I feel like there was one other.
For me, it was Vikings and then Patriots.
Yeah. Do you remember? You might be a little too young for this, but did you ever play Super Tecmo Bowl?
No.
Okay, it was a great video game back in the day, and my love for some of the teams that I have stems from that video game. There were certain players. Oh, that's it. That jogged my mind, and now I remember exactly who it was. There was one team that I really, really liked and one team that I really, really hated on that video game. And one of them that I hated was San Francisco 49ers because they had Joe Montana and Jerry Rice as this like combination duo on offense that was like impossible to beat. And then on defense, they had Ronnie Lott. And it was this like, it was just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, Bo Jackson on that video game was awesome. I did like the Raiders because you could also... not only was Bo Jackson good, there was Randall Cunningham as well that was on there. It was really good. But the Giants was the other team that I really started to like a lot because of the Sims and.
We love you got a hot mic, buddy. Tech, we love you got a hot mic, buddy.
And we had a lot of players that were on the Giants that I really, really enjoyed that were kind of sleeper players that were good players on the game. Lawrence Taylor, that's right, yeah, LT. Man, there was some good stuff there. Oh yeah, Achy Woods. Those were the days. I loved that game growing up. It was so much fun.
Hey, can I test something really quick? I don't know why I have a hot mic because I haven't changed anything on my phone. Can you talk again?
Yeah, sure, no problem. Talking. Wah, 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 wah. Tendy says the greatest combo ever, Montana and Rice, Ronnie Lott, number 42, the reason I played football. Dude, the dude was crazy. Ronnie Lott, that player was just so ridiculously fat. I wanted to turn him into a running back if I could have in the game, but the game wouldn't let you change to a defensive player to an offensive side. The dude would have been, I think the stats on Ronnie Lott probably were better than Bo Jackson's running stats. It seemed like it anyways. The guy could cover the whole field, everywhere. And then when you were playing, and the reason I hated the 49ers so much was because Joe Montana could throw a pass to Jerry Rice, and literally like three guys could be guarding Jerry Rice, one on each leg, one on an arm, and he would still go up and catch that pass one-handed every single damn time. It was like never failed. You always caught that ball. And it as a defender against that team, it pissed me off so much. In fact, I'll never forget this. For my 16-year-old birthday party, my parents let me have an all-night birthday party where me and a bunch of my friends came over, and we played Super Tecmo Bowl throughout the night, and we finished an entire season overnight, where every single person picked a team. And one of the rules that we had was that nobody could pick 49ers. It was outlawed. Nobody was allowed to play as the 49ers. The only games we played were the ones where it was human against human. Everything else got simulated, and then we played it out. I can't remember which team I picked. I think I might have. Hayden might like to hear this. I think I may have been playing the Raiders. Was he the guy that put sticky stuff on his gloves? I don't know. Yeah, the Bo Jackson and Randall Cunningham, who was an unknown player on the game, because I guess they didn't get the rights or whatever to be able to use his name, was amazing. And then there was somebody else, and I'm trying to remember who it was on the team that had some amazing attributes, and you could change their position and get a pretty good secondary running back out of them. Man, you remember how Bo was like, he was like the next best thing ever, and then he just, like, the injury happened, and then nothing. That was devastating. One minute you're on the top of the world, and the next minute, nothing. It's rough. What do we got going on here? Let me take a look, and we're getting ready to do numbers here, so let me just log into my account in advance. I might as well say it now. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to set that up too, as you never know what's going to happen to your primary device at any time. So make sure you're prepared for the future and putting up as many safe precautions as you possibly can. I'm also going to state one more time as well, because I kind of said this yesterday on a couple different occasions. There is information in the description of this channel. I'm not sure. I think if you're watching from like a phone, I think you have to exit out of the chat so the chat's not there, and then you'll see like the description will say read more, and you have to click on the read more to see what else is there. But click on that. There is so much information there that is absolutely crucial, that should be things that are just like things that you just know. Like if somebody were to come up and give you a test on it, you would know the answer to it immediately. And there would be, and some of this is my work, and some of this is work that was others. It's not just all mine, but it is a conglomeration of things that I think are probably some of the most important things that you should have committed to memory. Absolutely committed to memory. Please go watch, listen, read. Do the stop, look, listen. Do it. I'm telling you, there's some important stuff in there. Very, very, very important stuff. The other part to this is and I've been asked to start saying this again, because I used to say it and I had stopped for a while because we were kind of in a point where we weren't really getting any kind of crazy activity. But I really want you guys to make sure that you're getting statements. I said transcripts. Statements from your broker on your portfolio. If you don't have one right now, go do it right now. Just stop whatever it is you're doing. Stop watching the live stream. Go do this right now. Please get your statements. Anytime something changes in your account or with your broker, go in and get another statement and save that someplace. Have it in a file folder someplace safe. Maybe even put it 2 different places on 2 different devices so you have a history of it. Save it on Google Google Cloud or something like, I don't know. Save it multiple locations. The reason I say this is because as much as we all love our brokers and think they're the best thing since sliced bread, your broker is not on your side. And if you think that they are, you are making probably one of the biggest mistakes you have ever made in your whole life. Your broker is there to make money for themselves. They are providing you a service. Do not trust that that service will be continuously maintained. Have the documentation for yourself to back your records. Please, I implore you, do that. What else we got going on here? 8:59, it's time. I'm going to take you guys over the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's move some screens around real quick here, and we will get into the meat of this for the day as we got a full set of numbers to go through. Let me move a couple screens around, and we'll get to it. All right. Not that one. This one. Starting in the top left-hand side. Everybody got a price prediction tally point. Rex, I see you're putting hand signals up. Don't forget when you're muted and we don't hear it. Starting with the... what's that?
I wasn't on the... What?
It was weird. I opened up Discord. It showed you were clapping, so I don't know. I just assumed you were putting out stuff. So.
Yeah. Let me just set the record straight and we'll leave you alone.
All right.
There we go.
Thank you. Let's see here. You're turned up, Casey. Let's go. Okay, I'm not sure what that. Oh, all right. Let's do it. Let's go through numbers. Price prediction tally points. Everybody got a point yesterday. Nobody got any extra bonus points. And so I'm leading the pack right now by 2 points. And we're going into the final day here. The only way that anybody can beat me out today is by either nailing the price prediction directly on the spot or getting a price prediction correct and being greater than 10 cents off. There's only one person who's eligible for that today besides myself, and that's Apex. So we have 2 missed tally marks, and I'm really hoping that somebody, at least one person, gets the price prediction right today, because if they don't, then the missed column is going to win the week out, which has never happened as far as I can recall. And I don't want that I don't want this to be the first week ever. All right, so what do we have for price prediction? Remember, this is not financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes who are trying to guess to the best of their abilities where we think price is going to close by the end of the day. We got a 50-cent, because of our closing price yesterday, we got a 50-cent spread on our on either side of our price prediction. Twisty's got the low end of the stick today, 386 to 486. Tech has 393 to 493. I have 414 to 514. And Apex has 449 to 549. Short exempt volume yesterday. We did have a lower amount of volume. In total, yesterday we had approximately, oh, come on, page, load up, 124.9 million shares traded. So seeing the short exempt volume being a little bit lower makes a little bit of sense because of that. It was down to 2.672 million shares. Now, I say down to, but anything over 300,000 shares is just massive. And this entire week, I think we've been over a million every day, I think. Utilization did drop 5%. We'll talk about why that was. There was a bunch of shares that were returned yesterday, but in the grand scheme of things, it was really a drop in the bucket. And we'll talk about why that might be the case. Day-over-day price change, we were down 15.33% for the day yesterday. Taking a look at Max Pain was 450. Which is the same as what it was yesterday. We took a look at what Max Pain was going out a few weeks ahead earlier this morning. So if you want that information on both AMC and GME, it'll be there on the morning portion of numbers, which I do right after I start the live stream. Taking a look at, and that goes for a lot of different data this morning. We do a more in-depth look at what happened the night before. Off-exchange data by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off-exchange and EDGX to be right around somewhere between 10 and 11%. Off-exchange right now has 41.53% of our volume. EDGX has 15.43%, so EDGX is a little bit on the high side. The combined amount of that comes out to 56.96%, or about 2.96% more volume going through those exchanges than I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is 901 shares, nothing unusual about that number. In fact, it's pretty low compared to what we've been seeing. GME CHX volume 10,133 shares, also a low number. 30,000 is a big number. Borrow fees and available amount of shares. Earlier this morning, they did lend out the additional remaining shares that were showing up. I think the numbers that I read out this morning were down to the 800,000 number that you see on the page at 6:45 this morning. So then they returned 50,000 shares, borrowed 100, borrowed almost every single share after that, and then have been returning shares ever since. So I'm going to add 850,000. I know it's only 820, but I'm going to round up on this one. So 850,000 shares to the 1.3 million shares already borrowed for the day-to-day. So 2.15 million shares borrowed since last night. Fees are starting to come down. They were at 11.52%. Now they're down to 6.52%. Why are fees dropping? There's actually more shares available to be borrowed right now, and so that's why fees are dropping. Taking a look at let's see, shares owned by institutions. Earlier this morning, it was 85.387 million shares. It's now at 85.387, so no change. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day on AMC is coming in at a strike price of $5. That's where it was yesterday. We have 25.2 thousand contracts and calls at 5. Highest amount of puts coming in at 4.5. There was 39.7 thousand contracts in total on puts yesterday. There's now 11.8 today in volume. So we're starting out the day kind of strong here. The market is suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today, based off of what I'm seeing in the current volume. Taking a look at Ortex. Ortex is reporting about 1.33 million shares having been returned so far for the day today. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 14.79%. Cost to borrow mins at 7.26, average is 8.22, and max is 11.08. We're currently showing 89.85 million shares on loan for the day today with utilization at 80.51%. Now let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like day over day so we can understand what's happening. Earlier this morning, I already pulled up shares outstanding, and Ortex has not modified that at all. It's still showing the same value, which means that this drop in utilization from 85.11% to 80.51% means that more than likely shares were returned or more shares are available to be borrowed, and I would suggest the first rather than the latter. On loan amount did decrease, so we know shares were returned. There was 97.73 million shares on loan as of yesterday, and today there's 89.85 million shares on loan. That's a decrease by 7.88 million shares on loan day over day. And let's see, Ortex is estimating that about 2.83 million of that was in return short interest. So as I pull up the estimated short share interest of the free float, you're going to see it drop from 15.69 down to 14.92. Now, remember that most of this drop here was based off of new shares that were in existence, not because somebody was closing out positions. This time, there was some positions that were closed out here, and we can see that in the numbers, but it was only 2.83 million shares. So as I get rid of all of these numbers on the board here, and I put up the exchange reported short interest, it means that this number right here that was at 55.45 million shares in exchange reported short interest dropped by 2.83 million shares. So we're likely still higher than 50 million. Likely. Ortex is estimating 54.75 to be exact. So they're still suggesting that we're pretty much still high. On loan average age per day. This will tell us a little bit about what kind of shares they returned yesterday. So the on loan average age per day went slightly up from 53.08 to 53.12. That likely means that there was probably older positions that were closed out from this. Now, why would you do that? Why would you want to close out older positions? It's because you most likely believe that the price is going to start moving in a direction to where it's going to be disadvantageous for you to be able to keep those positions open from a past point, because you suspect that price is going to continue to rise in the future. Otherwise, if you didn't suspect that, you would leave those open. So again, I know there's been people out there who create this like FUD and uncertainty out there when they start saying closing and coverings happening. Oh, screw Adam Aaron and this, that, and the other. If you're seeing any of that going on, which is a very small, minute amount right now, that's what you want. What? Yes. You want them to close out their positions. If they're closing, that means they think they're effed. That's what you want. So if anybody's trying to sell you on the idea that this is a bad thing, it's not a bad thing. It's not bad at all. Somebody believes that the price is going to be going up in the future and that they're going to get screwed if they keep those positions open. Let them close them. It's only going to help to bolster the idea that in the marketplace that the price of AMC is undervalued. Taking a look at, I forgot one more. Taking a look at security lending volume day over day, it slightly decreased from 19.07 million shares to 18.53. Taking a look at SSR tripping on AMC, it would happen today at $4.18. The only reason it's on as of right now is due to it tripped from yesterday. As it stands right now, we had, when I checked it last, we had about 407,000 contracts that were out of the money. We have 154.3 thousand contracts right now that are out of the money. 93.5 thousand contracts are in the money. 253.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 54.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. On GME, 24.9 is the trigger price for SSR. And as it stands right now, we have 116.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 105 thousand contracts that are in the money. 191.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 32.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. There's still tons and tons of in the money call contracts on GME, even at the current price of 21.35. Excuse me. Orders by Fidelity customers so far this morning. GME is on the top of the list, and it looks like they're finally getting rid of the paper hands. Thank goodness. I could not wait for the paper hands to be gone. The paper hands do appear to be disappearing. They're not quite at the ideal number that I want to see, but the buy-sell ratio is 58.53% to 41.47%. GME has more is number one on the list here. AMC's coming in on fifth position here. We have a 58.23% buy to 41.77% sell ratio. A little bit worse than what we've been seeing on AMC from the past, but it's still, it's still more buying than selling, but I'd like to see 60-40 or better. It looks like the market is doing a little bit more retail is doing maybe a little bit more selling than buying. No, it's kind of balanced. MMRI earlier this morning was 285.84. It's now 285.66. Not much of a change. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. Earlier this morning was 0.401. And is now currently at 0.397. Looks like we may have gotten a break above that wedge here. It might just be temporary. We'll have to see if it holds support or not. Let's see here. Let's continue on, though, from where we left off on numbers. NASDAQ is down 0.07. Dow Jones is up 0.07. The S&P 500 is up, or down rather, 0.01. We have 2,640. More advancing than declining currently. Sorry, I was looking at something else. 2649. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day-to-day. The worst sector is consumer staples, followed by healthcare. They're actually equal right now. The top performing sector for the day-to-day is energy, which is a recessionary sector, followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Let's see what we got going on here. Do we have anything that's going to get a shout out? It does not appear so. Gold is currently up 1.07 and is consolidating. Silver is up 3.06 and is trending up. It looks like gold wants to take off. Ethereum Classic is up 3.55 and consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.12, and I think it's... That's a tough one. Let me get rid of my box that I got on here, because I know on a daily chart here I kind of drew out something that I felt like we were going to see the US dollar start taking off. And we did get the takeoff above my box. Actually, the takeoff was a little bit before my box. But let me just clean this chart up here just a tad, just because I want to see what's happening with the US dollar here, because I do think this is important. I think there's something, maybe something to be seen. So it's currently trending down, but it's about ready to retest a level of support here that it's had since 12/29 of 2023. So this is, I mean, I'm on a daily chart here, so it does appear that the dollar may have bounced off of a level of support down here at about 104, and I was kind of expecting to see, when I saw the break above here, that we were going to see the dollar reaching beyond the 106 to maybe 110 range, and never had it happen. And we saw it actually it tested 106 and then started coming down. Maybe we get the bounce this next time, retest one more time, maybe some consolidation. Maybe that breakout is actually going to be a little bit further down the road on a potential drive above 106.78, and we'll leave out just the tip and put our box here, which has us somewhere between 716 and 89 as a potential point at where we may see enough consolidation to where it breaks out going upwards. If the dollar does go up, the market's going to go down. Oil, up 0.22, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.07 to 0.15, and I mean, they gapped down at market open and then are trended up a little bit. I'm just going to call it consolidating right now. SPY is down 0.02 and trending down. But let's check if it's on high volume or low volume. 6.78 million shares traded so far on SPY. Oops. Wow. Fat fingers today. We've traded for 48 minutes. That's about what it did in volume. It's a little bit more, I think, than what it did yesterday in volume. So it would be slightly higher volume pace. But we know that throughout the day, volume tends to drop. So it seems like it might be on low volume right now. So it might be a fake break to the bottom, or a fake breakdown. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 70.19, which is signaling overbought. On a one hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.48, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.9, which is slightly below average, and a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last hour. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.02, which is below average. On a 1 hour time interval for Ichimoto. Yes, I know it's not being said right. Lagging line is crossed. Wait, this is not. This is SPY. What the heck is going on here? Why am I looking at the SPY? Hold on a second here, guys. I'm jacked up. What is going on here? Why did I do that? I have no idea. I don't know how I went from the VIX back over to that. I somehow managed to... I guess maybe I didn't read off the VIX. Okay, the VIX. What's going on with VIX? VIX is down 0.64 at 12.34. Let's see here, 12.34, and the futures are suggesting that it should be somewhere around 1288. So, but it is consolidating after a little bit of a drop. VTI is up 0.01 and is it dropped at market open and is consolidating with maybe a slight downtrend. VB is down 0.01 and is consolidating. Tesla is up 0.07, trending up. Amazon is up 0.58, consolidating. Cinemark is up 0.39, trending up. Doge is up 1.39 and slightly trending down. Bitcoin is up 0.92 and consolidating. GME is down 25.61 and is trending slightly down. HYMC is down 0.29, consolidating. NCMI is down 1.1, consolidating. Hood is down, or up rather, 9.08, trending up. AMC is up 3.02 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC. There's $6.3 million more inflow than outflow. 45.11 million shares traded so far. After 51 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 345 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 200 and 250. That might actually not end up being too bad of a prediction. We'll see. As volume will fall throughout the day. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.42, which is average. I was looking at the SPY earlier. Sorry about that. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.59, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.83, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.08, which is above average. Taking a look now, looking at Ichimoto on AMC. On a 1-hour chart, lagging line is below price line. Conversion is below base. If price were to move back up to about $5.50, that should get the conversion line to cross the baseline and would also get the lagging line to cross price line. And the nice thing about this indicator is it suggests that at that kind of a price point, we would be outside of a cloud, which means that there could be a buy signal at as low as 550. However, this is where it kind of gets a little tricky here, is that at 550, there's not much room before it starts to make it up into the cloud at around $5.80. So there's like a 30-cent buy cloud in here, or a 30-cent buy range in here where somebody could potentially buy shares and maybe be hoping that price continues through this cloud to the top side and they can make some kind of profit. It's kind of risky when it's that close, but there's a little small buy window in here. On a 4-hour cloud, lagging line is above price line, conversions below base. 4-hour cloud does not agree with the 1-hour cloud whatsoever. In fact, the 4-hour cloud is suggesting that we'll probably be breaking through this wall right here. More than likely somewhere in here. Now, the range on this is pretty wide. It's right around 330-ish to around 806, 805, right around that range. So I know that's a big range to be looking at in regards to where price could break through, but that's the best that that's what the indicator is suggesting. If we do break through that, we do have red cloud forming as early as the 23rd, where we could see price rising up through there. And I guess with that, let's see what the news is. Yeah, this is just top 10 trending stocks on Wall Street Bets. AMC's in the top of this list here, but I don't know that there's necessarily an order. But GME's in there for sure, and it's just a way of them being able to put out an article that lists off a bunch of other stocks besides AMC to distract your attention. All right. I think that's all I got for you guys. Let me put this back on a 1 minute time interval, put our Bollinger Bands back up, and get our... So here's the deal. On synthetic price failures, when price jumps up through a number like this, it needs to stay up above it for a while, not like 3 or 4 or 5 candles above and then suddenly fall back down within it. So I'm not going to count this unless we can get price to move back up above 480 and maintain that for some period of time. You can't kiss it like a sister and call it a break. A breakup. So let me, having said that, good. Rex is clapping some more, it looks like. Tech, good morning. Quack, quack, Pirate Rex. Good to see you guys. All right. It's all yours.
There's got to be a delay. I did that like 20 minutes ago.
Okay. When I went over to the screen, it showed that there was clapping signs coming off of your
I'll clap for you every day, man.
Picture. Thank you. Let's see here. Okay, I don't see any specific questions or anything like that in here, or anything that I feel like I need to speak up on. DM says, speaking about breakups, listen to this. Uh-oh. Sounds like DM's got a story.
Oh man, he must have got that from Danny. Danny must have sent him that joke.
Nana says, how many shares they still have to take us down? Are we winning? Yes. I don't know why you're asking, but yes. It's like you all forgot what happened. I don't understand why it's like what do they call it when people have the war syndrome?
PTSD.
Yeah, it's like y'all have PTSD and you forgot what fucking happened last week. What the hell? Did you not? Were you not living through it or what? Like you were there? Come on now. You can't win a major battle like that and forget about it a week later.
Post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah. It's got to be what it is. You shouldn't be forgetting about it this soon. That was awesome.
Danny heard us. Stop texting and driving, Danny. You're setting a bad example.
Well, good morning.
Robert says, I don't get how people are panicked and unsecure as to what's going on. I know, seriously. It's just it's strange to me too. I don't get it either. It's like it's the same thing that we've been dealing with for a long time. Nothing's changed. It's because they borrowed so many shares today. Oh, they didn't borrow. They returned shares yesterday. 7.88 million of them. And then today they're already on a roll today. They've already returned 1.33 million shares. But again, like I said, if you're scared of them returning shares, why? Why would you be scared of that? That's a good thing. You want them to be returning shares.
Well, they better get ready if this kind of dip scared them.
I know, man. Like, what did we have? What was our worst dip from the 1330? Let me look here and see. The worst dip we had from the 1330 run up. Let's see. Let's cover it. Anybody want to guess? I've got it as a percentage. So I'm. What percentage do you think the worst dip was that we saw?
Oh.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you what the numbers are. I'll tell you what the numbers are. But it is more than $3.
Yeah, it's like 50%.
It was that's close. It was 45%, and when we went from 1063 down to 585. But after we went down that 45%, we went back up 33.3% to 780. Then yeah. So there's always going to be these ebbs and flows, and it's just part of the game.
I'm excited by it. I don't care to see the sideways trading or the barcoding. You need to have that volatility. You go back and look at any historical evidence on squeezes, and they don't just turn into an instant hockey stick.
No.
There's always a roller coaster that precludes it.
And that volatility that you're talking about, yeah, that volatility is massively important. If you don't have that, volatility is what kills institutions. They can't deal with
it should increase too.
Yeah,
the highs and lows should get even more dramatic.
Exactly, and you want to see that. Like the more dramatic the more dramatic of a change in price that there is, the more excited you should get. That it should be the exact opposite of what you're supposed to feel. Like you're supposed to feel like it's shitty, but if that's what you're supposed to be feeling,
spiral out of control.
Yeah, if that's what
they're losing control.
Yeah, they're losing control at that point, and that's what should really pump you up and be like, "Holy shit, they lost complete control." Oh my God, that's crazy.
Standing up in a canoe. You got three people in a canoe, and you got somebody stands up, and they start rocking back and forth. The more violent it becomes, the more unstable it becomes.
Yep.
I know that's a pretty weak metaphor, but that's what I'm looking for. I want to see those wild, violent swings, all sorts of unpredictable, just all kinds of lack of predictability.
Yep.
It'll throw the whole machine out of whack. It'll shake itself to pieces.
Casey, I think you misunderstood me.
Oh, okay.
What I meant was they borrowed so many shares today. Are they going to try to take us back down today?
Wait, how many shares did they borrow? They borrowed 2.15 million shares. But they returned 2.83 yesterday.
Okay, well, I was in no way panicking.
Okay, all right, good.
No way panicking.
Good.
The
Okay.
chat has that wrong.
All right.
I have been here for how long? Do you think I'm panicked?
I know, but you asked the question, and so it was like I'm sitting there going like, why would you ask that question?
Man, for the sake of entertainment, can't you just pretend though? Just for today, can you run around with your hair on fire, scream? I know you can turn the waterworks on.
Let me hear a
I know you can cry at the drop of a hat. At least cry a little bit, snivel, and just come on. Give us something to work
come
with
on,
here.
Pyre. You know I'm not like that.
Yeah, but you can fake it. You can for one day, just
I picked a lot of things. I picked a lot of things in my life with husbands.
Oh, see, you had to go there, didn't you?
Yeah, I had to.
Oh man, that means she don't like the real thing. She likes those synthetic things.
No, but sometimes you have to fake it.
Oh man. Now censored content's going to come in here and play us that entire when Harry met Sally scene again.
Yucko will show up an hour early. Yucko just woke up out of a dead sleep. He
Yeah.
sat straight up in his bed.
He said,
He's scrambling for his phone right now.
Did you say fake it?
I didn't know synthetic.
I was wondering if you were going to try to bring us back to Max Payne. I am really happy about the price action today. Okay?
Since when do we have synthetic husbands? I didn't know that.
They only become that after they're no longer a husband anymore.
I got a synthetic wife, but she's only once a week. No.
Oh man.
Wow. I just logged into that.
Yeah, you're going to be an inmate again here very, very soon. I can feel it already.
Yeah, we've had one good authority, Doug, that you're on probation, man. So you better step lightly. Or toe the line if you know what's good for you.
Get his tag number ready.
No, we kissed and made up. It was beautiful.
All we want to know is who eventually picked up Scarlet Rose. We got bets out on this, and we never did see who got the payout. Did you pick up Scarlet Rose, or did she? Because in order for us to pay out on this bet, just over and under, we need to know.
Well, the way it played out is she said, I've got to use the restroom, and so I got it.
I won. See, I called it. I said he's running his mouth, but he's running to the baby too at the same time. So I called out.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know I didn't panic when we were down in the threes, and I'm not panicked now. I'm happy. I just wanted to know if they were going to try to bring us down.
Do you remember
with the shares they borrowed?
Do you remember our squeeze cake recipe, Nana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bang and below.
No, squeeze cake.
no.
Squeeze cake. All the different ingredients to make a cake. Do you remember one of the ingredients is that we need them to borrow shares, right? Like we want them to borrow shares, but we also like to see them return them too, because when they return them, we know what's going to come. But the more shares that they borrow, the better it is for us. We want them to borrow shares. That's a really good thing, because those borrowed shares are what some of them end up being short interest, right? And the more short interest you have, the more the better of a squeeze cake you have, right? Your cake is a good cake.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So borrowing of shares is not a bad thing. Returning of shares is not a bad thing. You want to see both. And you want to see high quantities of both.
KC, wait a minute. I got a disclaimer here, because I've tried to get all the ingredients of cakes, and they still bake wrong when I do them.
Yeah, not everybody's meant to be a cook. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes it has to do with like following ingredients directions. Like for example, like me, I don't really do a great job at following directions all the time. And I made cookies one time, and as I was mixing it in the bowl, I was looking at them. I was like, "There's something wrong with these cookies. This is not what they normally look like when I make cookies." And then I realized I had forgotten the eggs. I had mixed everything all together. Everything was all together except for the eggs were just not in it. And I'm just going to tell you right now, beating eggs into already mixed up cookie dough is probably one of the hardest things you will ever do in your whole life.
Not gonna work.
It does. It does work. And I'm also going to give you a cooking hint. If you want some of the prettiest looking cookies you have ever made in your life, put the eggs in last. It's hard. It's hard to mix it in. Let me tell you, it is a son of a bitch to mix it in there. But when you get it all mixed in there and you cook those cookies are going to look like, name a cookie place that you think their cookies are amazing looking. I can't think of a Great American Cookie. They're going to look perfect. There's another place called Mrs. something. I can't think what it's called. Mrs. Fields?
The eggs are the last.
Yeah, eggs very last. Everything completely mixed together, including chocolate chips.
I called it Mrs. Fields.
Yeah, Mrs. Fields, yeah.
Dynamax.
If you want Mrs. Field cookies, mix your eggs in as the very last thing you do before you put those cookie balls into the tray and put them in.
Do they show an order on the box?
Yeah, the box tells you what order to mix everything. Usually,
Yeah.
Well, no. The box doesn't say that. The box tells you to do all your wet ingredients in one bowl and all your dry ingredients in another bowl, and then you mix them together. But I only found out because I just completely forgot to put the eggs in all together that you can actually make your cookies. Here's the other part you need to remember when you do this. I need to give a little disclaimer. When you're cooking them, cook them for the exact amount of time that you're supposed to cook them for, and not a minute more. Because when you pull them out, you're going to think that they're not done. But when they start to harden and solidify and cool down, they will be the most beautiful cookies, perfect looking cookies you've ever made in your whole life. And as long as you didn't overcook them because you thought it needed to cook more, which you will think, you'll pull them out and you'll think like, oh, these need to be going in for. Do not cook them longer than you're supposed to. Go by time.
Yeah, because you're saying because you cook them the time and then you pull them out and they're still cooking as they're cooling off.
Right. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And if you go too long, they will be the worst pieces of crap you've ever had in your whole life. So make sure you go by time and not by looks.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I have to chime in on what Pirate said. Those macadamia nut cookies at Subway, man, those are the bomb.
Oh, I love macadamia.
Those are good. Those are really good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and they have the cheesecake macadamia too.
Oh wow, yeah.
All I know how to do is shake and bake.
Nana, can you still find that in Florida? Like, can you still find shake and bake, or is it gone?
You can find shake and bake, but you can find other products that are like just like shake and bake.
Our store stopped carrying shake and bake here. I don't know what happened, but they stopped carrying it, and it kind of pissed me off a little bit.
Wow.
I don't shake and bake. I make my own chicken.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, Casey. You can make your own.
Fried chicken.
I mean,
switch to buck rub.
That's good stuff too.
Okay. Well, Tuffy just wanted to know whether they were going to bring us back down to Max Payne, so that's why I was like wondering. It looks like they're trying to do it now. So Tuffy's going to get ready to buy.
I would look at Max Payne, and I would just keep an eye on Max Payne, and unless price is massively shooting up, just kind of figure on Max Payne being what price is going to be moving towards, unless it just suddenly starts spiking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was spiking, and now it's coming back down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And the market always overshoots, right? If the market's targeting some value, expect it to overshoot.
And I was teasing with the "Are we winning?" It was a joke.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
So I love you guys.
Put-
You know I'm not panicked.
Put LOL in the end. That way I know it's like a joke. Or maybe you did. I don't know. Let me go back and see.
Did I put laughing emojis?
Oh, was there? I didn't see that.
Sure, I did.
Let me see here. Oh, yep. I see laughing emojis now. Yep. You're right. My bad.
Yeah.
I didn't see them.
Of all people, Nana's been here for so long. You think?
I know.
That I'm panicked?
Well,
I mean,
Nana, don't give me some credit now, because I have had plenty of people who have been around forever and they start panicking at one point or another. It happens to every single one of us. If I sat here and I legitimately told you I have never panicked throughout this entire play, I'd be lying.
Oh crap!
I'd be lying.
Okay.
So don't just because you've been here for 3 years doesn't mean that you can't have moments of doubt and uncertainty.
Yeah.
Right? I get it. I totally get it. But I'm here to tell you that I'm not panicked right now. If I'm not panicked right now, you don't need to be either, because I'm here to hold, and I think a lot of other people are as well. So.
Okay. Love you guys. I just didn't want the chat to get it wrong.
Yep.
Okay.
All good.
Love you all.
Take care. Love you too.
I'll be in the chat.
Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Somebody was talking about rimming. Did I miss it? Attendees plus or whatever. I don't know what he's talking about on rimming.
I don't either.
No, my son had to choose. He had a hard choice. He had to choose between traveling with his college girlfriend or remaining home for Mother's Day, and he chose to go with his girlfriend. And he returns tomorrow. Mother's Day's coming on. So there will be some panic, I'm sure, around here. Because, tomorrow's time to face the music. So.
Does he have a Costco card membership?
I said, man, I told him, I said, I support your choice, man. You're a grown man. I said, just be ready to reap the whirlwind.
This is the kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff that always pits like the in-laws with the other side.
Absolutely.
And
this is how it starts.
Us guys, we can't help ourselves because we're. I don't want to say anything mean. We're creatures of habit.
No way. No.
And sometimes where there's the lovin', you just you kind of tend to lead towards where the lovin's at, and so
different things. different things appeal to us. Our priorities are completely
Yeah.
in opposition to one another. What men prioritize and how we value things are completely different. And sometimes it leads to situations like this. So I'll keep you abreast of the developments. It looks to be exciting to say the least.
From your side of this, Pirate, and I don't mean to step in or anything here, but what I would do if I were you is, are you able to send him secret messages?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would send him a message and be like, just say like, hey son, like if you really wanted to make things right, this is what you should do.
No, listen, self-preservation. I'm all about self-preservation, man. I don't want to get caught by any friendly fire, I don't want to be collateral damage.
Yeah.
So I'm just like keeping a low profile. I'm digging way down in a foxhole.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
But look, you want to make sure
make myself as small a target as I can be.
Remember that your actions now will be what forever changes the future. So if you don't make sure that those reprimands are happen and things are repaired, then the angst and anger and other stuff multiplies over time, and it just gets worse and worse and worse.
Oh, this too shall pass.
Yeah.
Is he bringing her with him?
Oh, he better not be.
They came here straight from the college graduation and stayed a few days at Camelot here. And then
He's a pilot. He's a pilot. Yeah, it's a girlfriend. It's just a touch and go. God, who are we kidding?
Catch and release. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. This ain't a full stop.
Good one. How old is he? Is he like
20.
well over his 20s?
It'd be 23 this summer.
Oh yeah, he hasn't learned yet.
No, he's just entering a new phase where in the past, listen, for those of you who don't know, my oldest shares a real special relationship with his mother. They're thicker than thieves. I'm envious of it. I didn't enjoy that. I was envious of Casey's relationship with Misty as well. That's something I didn't have, so I look upon it with a great deal of jealousy. But he's reached a point in his life now where increasingly, I shouldn't say increasingly, from time to time, she is no longer the number one, and that's a big change.
Mm-hmm.
it can reach critical mass at times, so we'll see.
Oh yeah.
Now I'm curious, like, does that also happen from the other perspective, from the dad's side for the girls? Is that a thing?
I'm certain. I don't have any split tails in my crew, but I'm certain that's the case.
What do you mean split tails?
Aviation term. Twin tail. Like the Hornet. Like the Hornet.
I got you. I was thinking about something else. All right.
I sent a few messages. I prescribe copious amounts of sucking up, vast amounts of sucking up.
Yeah, I never even considered any of that when for my mom. Man, I hope every single one of us is thinking back to like our relationships with our moms and where we may have unknowingly violated that bond.
To be fair, I mean, I married one of the smartest women I've ever met, if not the smartest woman. And she's a thinker. I mean, and from the time they were born, we had a running joke that I told her that someday there'll be other girls that will become more important. And I used to tease her with that from time to time. And she was quick to remind me that she had a plan to become really good friends with our daughters-in-laws. So she's got all that figured out, how she's going to make it happen. But I think in reality, there's always going to be some issues with mothers-in-laws and daughters-in-laws. I think it's all born out of love.
Yeah. Who is typing?
Me.
Oh, that's
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll mute myself if I can next time. Sorry about that. I just wanted to say, like, you don't understand, guys. Like, it's really, really difficult to understand the emotions behind. Actually, you do. You know, you guys all know what it's like. Have you ever said something to somebody in a text chat before and they completely took it out of context? It is hard.
Oh yeah.
It is so hard. I so often I take things out of context that I see in the chat, and sometimes I have to remind myself, if I can, I try to remind myself, like, just, don't take it out of context, ask questions, make sure you understand what it is that somebody's saying, because if you just jump to conclusions, then sometimes it makes for a bad situation, because maybe you just didn't understand what they were trying to say. Because nothing ever really goes through the same in a text chat than it does when you're talking in person. Like or even like facial cues, right? Like Preacher came in here even in a verbal situation. He came in the other night and was not off live stream, and we were talking in the back of the Big Tramp, and he was being sarcastic about something. I was like, "What are you saying? What are you saying?" And then Pirate had to jump in, and Pirate's all, "No, he's being sarcastic, Casey." And I was like, I can't tell. I can't tell with them.
Yeah, I struggle with that. I struggle with that more than anyone, because I just take it at face value that everyone figures it's a bit or it's meant in jest or it's comedy. and my wife had to remind me many times. She's like, people can't read your body language. They can't see your face. They have no prior knowledge of your personality. So you're really putting them at a disadvantage. So I fell victim to that myself many times.
You can't give them a friendly little tap in the shoulder or a smack in the butt cheek, a wink.
Just so much as a wink. Have you ever said something and in a group of people, and then, you're, for whatever reason, you're making eye contact with somebody and you just give that brief, quick wink, and that's all it takes to let them know that it's completely in jest. You're denied that on the internet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's hard. But it does certainly turn me into an asshole sometimes, for sure.
Well, you got to step up your game. You got to be a little more intellectual about it. You got to. Everyone. We all need to just work harder at crafting our jokes and our commentary so that the point is driven home to the extent that it can be.
Yeah.
I always explain to my wife when she gets home and she takes text wrong or I take text wrong. It can be very misleading. Now let's rehash what happened and then get to the bottom of it when she finally gets home. And I've found that usually works out better than just getting mad and texting back and forth.
Well, setting the tone is really important. I couldn't be any more proud of the people in chat that we set a tone of kind of a humorous, uplifting positivity. So if you go into it with that, and then your default is that you take everything as on the good. Don't immediately look for something negative out of it. And I try to do that myself. Even if I'm on the fence and I see maybe somebody new in chat or somebody new addressing me, even if I'm not real sure if they're taking a shot at me, I try to err on the side of caution and wait until I see the second punch thrown. Then after that, it's on. But I think the fact that if you have a group of people that's in a good mindset and everything's positive, then the comments follow in that direction.
Yeah, we're all working to be better people.
Except Frank. He's just an asshole.
Yeah, Frank. Is he back here to defend himself? He's not even back here.
All the better. All the better.
Well, Doug and Hayden, good morning to you guys, by the way. I don't think I said good morning yet.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I figured I was chopped liver today, so,
No, and there's times where the Big Tramp fills up so fast that I can't remember who's new and who's not, and I'm just like, I can't. There's too many. So I just don't. I skip it all together, and I just I can't do it. There's too many.
Hey, Pirate, I was going to say, and there's some of us, I'm not that funny. I've tried to be funny my whole life, but I really am not really. So I'm like the perpetual audience member who's like trying to rib or try to make a joke, but it always falls flat.
Tech, don't worry, man. Don't worry. It comes like you just need more time. That's all. Let me tell you, I'm right with you. I'm right with you. That's all I can say. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, like, you try to grow, but
Try.
it just
You know,
like you're failing.
you want the best. You want what the best advice is for that, because I've been in your shoes. Stop trying. Just stop. And just somehow it ends up working out better if you just stop trying.
Has anyone told Danny that yet?
Oh man. I didn't mean that as a zinger like that just sounded like when he just said that, but Tech, what I mean to say is that sometimes when you just naturally flow, it ends up, because it's like when you try to be funny, it just doesn't work out for you because you're trying and it feels like an effort, right? So sometimes you just say stupid things and then everybody starts laughing. You go like, what did I just do? How did I do that? And then you just laugh with everybody, and that's what you tend to find later on. Is when you stop trying, is when it becomes more funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Danny's really funny.
Well, even if you don't, you need to say that today. Yeah.
Danny.
Hey, I'm at Buc-ee's.
Oh boy.
Oh, really?
Get
you guys know Buc-ee's, right?
Yeah, get yourself some.
I've heard good things about Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is supposed to be the shit.
You need to get yourself some beaver nuggets. Don't forget to pick up your beaver nuggets.
I'll get the brisket
Beaver
sandwich.
nuggets.
The
Get
sliced
those balls
brisket.
going. Come on.
Oh no.
The sliced pork sandwich, Danny. Sliced pork sandwich.
Oh, that's good stuff.
What state of Buc-ee's are you in, though?
I'm in Florida. We're in Daytona,
Miami.
right? Daytona right now.
Oh, you're in Daytona.
Yeah, no, they
that
don't.
matters.
They don't have them down south, like Florida. They only have them north. So like I think here, and they have them. Where's the other one?
Orlando.
No, it's near Pirate, I think. On
We got
that
like
side.
three in Georgia.
On I-10.
So, for those that don't know,
if there's a Philly cheesesteak burrito there, that's also money.
That is so good. Peyton always gets those.
Oh yeah, Nate's got a point there. Them Philly, it ain't like Philly, but it's Philly cheese.
I can't say for other states, but here in Texas, hands down, one of the nicest bathrooms ever. So enjoy your bathroom visit.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Casey, I got a quick question if you got a sec.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Hey, I have not really been watching, and I've been away at work. So I was just wondering, did you guys go over? It looks like there's a clear...
I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
It looks like there's a clear, would you call it divergence between GME and AMC now on the price?
Yeah, but I think what you're seeing is being caused by that, because obviously they were following each other like tick for tick, right? But I think the reason that you're seeing that right now is because GME just had a release, an 8K release that stated that they're going to be doing some dilution. And so if the market knows that that's going to happen, then what it's going to do is it's going to front run the dilution, right? So they're going to sell shares to a bunch of people and then buy those shares at a lower cost. They want to drive down the cost so that they can buy those shares at a lower price and then be able to fill orders that they've received over the last 2 days or so. Right.
So do you think this is temporary?
Yeah, probably. I would call it pretty temporary. But I mean, I can't tell you for how long, because it'll probably last until I would assume it would last until GME came out and posted that they were done with the share offering.
2 weeks.
Something like that.
Well, the other question is, I sent you a DM on X, where they were talking about, one guy was talking about having several different types of securities that GME's press release was trying to sell. Did you end up seeing any of that?
I have not looked at the filings yet. I will probably do it on my next break, which is going to be an 11-ish. So I'll take a look at it then and kind of go over it, but I have not seen it yet.
Okay, and has DFV tweeted at all today?
I have heard that he has not, but I have not checked to see if that's the case. Let me look real quick.
Somebody commented earlier that he had.
He's always tweeting. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think that everybody got their panties in a ruffle because at the opening bell, he wasn't immediately broadcasting stuff. But I might be wrong, but I thought I saw somebody put in chat earlier that he had posted something or other.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 posts already this morning.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it, Casey, and y'all take it easy, gentlemen.
The other thing, Nate, before you go, I just want to stress that like whether or not he tweets or not shouldn't make any difference about what's going on here, right? There's nothing that's going to change what's happening with him tweeting and not tweeting.
Right. Motivation. So here's my question. It's completely opinion. I mean, obviously, no one's going to know for fact, but do you think he knew ahead of time?
We all knew. We all knew ahead of time. I posted something out on the 4th of May. On the 3rd of May, it was clear as day what was going to happen. Mm-hmm. And the 3rd of May was long before he tweeted anything. So we all knew this was coming. And if you didn't know, it's because you just weren't paying attention. Like you said, you just weren't watching. So that's fine.
Mm-hmm. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. You still here?
Yeah. I was curious. Do you think he knew about the dilution, or the plan for the?
You just switched from Bluetooth to your phone, didn't you?
Yep.
Somebody's microwaving you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. I hear you fine. You just didn't hear what I said. What I said is that we knew about this long before he ever started tweeting. May 3rd was the day that things started erupting, and I posted on May 4th to let everybody know what was happening. And he didn't even tweet until like a week later. So the idea that this was something that was spawned from him doing anything is ridiculous. This was clear as day what was happening long before he ever tweeted.
No, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Because he wasn't the only one that saw the, I guess some of this, because other people on Twitter were talking about it before he ever tweeted, like you said, probably because they saw the same things you did, I'm sure.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But, all right, Casey. Well, I got to run, but man, I sure appreciate it, and I hope that dude loves Buc-ee's as much as I do, because I'm a fan for life.
Yeah. Take care, Nate. Have a good one. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Nate.
Hey, Pirate.
Yes, sir. Y'all too.
Pirate, are you there?
Roger that.
I just want to say that the way you opened up there earlier, I just want to say apology accepted.
Oh man.
Oh wow.
Apology accepted. For all those slights you said about the Navy. Now I didn't realize you were actually giving me props. So apology accepted.
Oh my gosh. Are we really going to go there today?
It's Friday. It's Friday, and I wouldn't have been able to go the whole weekend without accepting your apology. So thank you. Appreciate it.
You got Pirate going now.
What are you even doing here right now? Don't you have a plane to break? Shouldn't you be busting up some landing gear or tearing up brakes or something?
Oh man!
Don't you have something to do?
Oh man!
I'm just kidding. I didn't want that to go. That you didn't know that I recognized the apology, and that's all I wanted to make sure that it came true. Anything else you have to say, I take it the same way. I take it as the apology that you really meant. So thank you. Appreciate it.
That's fine. Well, look, if we're back on good terms again, could you replenish the beer in the fridge? You're running out of my brand. When you're out of town, I'd like to keep a little Miller Lite in there.
Oh, no worries. I got a case for you, and I take that as an apology also. Thank you. Yeah. You're welcome.
Oh wow.
Y'all need it. Hold on a second here.
Get a room. No.
My goodness. I've never had so much Male testosterone thrown at each other in so many seconds.
Mhm.
All right, let's get to this. You guys want to go play some volleyball?
Oh man!
Without
That
your
was below the
shirts,
belt there.
without your shirts
I
on,
got
or
that
what?
one. I got that one. That's below the belt there. Yeah, that was good. I give credit where credit's due. That was particularly
Lean on
nasty.
the end.
Yeah.
Hey, they got some Bucky's volleyballs if you want me to grab one.
Yeah, grab 2 of them. We need one each.
My goodness. My goodness. All right.
Numbers time.
It is. It is numbers time. How about that shit? Just in time. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm taking you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. I do need to mention two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to go ahead and set that up as well, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Please take pictures, screenshots, have your broker send you a statement of your portfolio. It's very easy to do. It's usually a couple of clicks to do, because you need to hold your records for you to hold on to, and not your broker, so you know what it is that you have anytime your account changes. Please do this. It is very, very vital and important going forward. Taking a look at what we got going on here for the day-to-day, starting with Off Exchange and EDGX. Where did my numbers go? There. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through both of those two. On AMC, we got 51.47% going through Off Exchange. EDGX is at 12.02. The combined total 63.049%, or 3.49% higher than I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is 11,420 shares on AMC. Anything over 30,000 is what gets my boobies all jacked. So it's not quite there yet. Not borrow fee. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 12,521. 30,000 is also the magic number there. Borrow fees and shares available to be borrowed for GME has been reduced from 1 million down to another 400,000 shares borrowed. That's on top of the 2.15 million shares that have been borrowed so far, which means that we're now at 2.55 million shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. That's a lot of shares borrowed, and there was about 2.83 million shares borrowed yesterday, or returned yesterday. So I would imagine maybe that's what they're targeting is reborrowing their shares again and shorting once again with that amount of shares. Fees are currently at 6.49%. Remember that they are shorting now at a higher percentage than what they were shorting at before, guaranteed. The borrow change amount, according to Ortex, shows 1.33 million shares returned this morning. Now it's only 530,000 shares returned. Excuse me a second. And then cost to borrow mins at 7.26, average is 8.17, and max is 11.08. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 89.85 million shares. That's approximately 7.88 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that about 2.83 million of that is in new or closed short interest. My goodness. I got indigestion. It always happens when I do the numbers. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $5 strike with 25.2 thousand contracts. That's now 50,000 contracts. This is exceptionally high amounts of volume, guys. Normally we see, I think I used to tell you, the first hour or the first time we check the numbers after a half hour trading, it's usually like 3,500 contracts as a normal day. And then it's usually like 7,000 contracts by the second or the first hour and a half of trading where we're at right now. So seeing 50,000 contracts, that's a lot. It's a lot of volume. It's a lot of volatility. Taking a look at puts, highest amount of put volume was at a $4.50 strike an hour ago with 11.8 thousand contracts. It's now 24.1. Market's still suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today. Taking you over to the other screen, let's take a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for here. GME, oh, that is beautiful. GME is number one with a 62.44% buy to 37.56% sell ratio. Kiss the paper hands goodbye, because GME has kicked them. AMC has slid down a little bit from, I think it was 6th or 5th position, most heavily traded stock, to 7th, and has a 57.59% buy to 42.41% sell ratio. So it looks like a lot of apes are probably buying the dip on GME. AMC is not necessarily dipping just yet, so we haven't seen the big buy amounts like GME is getting. It does appear that retail in general does seem to be buying more of the market than selling. MMRI as of an hour ago was 285.66. It's now 285.26. Just a little bit of a drop, not much. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.397 as of earlier this morning, and is now currently at 0.405. It's going back up again. We started out the morning at 0.401. This means that it's more inverted than normalizing. Taking a look at the NASDAQ. Breaking even. Dow Jones is up 0.07 and SP 500 is up 0.01. We have 2,899 advancers to 2,543 decliners. The market is more advancing than it was an hour ago. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today. Looks like consumer staples, followed by healthcare. Real close tie on industrials, though. The best performing sector for the day today is energy. No, it's materials, followed by energy. They're kind of tied. Mag 7. 4 out of the 7 are green. I think Tesla was red earlier, if I'm not mistaken. It may have had a big jump. Yeah, there's a big little jump up there. And we'll look at those here in just a second. Oh, yeah, we'll look at that here in just a second. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 3.91%. FRC is down 35.48%. Stank of California is up 2.77%. For those of you who are new, if we call a stock a stonk, then we should call a bank a stank. Gold is currently up 1.46 and trending up. It looks like it's tested the upper Bollinger Band on the way up, and so it's going to test the simple moving average before either finding support there and trending back up more, or breaking through and falling and moving into a trend down. Silver is up 3.41, and this actually didn't touch the Bollinger Band on the way up, but it's still seeming to find a little bit of resistance here from moving up higher, but it is trending. I'm going to go ahead and call this still trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 4.84, trending up. The US dollar is down 0.04 and trending down. Oil is up 1.19 and is trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.04 to 0.13 and consolidating. SPY is up 0.03 and consolidating. Taking a look at VIX, VIX is down 0.4 and is trending down. VTI is up, it's trending down at 12.38 with a future of 12.93, so it should be trending up. VTI is up 0.03, consolidating. VB is down 0.02, consolidating. Tesla's up 1.6 and trending up. Amazon is up 0.55 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 1.11 and trending down. Doge is up 2.11 and is trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.96, trending up. GME is down 27.32, trending down. HYMC is up 1.72, trending up. NCMI is down 3.69, trending down. Hood is up 11.51, trending up, and AMC is down 3.02 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately $5.9 million, $5.8 million more inflow than outflow. 60.54 million shares traded so far. After 104 minutes worth of trading, we're currently on a pace of. Hey, Hayden, can you mute your mic for me? Thank you. We're currently on a pace right now for 227 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC, and I suggested somewhere between 200 and 250 million shares. So we're right in the wheelhouse of what it is that I was suggesting that we would see, but we still got lots of time for the volume pace to slow down yet still. So I might still be on the high side of this volume prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.86, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.69, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.32, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.53, which is below average. And with that, whatever. Look at this crap. This is Benzinga. GameStop shares fall on offering. This looks like it's some kind of quote here from a fund manager. One shouldn't buy stocks just because they're going up. Makes me so angry. I want to play a video that I saw the other day where Ken Griffin's basically sitting there saying, like, we need to direct people into moving into these funds that are managed by the quote-unquote professionals. You know, like, oh, we need to just, I don't know. It makes me angry. Don't do anything unless we say it's okay. You can't possibly know how to do better than we do. It's our job. Where was everybody's money in 2008 when all those analysts were, making great trades with your money? When Kramer was telling everybody to buy Lehman Brothers? I yield the rest of my time to the back. There's Big Tramp. Sorry. Went on a little bit of a...
It's okay. I was waiting for that sentence.
Yeah. Preacher, good morning to you. Just wanted to let you know I shouted you out earlier, and then I didn't have any problems today with the boot up. I don't know why, but I didn't. It just booted up normally.
The ironic thing, I think, is that like sentiment that he was pushing out, he's the worst spokesperson for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, look, who would know better about what the general public wants in as a marketplace and for companies to be successful? Who would know better than the people who are actually doing the buying? Because Ken Griffin's not out at GameStop buying things or going to an AMC movie theater to watch a movie. We're talking about the ultra rich guys here. They're in touch with what's going on with what the average everyday person wants. I don't buy into that. I disagree. They don't know. But yet we're supposed to just invest our money with them and say, like, well, we just trust that you know what's right when you don't even wipe your ass with the same thing I wipe with.
With a towel?
No, they're using jet streams of water.
Squirt in their ass.
Yeah, they're using bidets and crap. It's like, I'm a real person. I wipe my butt. That's gonna get clipped somewhere.
It splashes everywhere. Don't do it.
Do you wipe with the generic toilet paper? Or
Never.
Do you wipe with
Never.
Single ply.
Never.
Single ply.
Never.
Single ply.
Oh, single ply. No.
Single ply.
No. Do you ever go to somebody's house who actually does have single ply, and then you're like, oh my God, I know I'm going to stop up this toilet. Instantly, you know that that's going to happen because like the amount of single ply that you have to use is atrocious.
I do have that. I love single ply. I use Scott.
Yeah.
I hate to bring up general rules, but I typically don't take too big of dumps at my friend's house. Just saying. I mean, it's gonna be a long night.
The reason why we take dumps is because we sit on our asses and it work out.
I mean, I'm with you, Hayden. I don't either. Like, I try to avoid that at all costs.
I
but
have.
you know you
I
have.
can't say I haven't.
Yeah, you have done it, right?
Yeah.
So okay, all right.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna say I haven't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are some people that are poop shy, so I mean, it's possible.
I don't see how, because when you got to go, you got to go, and I
Oh,
just
I'm with
go.
you.
You know.
Oh, I'm with you. Yeah.
Radoslav, Radev, I was kidding with you before, but as far as what's going on next month, we don't even know what's really going on tomorrow with AMC. If you're looking for a place to go to find out exact dates or time, this you won't find that here, my friend. We gather here just to entertain each other and watch the various tickers, but no one has any idea where this will be next month. Anyone who tells you that they do, they're lying to you. But we welcome your participation here.
I gotta ask a question to the Big Tramp then, since we're talking single ply and stuff. I'm kind of hooked on the big cases of the TP at Costco. Is anybody with me on that?
That's all I buy. That's all I buy.
Yeah.
Okay, that's double ply, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
Okay, 'cause
they may have it. They may have a single ply there, but I don't.
Yeah, they have Charmin Ultra. They have Charmin Ultra, which is the gold standard, man.
But you know, I was a snob, and Dara told me that I was being a snob, that everyone gets the Costco brand, and I stopped buying the Charmin that they have there, and I went to the Costco, and I won't go back. Costco, I'm all over it.
Yeah.
So I'm not a snob. Okay.
I can't go back to anything that's not nice in regards to toilet paper. Like, I just can't. I can't do it. It's one thing I just can't do.
It's usually the single ply people, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Pirate, but it's usually if you've got, because in Florida it's a lot of the, what do you call it? When you've got the pit, all your
septic tank.
Septic tank. It's usually the septic tank. You do that type of stuff, right?
Usually. But
Yeah,
some people are trying to tell me that's not the
septic tanks,
case.
with modern septic tanks, it's not really the case. If you can use just about any kind of toilet paper in a modern septic tank if it's working properly. It's
I
really
find that so weird, though, Pirate. Can you explain to me why it is that if that's the case that everybody still uses single ply? I don't get it.
Well, generally it's because they've been hit with a big pump out for their septic tank. You're supposed to pump a tank out every few years anyhow, just as a course of measure. You don't pump it out annually because there's beneficial bacteria in there that breaks down the matter. And that's the way a septic tank works, is solids go in and liquids come out. It's just that simple. So what happens is the liquid stops going out and then it backs up into the house. So people automatically assume that it's because they're using too much toilet paper, the wrong kind of toilet paper. And it can be many different things. But as a general rule, you should pump out a septic tank, every 3 to 5 years. You're not paying a sewer bill. So cough up to $300 and have it pumped out, every 3 to 5 years.
I never even thought of this, but like, if you really didn't want people coming over to your house because you were just as much of a hermit as I am, and whenever somebody's coming over, like just replacing all your toilet paper with single ply. That would be like a great way to ensure that nobody ever wants to come to your place. They're like, hey, let's do Christmas here. Nobody ever says, let's do Christmas or Thanksgiving at Casey's house because nobody's going to want to do it there. They're going to be like, oh, he's got single ply. We can't go there. I never thought of that. It's so genius.
Casey, I'd still come.
No, you would not. You would not.
Yes.
No, you're just being a contrarian.
No. I like, sure, double ply is better, right? But I feel like I'm trying to say this: if you can't take a crap in someone's home, like without being you know what I mean, getting the stink eye, maybe the relationship's kind of rocky.
Look, I'll be the first one to admit it. We used single ply for a long time, but that was because I was stealing it from the Air Force Base. I mean, it was like the Air Force bought, what do you call it, industrial paper or commercial type toilet paper, and it was, they used to call it John Wayne paper. It was rough as hell and wouldn't take shit off of nobody. But yeah, but it was free. And guys would come to the house and be like, "Man, that's the nasty ass shit paper you got back here." I'm like, "It was free, man." We called it, when we would steal shit from the Air Force, we called it shopping at Uncle Sam's Club. So we, grab a few cans. We'd go on our way before we went home. We just hit the can and grab a few rolls of moon tape and carry it home with you. But
it's hard.
You can't complain when it's free. Yeah, it's hard to beat when it's free, man.
I love single ply.
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody that uses that soft crap is soft.
So, in other words, don't let Yucca prepare your food for you because he probably doesn't wash his hands either.
No, you just get enough. You roll it and you get enough because that charming crap, all those little, they start falling apart.
I'm not. No.
Let me ask you guys. Let me ask you guys, and be serious here now. Don't make it up. Don't make it up, and don't fake it. What's the strangest thing you've ever wiped your ass with?
Sandpaper.
No, get out of here. You did not.
Joking,
Come on.
No joking, no lying. Tell the truth.
Come on.
Come on, serious. Like for everyone here knows, I told my story about I used a McDonald's bag. I used a McDonald's bag, and for me that was my personal best was a McDonald's bag.
The brown paper. What is it called? The brown napkin papers.
Construction paper?
No, he's talking about napkins. The brown napkins you get like Taco Bell.
Napkins. Yeah, those aren't bad. Oh, that ain't bad at all. That's commonplace on construction sites. I'm talking about if you're really down, like if you ever taken like a piece of the Sunday newspaper, take a Sunday newspaper and you got to crumble it all up. If you crumble it up first, it'd make it soft. If you use newspaper, if you crumble it up a few times and then unfold it and then crumble it up, it's almost up.
Yeah.
Well, and then do you
cheap toilet paper.
What? And then do you get it wet?
No, then you at the same time. No, the beautiful thing is that if you use newspaper, then you'll know the news at the same time that you're wiping your ass.
Well, you know what?
Blood and Water's being honest. Blood and Water saying a sock. See, he's keeping it real, man. I've been there.
Who said sandpaper? Who said that?
Food Dog.
It was Quack.
Quack. Did you really use sandpaper, dude? Come on.
Hey, when you're out in the field and there's nothing else,
what grit?
You gotta make do.
What grit?
What about
What grit?
You could use the back side though. He could use the paper side.
Yeah, you
could
use the
take
front side.
sandpaper and fold it in half to where he's.
Oh my gosh, man! You totally had me. You had me going on. I mean, you can't sit there and say sandpaper and say, "Oh, well, I use the backside." That doesn't count. You got to say the backside of the sandpaper. That's a whole different story.
I seen a guy use styrofoam paper plates one time, and that was something. I mean, you really got to have skills to wipe your ass with a styrofoam paper plate.
Huh. Yeah, that is.
You're probably using it as a shovel at that point.
Yeah. And hoping that it doesn't break.
It's no longer wiping at that point in time. It's like an ice scraper.
Yeah, just hope it doesn't break.
I used a beach towel while I was driving one night.
Tom D says he used the Army field manual.
Why were you pooping and driving at the same time?
I was late to get to a flight, and I was coming back from a party in Newport Beach, and I had to go, and it was traffic, and I couldn't stop, and I just grabbed a towel in the back and went while I was driving. I thought it was some mad skills myself.
I think so.
I mean, I've pissed while driving, but I can't even imagine. Like that I feel like that kind of takes the cake because I mean, it's like it wasn't what you used, but it's the whole thing just.
What about just dragging your butt across?
Hey, you get bonus points for that story.
What if your foot had slipped off the brake and you like smashed in the car in front of you? Like you would have.
If you haven't wiped your ass with a work glove, you haven't been in construction long enough. That's like that's like one of those things that you can almost judge a guy if he's going to interview for you for a construction position. You can just ask him like, dude, have you ever had to wipe your ass with one of your work gloves? If the guy says no, then he hasn't had enough time on the job yet. I've got it on good authority that 10D wipes his ass with a work glove all the time because he just prefers it.
Maybe you just bring your own toilet paper to work, you know?
Pirate, I'd add to that too is that, during you get to the 2 o'clock hour and you haven't taken a break and you got that orangutan ass, you got that sweat.
So,
monkey butt.
so,
Monkey butt, man.
so
That
Pro
monkey
Jeweler's in here, and he hardly ever comes in. Can we give him just a second? Because I am kind of curious what Pro Jeweler has to add to this.
What's the strangest thing you've ever wiped with Pro Jeweler?
Diamonds. He's gonna say, "Oh, diamonds."
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. Rubies.
Yeah.
He probably takes a 24-karat chain and just goes front to back a few times.
Exactly.
One that's
Like a
got
string
big
of
holes.
pearls.
One that's
Like
got
a
big
string
holes in the
of
middle.
pearls, and then just rinses them off until they're white again.
Well, those are the brown
Danny's
pearls.
the sicko. He said the same thing I did. Pearls.
Oh, they're the brown pearls. They're harder to find those.
Danny likes pearl necklaces.
Yeah, really does. You got me the brown centering roll. That's your get out of jail free card.
I missed it. What did he say? What did he say?
Little card.
He's cutting off.
You're cutting off. We can barely hear you.
I think he's pooping right now. That's why.
No. Let's hang on a sec. Let me.
Were you in the bathroom? Were you just in the bathroom just now?
Yeah.
Oh my
God. Got me going.
We're telling him all these things, and he's actually trying it. At
Yeah,
the moment.
he's like, "Oh, sandpaper."
Okay, let me try.
Oh yeah.
I have a sock.
That's how I was on that drive. I had that beach towel. That's all I had. I couldn't stop. I was going to be late.
Oh, you like that?
Yeah.
Where did you leave it at? Did
Yeah.
you take it with you? Did you take it back with you? Or you flushed it down the toilet.
Because I got home, that thing went right in the dumpster. But I wasn't late for the flight.
But I just want to point out that we've gone down like this really crazy road of weird things that have happened to all of us, right? But I just want to point out that this all started with me saying that Ken Griffin has never done this kind of thing before, right? Like I guarantee you, he does not have any of these kind of stories to tell. I promise you.
You don't think he's never had to wipe his ass with a leaf out in the woods? He's
Never.
Not like an outdoorsman. That's a particularly challenging for an outdoorsman because in the wintertime when your hunting seasons are in, all the leaves are already dry and on the ground, so they become crumbly and they're not really pliable.
Guaranteed, he has no idea what any of this is about.
Never
And it would be
wiped his ass with a leaf.
He would be appalled to even have to mention that something like this would ever have happened
I have
to
a
him.
question. I have a question for you, Casey.
Yeah, go for it.
Have you ever ran out of toilet paper and you're like, oh well, I just gotta get up, it'll dry up, I'll go shower. When I get home, we'll be all right.
I'm gonna go with no. I usually check before I go. Don't you?
But sometimes
Pro tip, man.
you're
Pro
like-
tip. Check before you go.
What?
Pro tip.
What are you talking about? What do you're just like, I know there wasn't any toilet paper, but I have to go.
No,
It's
so
either you let it
This
out-
is
very
this is what I'm
rarely.
talking about with you young guys.
You
This is
just
what I'm
don't
talking
go.
about with you young guys. You make fun of us old timers, but these things come with age. If I go to your pickup truck and you don't have a roll of toilet paper under the seat, I have no respect for you. If you don't have an extra T-shirt,
panties under there.
there's certain things that a man keeps in his vehicle at all times, and if you haven't reached
beer.
that level of maturity yet, then you've got work to do.
These nuts.
I literally do have a roll, but it's not toilet paper. It's actually paper towels, but it is a full roll.
Fair enough. That's good. Yeah, dual purpose. Paper towels are good. Yeah, the paper towels work. Yep.
Pirate, I got off a flight last week, and as I was walking to my car, I see some dude standing there with a pair of jumper cables. You know what? I looked at him. I said, "Just put those things away," because I had one of those batteries with the jumper cables on the side of it.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. The infomercial on the
starter box.
Here we go.
And I looked at this guy. I go, "Just put those things away." And he goes, "You've got better." I go, "Yeah, I'm a man." And I grabbed it, just started his car, just like that.
See, I disagree with you, man, because I tried those battery boxes. I've had a couple of those back in the day when I was in business, and I found them ultimately to be inferior because they don't.
I started 7 cars with this thing.
Yeah, but you can't. You'll never find a set of jumper cables that are dead. And that box that you have there, if you don't keep that charged up like a cell phone, then you can find yourself that's a real problem.
Yeah, but
for you.
you're talking to
Jumper
Mr.
cables are tried and true.
You're talking about
He
Mr.
would
Flight
still-
Check guy over here, so he probably
Yeah,
is
I'm
very
sure.
adamant about making sure that kind of shit
He
never
probably
happens.
drives around with that thing plugged into a cigarette lighter and holds it on his lap like a cat.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say that you were driving by and you saw a guy sticking a gas pump up his butt. That's what I thought you were gonna say.
If I did, it'd be diesel. All right.
Not jet fuel?
Well, the Overwing 100 low lead is bigger than the diesel one. I just want to let you know. And it's got it's got the flanged end, and it looks just like one of those one of the EV plugs. So yeah.
Why not just do a supercharger cable?
Sure. Yeah.
It gives you a little bit of a shock when you're doing it.
I mean,
hey, Doug.
How much is on the table for the bet? You know what I mean?
Do you keep a can of Fix-A-Flat in your trunk?
I always check my spare.
Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, if you don't have one of those $6, go to Tractor Supply, get yourself the big can now, the biggest one they got of Fix-A-Flat. I'm telling you right now, that stuff, it does three things. Well, here people have those little portable air compressors, but they fail to understand if you run over a nail and your tire goes flat, you can plug that little air compressor in until the cows come home. It's not going to do anything for you. You got to pull the nail out first and plug the tire. And most women, and for these days, a lot of men lack the skills to even plug a tubeless tire. So the way to get around that is you get a can of that Fix-A-Flat or Slime, and the tire guys hate it because it fills the inside of the tire and the rim with all that shit. But it'll put enough air in a tire to get you to a gas station, and then it plugs the hole for you. And I'm telling you right now, I'm a big believer in Fix-A-Flat. I used to keep a can of it in almost everything I owned. It saved me 5 or 6 times. So
plug a hole, plug it right.
Yeah.
I came back after a phone call and y'all were talking about plugging hose.
Yep, butt plugs.
Yeah.
Butt plug. Yeah, belly plug. Okay, I got you.
Hey, as a former tire specialist, as soon as you use that can, don't leave it inside the rim. Eventually, you have to pull that and get it fixed correctly for them to wipe the inside, or else it'll corrode the rims.
Sure.
And it just adds a bunch of trouble down the road.
But if it's 10 o'clock at night and you're a woman and you got 2 kids in the car and you got a flat tire, it'll get you where you need to go.
Pro tips.
Oh, definitely.
Look at that. Pro
Yeah,
tips.
Danny.
Just don't leave that
Danny.
stuff in there.
But it also voids your warranty, though. When you go to one of those places that gives you a lifetime warranty on your tire, I fell through it. Man, it pissed me off. I did that Fix-A-Flat crap because I was too far away from anything. I was in the sticks. And I went back to Tire Care or something, I forgot, Firestone. And they said I got to buy a new tire that it voids the warranty if I stick that crap in there.
Well, we fill our tractor tires with water to add weight to the tractor.
Nice.
For traction, and it'll rot the rims out. A lot of guys put calcium. They fill the tires with calcium, especially the rear tires. But the calcium was so expensive, we just put water in there. But he's right; it will eventually rot a rim out.
Pirate, you got to write a book, man. You're full of all this techniques, this knowledge that will not be handed down unless you write a book about all the stuff that you have done.
Yeah. Well, the truth of the matter is, it's all useless because chances are, the odds are, none of you are going to have a tractor that you need to have better traction. So the fact that you can fill the tire up with water, well, just the things you pick up as you go through life.
Yeah, we should all write a book about these.
See, they charge weights. If you want to add weight to it, like a John Deere tractor, you can go to the dealership and you can buy weights, but they're $1 a pound. So if you want to add 600 pounds worth of weight to the front of that tractor, you got to drop $600. Or you can just pull the valve stem out of your tires and fill your tires up with water. Water's 8.22 pounds per gallon. It's free, but like he said, the price is after about 15 or 18 years, it could rot the rims out. Just a trick, country boy tricks.
That's what I think that's going on with my teeth nowadays. That I'm getting older, they're just rotting out of my head. I don't know what's going on.
For off-road vehicles like four-wheelers, and I had those little diesel side-by-sides to chase the cattle down with, we would fill those tires with that stuff called slime. It's slime. It's a green, it looks like green molasses, has little tiny pieces of rubber in it. And we would put those in there as a preventative measure, because you could run over like honey locust thorns, big thorns, and big, huge nails. And it worked really good. It would just instantly seal it. But you can't use it on high-speed tires because it throws everything out of balance and everything. But if you have like a riding lawnmower, four-wheelers, little small utility trailer, it's money well spent to shoot some of that slime inside those tires.
Oh, Pro Jeweler is on.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back, Doug. Welcome back. Welcome back, Doug.
Yeah, welcome back. I'm always the slow one in the bunch. It's okay, but I ride the short bus, you know.
Pro Jeweler never actually did get a chance to tell us what he actually uses, and or at least he did, and I couldn't hear it.
The brown sleeve inside the toilet paper?
Oh, the toilet paper roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your get out of jail free card there.
Ah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing? What am I doing?
No. What are you doing about 5 or 6? You think you can head out to VFW Fort Myers?
I get off at 5. Yeah, still shoot me a whereabouts is it?
Well, it's off of Cleveland Avenue and 41. I'm going to be volunteering for the vets. We're going to be having hamburger and hot dog for lunch.
For lunch?
Yeah.
For dinner?
No,
Okay.
for lunch. But then we're going to have a little get together tonight, shooting pool and stuff. And if you want to come up there, I'm going to be up there. I'm going to be probably cleaning tables and handing out plates to the vets.
All right.
Hey,
Tell you
Doug,
what, I'll head over there.
Doug, you're in Cleveland?
No, I'm on in Fort Myers, but Cleveland Avenue and 41.
No, I see. I got to coordinate my trips. I got to keep you and Pirate. I've got Pirates hangout. I got to DM you and get to your hangout. So just make a show, because I'm going to surprise Pirate one of these days, and I'm just gonna say I'm here with a picture.
Okay.
They call my bluff. He thinks he's calling my bluff.
Oh, I'm gonna be there.
Hey, I got to represent. I'm not sure if anybody, nobody said this one, so I'm gonna call it out. Toilet water with your hand.
Oh.
Are you serious?
Man, you know what? That just brought back flashbacks. Oh man.
Wait a minute.
I had an instance where Hunter's gonna hate me for this. Hunter, I took him to a water park, and he decided he had it on some of the. He was old enough to wear diapers, and so I had him in some of those pool diapers, right, that they have for kids. And he decided to unleash in the pool.
A turd?
And I'm just here to tell you right now, guys, that it doesn't matter if it's a solid or not. Chlorine water instantly turns it into a non-solid.
Yeah.
And it instantly dissolves. It's like the most instantaneous dissolve you've ever seen. And I knew it was him instantly. And I grabbed him and started running for the bathrooms. All along the way, of course, just dripping the damage. It's just too late at that point. There's no. I mean, those pool diapers are not going to do a damn thing. I learned, and I'm gonna save you guys the gross part here, but I'm just gonna say I got to the bathroom, and I got to the bathroom, and that whole thing that you're talking about with toilet water and hands. Is my flashback, because it was the most horrific thing that has ever happened to me, and I just it was terrible. It was terrible.
You know what? That,
This man is obviously a psychotic.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Might as well just dip your butt in the sink and just let it run.
If there was something I could have done differently at that, like I'm thinking back on it, if there was something I could have done differently, I think I would have taken the diaper off on him in the pool and just done like
Mamma mia, that's some spicy meatball.
thrown the thing out onto the cement area, deck area, and then done like a washing machine quick action with them right there in the pool. Because quite frankly, it was too late already. They already had to shut the pool down at that point. So what's the difference? You know what I mean?
Ugh.
Yeah,
Gross.
it was terrible. It was the worst thing ever. It was so bad. I was just, I never want to have to live through that again. It was so bad.
Everybody's looking at you, pointing.
Nobody was
That's
looking.
the guy.
Nobody was looking. They had no clue because I ran so fast out of there. Nobody was really paying too much attention, and so I got away with it. And they didn't know. They didn't know who it was.
This must have happened when you were younger because you running now. I don't think you can run too fast.
No. Yeah, this is back in the triathlon days. Thanks, Doug. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody. But I grabbed all of our stuff after I got done with what we were doing in the bathroom. I grabbed all of our stuff. I grabbed Bradley and I said, we're out of here. We're done for the day. I was done.
Ugh.
We've done enough damage, son. We're out of here.
Yep. We already done shut down a pool. It's time to go.
The following program is intended for mature audiences.
As a parent, like if you haven't lived through that, then you just weren't parenting, probably. My guess. Because I feel like
Don't say that.
I feel like every parent's lived through that at least once or something close to it.
Close to it, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we had a beach incident, but it wasn't in a public pool, but it was at the beach. So I think it kind of worked out.
Yeah.
Same thing, yeah.
That ain't too bad. A beach, I would actually rather have it had happen at a beach. That would have been preferable.
Yeah, I would, yeah.
You can hide that. That's easy to hide.
Yeah, the
You got a little wave action. You got a little wave action to help you out. A nice little frothy water.
All the marine life and the fish, they don't climb out of the water.
They
and
don't
go
care.
To the porta potty.
Yeah, no, they love it.
Yeah, where do you think the whale goes?
They're coming in for a meal.
Man. Here's another story for you. My ex-wife, our honeymoon was in Maui, and there's a place in Maui that's called. It's like a half. It's called the Horseshoe Bay, I think. Horseshoe something or other. It's a half of a. It's half of a reef. That's protecting kind of like this like little area that's on the inside of it. Imagine like a top of a volcano, but only one half of it's coming out of the water, and so it protects the waves from coming in. So a lot of boats go out there, and we were on this little boat cruise thing to do snorkeling out there, and I jumped in. I'm a major swimmer. I love swimming. I jumped out. I'm like a fish. My ex, she was she got sick, and so she started heaving over the edge, and the fish were just loving it. And I'm like, hand me the camera, quick! I gotta take a picture. Do it over here.
Pole, man. Get a fishing pole.
Dude,
Chum it up.
I was like, do it over here. I'm getting a great shot. This is awesome.
Well, on your big boats, and your yachts, they have holding tanks, and there's real strict laws on where you can dump that shitter. In fact, there's a thing on it called a Y valve, and it's maritime law requires that you keep a lock on it. So if the Coast Guard pulls you over and they go down into your engine room, and that Y valve, which is essentially the dump overboard, if it's open, meaning you've been shitting and just letting it go straight through, they'll write you a big fat ticket for that. So it's supposed to be closed and locked, meaning that it requires an effort. But as a side note, my friend paid like $10,000 to have a shitter put on his boat, and it electrocuted the feces. And what it does is it hits it with an electrical charge that is so big that it kills all the bacteria in it, and then it's legal to dump it immediately over the side. So there's handling of bodily waste on boats is tricky sometimes.
Yeah.
John's calling you out saying not true, pirate. I don't know what he's saying.
What's not true
I don't
about
know.
the Y valve?
I don't know what he's
about having a Y valve.
I'm not sure what he's saying not true to. Yeah, but not true.
Well, it's funny that you are talking about that topic because as we speak, I'm changing a runny kitty diaper. Yeah. Would y'all like me to put it in Discord?
Nope. You can just keep that to yourself and enjoy.
It is gross.
Mm-hmm. In fact, I would highly implore that you all hands on deck. Like, do not.
Well, thank God there's no smell-o-vision in this one.
Yeah, no kidding.
We can smell from here.
I know you get to be a professional doing this. I
Tell you, man, put yourself on mute and sing the national anthem. You'll be done by the time you get done with the song.
Those boats have a thing on them called a macerator, which is essentially like a blender, and everything goes through that blender to make sure it chops it all up and makes it nice and soupy. But the fastest way to ruin one of those is to put any kind of heavy, feminine hygiene products in there, white mice and all of that. And we used to have a sign on our boat right in front of the shitter when you were sitting on the toilet. You look at a sign on the wall that says, "If it didn't go in your mouth, it doesn't go in this toilet."
Oh, that's gross.
Wait, does that mean no toilet paper?
Yeah, some guys would put the toilet paper in a bag on the side, bag that up. Just depends. Like I said, their systems are all different. Just depends on what kind of but yeah, the plumbing, the tanks, the macerator, even if you don't have the one that electrifies the poo, all that you have to kind of take great care to make sure that it doesn't get plugged up. And then when what guys did, the big trick was that you'd have somebody sneak down there and open that valve while you're underway, so the propeller action and the wake behind the boat would hide that big brown cloud. That's what you don't want to pull up to the raft up where everybody's drinking and
this is why you never chase somebody in the water
and then just dump your big brown cloud of water comes under your boat. You don't want to be that guy.
Yeah. Wow. Interesting. Learn something new every day. Hey, I just wanted to point this out here. I don't know if you guys have been noticing or not, but those Bollinger Bands are getting ultra tight right now, and we're moving into that time frame in that cloud there that I had for I said cloud, but the box that I had drawn out for the wedge, and so we're moving into a period of time here where I think that consolidation is coming to a head. We're about ready, no pun intended, based on the conversation we've been having. But we may be seeing some volatility here. Yeah.
Keep it tight, guys.
Tight, yeah.
Why don't you put your thumb up your butt?
What?
Good morning, censored content. It must be censored content here. Yep, he's here.
Good morning.
Right. Butt plug that.
Been saving that one for a while.
Perfect time.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect time.
Back here.
Speaking of, like, whatever you use to wipe your butt.
What about
That's a good topic.
Yeah.
You know what? You can take off your socks. You can even take off your boxer and use that. Take off your inside shirt. There's so much.
If you see a hunter come back to the hunting cabin,
does work.
And he's got the bottom half of his t-shirt.
Yeah.
Got the bottom half of his t-shirt cut off. You know what happened to him.
Yeah. Well, I tell you one thing that's on my list for MOAS, KC, and my wife.
Give them to me.
When AMC finally does its thing, and I'm here, I told her I wanted to replace the toilets with the French toilets because I don't want to use toilet paper on my ass anymore.
So what do you want? You want a little water?
Yeah, I want the water to spray up there and just clean it.
But you understand
bud anymore.
You understand what happens, right? Yeah. So what happens with the bidet is that it's splashing everything on your butt, but then those little splashes everywhere else. So including your back. So you'll have specks of poop on your back.
Now, there's a trick for that, Yucca.
Yeah.
You go to Ace Hardware and get one of those little cheap pesticide spray bottles, the kind you pump up and you can spray weed killer with, and just keep that next to your toilet. And it's got the little wand on there, and you can be real exact in where you spray.
You need like a camera. What are you, a plumber? Little camera.
How did you put your thumb up your butt?
Yeah, aim it right there.
Yeah, that's a good idea. They should have a camera for the.
Yeah, you can look at your butt. Okay, let me see. Oh, a little to the left, a little to the right.
Look,
I think you're
Dexter-
exaggerating a little bit, though, Yucca.
Dexter
I don't think it does that.
Dexter says, again, in the Netherlands, we smoke a joint when we need to shit without paper. Does it work? Hell no, but you keep laughing.
Yeah. Wait, what about? What about
Come on,
controlling the
squeal,
pressure?
squeal.
Are you able to control the pressure in these bidets?
I don't know.
I have no idea. I've never had
I
one.
don't think.
You act
I don't
like
know.
you're talking to a bunch of people who are familiar with bidets.
Whoa, aren't you French?
No.
You're acting like we've already been through Moab.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
Michael,
Well,
if you have,
I'm getting asked.
let's move on.
I'm getting asked a question about which direction is this price going to break out here when we get to the bottom of this wedge. There's a couple. There's a couple different ways you can look. If you have falling price and falling volume, usually that means bullish momentum, meaning price should move upwards. However, I also find that on other occasions that I like to draw out a trend line over that period of time, and whichever direction that the trend line is pointing towards, it does the opposite of which direction it's pointing towards. In this particular case, the trend line is pointing towards the top side, so we have conflicting indicators here. Like one's kind of indicating it should move down, and volume and price movement are indicating it should move up. So this truly is kind of one of those moments where it's like it's pretty close to impossible for me to tell you which direction this is going to move. I'm just telling you that I think there's going to be some more volatility, more than likely inside this box at some point. It may not. It may not actually have any volatility. It's fully possible that we could close out the day and inside the wedge and never see any price movement until going into Monday, which you can see here where it would still, price could trend down this wedge here and then open up on Monday morning and start trending upwards or even downwards. So it's too hard to say. There's not a clear indication here.
So what you're saying is in the box, there's a wedge that gets volatile.
Yeah, that it could get volatile inside that time area.
We like that.
Volatility is our friend.
And also, trend is your friend.
Have you ever met anybody named Trend?
Yes, I have a good friend of mine that's named Trend, but it's not spelled the way you would do it as a trend for a stock.
Oh, so is it more with is it more Tran? Is it called Tran?
It's more like trainee. No.
I knew you were gonna go there. That's why I planted the seed. It's a Friday.
He's a 15-year vet, Air Force airplane mechanic, and a lot of people made fun of him because of his name. Hey Tranny, come here, Tranny. But his name is Tran.
Oh yeah, you can't make fun of him. He's working on your plane, man.
That doesn't stop anybody in the military. Come on now.
Oh man.
Yeah, he worked on the C-130s and the F-16s. We're talking way back. I don't know what they have now.
That's a Vietnamese name.
Tranny?
No, Tran. It's Tran.
Tran. T-R-A-N. Trans.
What about? So what's Tranny?
Well, he wasn't Chinese.
He wasn't. What was he? Vietnamese?
No. German. German.
Oh.
Yeah, he was German.
Tom saying, WTF is going on? You guys are off the rails today. I can't stop laughing, and these people at work think I'm losing my mind. Good shit. No pun intended.
All right, we love it.
Hey, I got a couple stories if you guys don't mind.
Oh, I bet you
Go,
do.
Dan.
You have Danny. You got 1 minute before 30 seconds before numbers. Go.
Oh, come on.
No,
man.
I'll do
Let me
it
interrupt
when
you
we come
guys. Let me interrupt you
All right,
guys
do
for
it
just a
after
second.
numbers.
William Price, I think you're about 15 minutes behind in the chat. You might want to hit live, bro.
Oh, here, let me type it into him because it's better to do it that way.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help a guy out, man. He's talking about flat tire repair, and that was way back. And if I'm wrong, I apologize, dude. But yeah, you're right. A little Tootsie Roll worm repair kit is the right one. Sorry, Danny, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No worries. All right, I'll make it quick. So you guys know my son, my wonderful son Luke. So he's about, I'd say less than 1. And Doug, let me know if this has happened to you. So I'm changing him, just a number 1 routine change, and all of a sudden, while I'm changing a mid diaper, he starts to you ever see the movie The Exorcist with the pea soup?
Yep.
Yeah.
Trying to get out of the way, and I move, and that thing shot about 10 feet.
It's happened to me. Danny, it's happened to me. Yeah, it's happened to me.
10 feet across the room.
Yep.
All over the dresser, all over the walls. Oh my gosh!
Yep.
And then the other time was we were at a hotel. He was just getting potty trained, so we're at a hotel, and I'm holding him. I think we're checking in.
Yeah.
And he just starts peeing, and I didn't realize it. And all of a sudden, I feel warm, and my clothes are starting to get wet. I'm like, oh no, and I didn't know what to do. Like do I say, oh, hold on, sorry, my son's peeing everywhere? I say, I try to play it off, and it went all over the floor. I think they had carpet, but it was it was so embarrassing. So I just left and.
Did you also pee yourself?
I feel like every parent has one of those stories. Yeah.
The worst.
Oh man,
it hasn't happened to me yet because for my nephews, I used the little rags that you throw on top while you're changing them and stuff. Because the first one happened, it got me right in the face.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you one that.
And when he did it, he was
Go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead. I didn't want to cut you off. I thought you were done.
No. I said when he did it, he was laughing. He was like he did it on purpose.
Oh, that's messed up.
I was like, come on.
It's hilarious. No. But I'll say my after numbers. I don't want to mess up numbers, Casey.
Is it short?
It's
She said.
I can make it short. How long we got? I thought we had 30 seconds.
If you can make it real fast, I'll go for it.
Okay, real fast. Scarlet Rose, right before she turned 1 year old, we always give her something to play with while we change her, because if not, she's looking left or looking right trying to find stuff to mess with. And she won't sit still. So you're changing her with a crooked diaper, sideways diaper, or whatever it is, because she don't want to sit still. So we ended up giving her the tube of Destin, the diaper ranch crap.
Oh no!
And it is the best, but not the way it happened. But anyway, so we're giving her that, and it's good for a good solid months. And we didn't know that she got strong enough to where she could pop a hole in it or crack a hole in it. And long story short, it was pressurized or something. It went all over her face. She was screaming bloody murder. I was trying to get the baby wipes, and it was water lubricated or something, so I had to use something dry. I made it worse when I started using the damn baby wipes. So I had to hold her down while I was trying to reach for a towel on the chair, and I finally got it all off her face. But needless to say, we don't do that no more. We give her a stuffed animal.
Yeah, that's probably better. All right. Well, good stories, good stories. Let me take you guys over the other page here. It is time for numbers. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it set up for your account, as it could prevent somebody from getting in there that shouldn't be in there. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, set that up as well, because you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. All right, let's see where we're at here. Exchange traded volume. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX. We got 53.23% going through off exchange, EDGX at 11.52. The combined total 64.75%. That's 2.75% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 13,530 shares. Nothing unusual about that number. GME's CHX volume coming in at 18,048 shares. Also nothing extremely high on that. Shares available to borrow. They did borrow out the rest of the 600,000 shares from earlier that they had borrowed, and then returned about 300,000 of those shares now. So we're looking at about 2.85 million shares borrowed so far, according to IBKR. Fees are at 6.27%. According to Ortex, 852,000 shares have been returned so far for the day. It was 530,000 shares an hour ago. That's going to lower the estimated short-term interest of the free float slightly to 14.83%. The cost to borrow ends at 5.84. Average is 7.66 and max 11.08. Shares on loan for the day today is at 89.85 million shares. That's 7.88 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 2.83 million of it was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options. The highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $5 strike. At the time, we had 50,000 contracts in volume so far for the day. It's now 61.9 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. There was 24.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 28.2. The market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is in the top of the list here, and that buy-sell ratio is getting stronger and stronger. Those paper hand bitches are gone. 63.38% buys to 36.62% sell ratio. Looking good. AMC is 7th on the list here with a 57.24% buy to 42.76% sell ratio. I want to see us over 60-40 if possible. And that appears to be how everything else is stacking up in the market there. MMRI was 285.26 as of an hour ago. It's now 286.02. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.405 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 0.402. Not really much of a change. We started out the day at 0.401. NASDAQ is breaking even. Dow Jones is up 0.08 and the S&P 500 is up 0.02. We have 2,968 advancers to 2,561 decliners. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. Sectors. The worst performing sector for the day today is consumer staples, followed by industrials. Let's see here. The top performing sector is energy, followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or more will get a shout out from yesterday's closing price. Coinbase is up 5.36. FRC is down 35.48. Stank of California is up 3.3. That appears to be it. Gold is up 1.49 and is trending up still. Silver is up 3.84, trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 5.19, trending up. The US dollar is up 0.03 and trending down. Oil is up 0.76, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.22 to 0.3 and trending down. SPY is up 0.02 and looks to be consolidating. VIX is currently down 1.45 at 12.24 and 12.24 and is trending down. The future on the VIX is saying 12.83, so it should be heading up. It's still getting stomped down. VTI is up 0.03 and is consolidating. VB is up 0.02, consolidating. Tesla is up 2.37 and is trending up. Amazon is up 0.53 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 1.43, trending down. Doge is up 3.66, trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.44, trending up at 67.2K a coin. GME is down 26.24 and consolidating. HYMC is up 3.2, trending up. NCMI is down 1.3 and consolidating. HOOD is up 12.04 and trending up, and AMC is down 1.72 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. There's approximately $6.2 million more, 6.25 really, $6.25 million more inflow than outflow. 67.65 million shares traded so far for the day today. We're getting a big slowdown in volume here after 161 minutes worth of trading. We're currently on a pace for about 163.87 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we'd see somewhere between 200 and 250, so I'm definitely outside my range already. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 46.55, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 43.05, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 44.55, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 49.65, which is average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. How many Roaring Kitty tweets do we have now for the day? I think I counted 5 earlier. Let's see where we're at now. One, let's see. Does he have words? Oh, no, that's something else. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of them now. Guess I got some watching to go do when I'm on my break. I guess I also got to look at the GME filing as well. I know a lot of people want to know what's going on with that. I don't typically dive into GME's business on their filings. So
The shelf offering.
Yeah,
So it's not a literal.
It's not a lit market.
It's not yeah. So it's just shelf. So it's just preparing when they have a run up. You can just sell a few shares here and there.
He wants the right
Everybody
to be able to sell at any given point. Yeah, gotcha.
At any time, yeah. So and then everybody panics.
Yeah.
All the fun. It's just another excuse to bring it down. It's just we've been here before.
And I talked about this a little bit earlier. Go MCon. It's neither. It's a box to let you know that it's kind of where I think that price might break out of the wedge. Can't really say on this one. Over the last 3 days for the pattern, there's been falling price and falling volume, which is usually bullish.
A box.
Mm-hmm. But in this,
we're doing way better than GameStop.
Yeah. You know who likes boxes, right, Casey?
Mike Tyson?
No.
No.
Cat. Roaring Kitty likes boxes.
Ah, good one. That's a good one.
Justin Timberlake.
Well, yeah, maybe. You like boxes, Danny? Go ahead.
SNL skit.
Wait.
Only his mom's.
Casey.
Blank in a box.
Oh man, sorry.
Oh man,
That
you were
was
gonna
bad.
say something. I really interrupted.
What'd you say? What'd you say about my mama?
What?
Never mind. Move on.
Towels and change, man. I'm the man in the box.
Ooh, what about the naked emperor? You guys like that? The one with the
Mimes.
tweener?
Mimes like boxes.
Yeah,
What is that? What
the naked emperor?
What is that,
man.
emperor? Yeah, what is
That's
that?
like- yeah, that's the market. Like, oh yeah, we're strong in this and that, and then all of a sudden you realize he has no clothes. There's no money.
Oh jeez.
It's just air. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to be cryptic, like a roaring kitty. You know what I'm saying?
All the emperor, all he was missing was a gas pump.
Yeah.
So
And you get a little.
price movement that's happening right now is trending towards the top side of the wedge. Oftentimes, I feel like when that's the case, that price moves below the direction. So, like if trending is towards the top, then it might break to the bottom, kind of like a psych out. But again, because the volume and price analysis does not agree with this, it's very, very difficult for me to give you. If both of those were in agreement, like if I were to sit here and tell you that both the price and volume were falling and the trend analysis on this was pointing to the bottom side, then I'd be much more comfortable saying that it would break out to the top. But these are in non-agreement right now, so it's up in the air.
Well, I hope it comes to 366 so I can get my order filled. Yep.
You sound like the guys from Sesame Street. Yep.
Hey, I got to watch that now because of my daughter. So watch it there. See.
Yep.
Hey, I got one for you on live, man. If anybody's got kids, they know all about it. You ready? On 1, 2,
yeah, go for it.
3. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town.
And with that, I think I'm gonna go to break. There you have it, guys. I will. I'm gonna ask that you just go ahead and continue the songs while I'm gone, and we will have a. Oh no, wait. Oh no.
No.
My Stream Deck just shut down on me. Hold on a second here.
Stream Deck.
Man, it cut down. What the heck is going on here?
What is this? What are you talking about? Is this all pre-recorded?
Are you in a storm?
No.
Is this even pre-recorded? Are we live?
All right, let's see if this works here. There we go. Did that just work?
Ooh.
Oh, I like that.
There we go.
Did you see that? Did you see those pictures?
There. It's how I use a Stream Deck to switch between scenes and
X hamster links.
Shut
I think
down.
I saw a woman with big jugs.
Whatever.
I don't know.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah,
saw that.
Lies. Yeah.
Doug, your wife must be at work, huh?
Yes,
Or at the
sir.
store. She must be at the store.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Censor Content?
You already said hi to him.
No, I said what's up.
I didn't get
This man is obviously a psychotic.
I didn't get an applause when I came in.
You didn't?
No, I didn't get anything.
Are you sure? Are you sure you weren't? Maybe you just missed it.
Those days are over, Yucca. You have
I
fallen
know.
out of favor.
You
You're lucky you're even allowed to.
All right.
You were throwing
Here you go.
use
Yucky.
toilet paper.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Go. Nice one.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. That's my theme song. Why are you using it on here?
It is now. That is now your theme song. All right. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, I'm going to break. That's right. I forgot.
You what do you mean? You're coming back from
No.
Yep.
Boo.
I'm leaving for break.
break. Boo.
Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. Woo woo.
No, better make it a payday, and make it the chocolate ones. You know, the chocolate paydays. Yeah.
I'll give you a thick Snicker.
Let's see.
Right the pool.
All right, enjoy your break.
Well, enjoy your long break, Casey.
I think
Thank you.
You know.
Yeah.
While
no,
we sit here and wait for you, you know.
sounds good. See you guys back in a bit.
Keep it
Hey,
tight.
are you gonna leave us live? All right.
All right, Danny. Cue the music.
That means he trusts us. So everybody be on your best behavior.
Now what?
Apes together, strong.
No, don't touch that.
Should I hit the sell button?
Well, what I'm saying, but I'm gonna say
With
I
the
saw
knife.
what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
I was gonna
live.
say, I saw Planet of the Apes, so you guys got to see it. It's really good.
Oh yeah, tell us something about it.
No,
No,
I can't.
don't,
I can't. It's really good.
don't spoil it.
Come on, tell us. I
Nope,
dare
nope.
you.
Would you watch? Did you watch the old ones first?
No, I'm gonna watch.
Okay.
Any
I'll probably,
nudity?
in the winter, I'll probably watch the old ones then.
Is it recommended that we watch the old ones before this one?
Yeah, that's what he advised us to do. But
Even though we watched before, but do we have to refresh on them or something? Is there some like specific reasons, or is it just a refresh?
Just to
I
get
mean,
better
some people might,
context.
yeah, but I don't think so. I haven't watched them and I enjoyed it, so I don't know.
Okay, because I'm scheduled to go watch it, and I was like, well, wait a minute, now I have to go watch all the old ones. But I've seen them before. I just was wondering if I had to rewatch them to get this new version.
Well, it's kind of like Star Wars, crack. You know how they went backwards?
Oh, okay, I understand then.
Okay,
Yeah, so-
it's like the plot of the story. You got to watch it through.
Like, if you haven't watched any of them, the 5 old ones, and then like the 2001, and then like the 4, you know, then you might be a little bit whatever. But even then, it's still a great movie for it's a standalone movie in my opinion.
Nice.
So you're going to go to
Yeah.
get some wood? Are you just using your Jeep?
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, what'd you say?
I can't get a 4x. Can't get a 4x sheet of plywood.
Oh, you shopping or?
Just talking about putting the plywood up over the window and then wood so nothing hits it.
See.
You in a hurricane or something?
Where are
Did you
you
say that?
sticking your plywood?
We like wood. No. Ooh. Is this the bar?
Joel, just so you know, buddy, your comms aren't coming through real well.
I know.
Okay.
Oh.
Hey,
Well,
Pirate,
there's a
is it
reason for
raining
that.
by you?
We had the storms that hit Casey yesterday finally made their way east, hit our part of Florida late last night. It stormed for the duration of the evening.
Oh, okay.
And this morning it's blustery and windy, but for the most part it's cleared up.
Now they're
I'm
headed
getting
my
rain
way.
on the way back. Yeah,
Now they're headed
it's not,
your way.
it's not bad. but-
You demellow and catch it pretty soon. Tom.
All right, guys, I gotta go deal with the customer here. I'll be back on a little bit.
All right, later,
Oh
bro.
yeah.
Take
What are you
care of
gonna do?
business, man. Take care of business.
Yeah.
Film it.
GME's got some buyers stepping up. They got a big volume bump. Two respectably green candles on
Could be a bear trap.
Swim.
That could have been a bear trap, the earlier one when it dumped. I don't know. It was just nonsense.
Yeah.
Hey, can I speak a cautionary tale from what I experienced yesterday?
With what? With wiping your butt or just
No,
public subject?
No, so last summer, my family, a few people worked on, we felled 3 smaller trees, sort of medium, on our property. And then the neighbor had one in the front that was gigantic next to a light post, a city light post.
First of all, how big? Size of a beer can, size of a paper plate, size of a garbage can, size of a 55-gallon drum.
The tree or the light post?
The trees.
Oh, okay. Probably.
Your mom's butt.
It's hard to know. I don't.
Oh, come on.
I mean, there's a big difference between a tree the size of a tree that's about the size of a Coca-Cola can in diameter is a great deal different than a tree that's the size of, say, a tire in diameter.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like I guess like a trash can, big trash can.
Okay, right. That gives us something to trying to get a mental picture of these trees you're talking about.
Tree that's probably been there for like 25 years. You know.
Right. Okay. Well, that gives us an idea of how big the trees are. So what
So
happened?
the kitchen garbage can or like an outside garbage can?
I mean,
He's just being a dick.
probably like so. Imagine like 2 to 3 feet diameter. So like a big tree, right? A tree that
Yep. That's a full-size tree.
tree that my brother and I wouldn't have felled on our own. When he said they were going to take care of it, we thought they were going to get a professional. So they didn't. It looks like they probably had some family that came over and helped do it. So I come home from the Planet of the Apes, and I see my lamp. Well, it's mostly mine, but it's on theirs too. But it's like slanted forward towards the street, like about like a foot or so.
Yeah, they whacked it.
Yeah. So last night the light works, right? But they had to stick. I didn't even know this. So I was taking pictures, like, you know, I'm trying to do it without them really seeing me. But, you know, at some point I have to, like, whatever, right? So I went up to it. Look, they stuck 2 sticks to keep it upright. Like,
yeah, they think it made them feel good. And sticks ain't holding shit.
Yeah, and so it's like, you know, I'm in an HOA, so they're probably, you know, obviously gonna have to have like talk to somebody. But I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, do you know what I mean? Like you see someone else take a few trees down.
Can you put a rope on that and up high, and then maybe put a come along on it and ratchet it and stand it back up? If it's not too bad, sometimes you can stand it back up.
You contact your HOA and you say, "Who the hell cut down my tree?" and then it's not your problem anymore.
No, I took the pictures because we don't we have enough neighbor problems where people like report each other and stuff, so we're not gonna do that. But we took the pictures in case, you know, it comes up, you know.
And
sometimes if it's a really robust pole, really strong pole, you can pull a pickup truck up to it, put the bumper against it real gently, even put like a rubber tire between it or a piece of cold carpet so it doesn't scratch the paint on the pole, and just gently push it back up. So sometimes all it does is it's just pulled the whole pole over in the ground, concrete and all. Sometimes you can stand it back up and then kick some dirt down in that hole and you're good to go.
They might have done that.
Yeah.
But then I'm saying put two firm planks in the front of it where it was in the opposite direction of where it was leaning.
That's not doing shit. Yeah, they're trying to buttress it up. That doesn't do dick. It looks good. It ain't holding up shit.
No, I know what I'm saying is like that was last night, so you know.
I was gonna say it's HOA. Whoever touches it last owns it, so don't touch it.
Yeah. Yep.
I owned a tree company for 16 years. I got tree stories for days.
Well, and we offered. I said, "Do you need help? Like, I can cut off. We can maybe get a ladder and cut off like a branch or two or something, you know." And they're like, "No." So that was last year.
Yeah, you want to be real careful about getting up on a ladder with a chainsaw. There's no faster way to go to an emergency room.
Oh, I didn't say that you wouldn't. I mean, on some of the lower branches, you wouldn't have to use a chainsaw. I mean, that's what I did with the other trees. I cut like a bunch of them, you know, with a handsaw.
Yeah.
And of course, I went slow and everything.
The best thing is to use a machete and just start swinging it everywhere violently.
Oh no.
And call all your neighbors out to watch you. You'll definitely do a good job.
Yeah. It's crazy as I'd pay $100 to be there to see how they actually took it down.
Taking trees down?
You know how they took that tree down, like how they hit the post.
There's really only two ways. One is when you climb it. It's called high work. Go to the top and bring it down. Whether you go up in a bucket truck, but more often than not, bucket trucks don't fit in the backyards of homes for residential work. So you have what guys are called tree climbers. They use pole spikes and rappelling gear. They climb all the way to the top of the tree and then start cutting off little pieces and work their way down. The alternative, the fast money, is what they call the alternative is what they call dropping it, and that's where you have somebody who's got the skills. You walk up to the bottom of the tree, they cut a bed in it, a wedge, and they drop the tree in one piece in the yard. Sometimes you can use a throwing ball, which is a lead ball coated with rubber and a piece of light line on it. You throw it way up in the tree, and then use that to pull up a heavy, what they call a bull rope. And you can hook that to something like a bobcat or a pickup truck. You can kind of pull on the top of the tree to help guide it as a safety measure.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. I feel like they didn't use the rope.
That's just called a free drop. If you're going to free drop a tree, you're just going to cut it and drop it. You need to have skills. It's not.
I feel like, yeah, like we were very careful. We were like overly cautious because we don't have the skills. We're just doing it on our own. My brother has the skills, like he with the chainsaw, and we used rope and we cut as much of the tree off as low as we could, and very careful. And then I don't know. It's just felt like they were being reckless, and it's just a pain.
Did you see the technique? The guy, he would cut like I would say a rectangle size hole, and then
put a hinge in it. Makes it like a mortise and tenon joint. Yeah.
Yeah.
We never did any of that shit. That's all for video clicks. 20 years in the business, none of my guys ever did any of that foolishness.
Yeah.
Wait, Danny, what was it?
They got videos all over the internet how these guys are cutting. They're showing how you can do a plunge cut and cut a square out of the center of a tree, and then when you actually make the cut, it pivots down on it like a hinge on a door. But it's all just for show. The simple fact is, when you cut a tree down, if you take a wedge out of one side and then you cut on the back side, the tree pivots. That piece of wood that's in the middle that the tree pivots on, that's called a hinge. And that's what determines the direction of fall. It will, just like a door, when a door swings on a hinge, it can't swing any way it wants. It has to swing exactly in one direction.
Yeah,
As a general rule, if a guy's going to go up into a tree to trim a few limbs off, the hard work is getting up there. So if you're already up there, you might as well just whack the bastard down. So it's not real common that you'll see guys trim a few limbs and then climb down and cut the whole tree. Normally, a guy takes his ass to the top and he just burns it down. He just starts bringing pieces off as he descends. Then you might be left with a stick that's tantamount to like a telephone pole or something like that laying there in the yard. But that's when that falls, that's relatively safe.
What's up, KC? You back?
No, I think it's that error that keeps doing that, maybe.
Are we live on the back, or are we private back here?
It's still live.
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah.
We're now on full automatic in the hands of the computers.
Casey has that glitch sometimes where it has his announcement.
The single biggest tree we cut down was about a 300-year-old live oak downtown Pensacola. It was so big you could park a Melrose Bobcat behind it and you couldn't see it. I have a picture somewhere. Myself and 4 or 5 guys, we all climbed up on the stump and took our picture. It was big enough for like 6 guys to stand on the stump. Wow. A bank had bought a big piece of property right off of an exit ramp in downtown Pensacola, and it had 3 or 4 navel oaks on it, old heritage oaks. The people lost their minds. They had all the greenies and the tree huggers had called in and complained to the city. They took pictures of it and made the front page of the newspaper. They had some protesters try to chain themselves to the stump and all kinds of silly shit. I'll see if I can't dig that picture out one of these days and I'll post it in Discord for you guys. It's a big tree.
Mm. All right, if I just give
They grow real wide. They grow, 4 or 5 times wider than they do tall. Whereas the pine trees, they go straight up. Pine trees made up the bulk of but the greatest part of your tree care arborist activities in Florida is going to be around pine trees.
Just tell the protesters you had to cut that one, but you planted 10 more.
The pirate, I tell you, why the frustration is there too is last year they knew the tree was the problem, right? And instead of like slowly dealing with it or whatever, they like spent all their time landscaping their backyard. And then it feels like they took forever doing that, and then they rushed this. So it's, as long as it's not my headache, but it feels like it's my headache for at least right now. So
I'm just curious, what did they cut the tree down for? Was it dying, dead? Was it blocking light from the security light? Was it
dead.
Already starting to fall? Oh, it was dead already? Yeah, well then that's a safety issue then.
But what I'm saying is it was up. It was dead. They knew it was dead back in like
right. Yeah.
June of last year.
Yeah.
And
it's expensive. It's expensive work. The reason it's expensive is because it's dangerous. It's one of the I think it was rated the top 3 most dangerous professions in the United States. Our workman's comp was incredibly expensive. Like I said, I got tree stories for days. We were working at one time, and a guy got cut so bad that we had to bring a helicopter in to carry him off, medevac, because the traffic was backed up and they were afraid he'd bleed out before he got to the hospital. It's incredibly, incredibly dangerous. You're dealing with thousands of pounds, tons. You're dealing with chainsaws, gravity.
So, pirate, this person's more likely to pay for a professional to like work on their lawn, but not for a tree.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. And I wouldn't pay anybody to do anything with my lawn. But we had a tree that fell because of a storm, and we're like, this is too big for us to cut, so we had somebody cut it for us, and then we burned the stuff.
What most people fail to realize is gravity works. All things being equal, if you have a tree that's out in the middle of the yard, a blind man can walk up and stick a chainsaw in it and it's going to fall over. That's the easy part. Getting rid of all that is where it's about material handling. You have to get rid of tree limbs and the bulk of the wood. It all has to go to some place, and it has to be loaded. So you're either going to do that with machinery or with manpower, and it's laborious and it's expensive.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we had professionals come out and cut a tree that was already felled from a storm, right? If our tree had been near the light post like theirs, we wouldn't have even tried probably doing it on our own.
Well, people make mistakes, it happens every day. People try to do things, and I commend anybody who's got the hustle in them to try to do something for themselves. Shit happens sometimes. I promise you, just bumping a light pole and knocking it over a few degrees, it's not really a big deal in the grand scheme of things.
I get it. I don't know why it irritates me so much.
I've seen, I had my guys knocked a chimney completely off a house, just wiped that entire chimney out, a brick chimney. My guys we had a hurricane that came through and it pushed a bunch of boathouses partly, had them leaned over on an angle because they didn't collapse, but they were blown out a square. We were doing tree work around one of those, and my guys dropped a tree on the boathouse and pushed it the rest of the way into the canal. And my insurance man had to pay for an entirely new boathouse to be built. Now, mind you, the boathouse was already fucked. But it was on his insurance. But when those dumbasses that worked for me whacked it and pushed it in the water, then that made it my problem. So, like I said, I got some stories about trees and houses. So if you guys just if your neighbor just bumped a dusk to dawn light or a light pole, and Nobody got hurt. Nobody went to the emergency room. Nobody's house. You weren't like you guys were out of electricity all night long. Just chalk it up to somebody had a little mistake, and if they're willing to fix it. Look, we have an HOA here too, man, and I have no love for them. One of our things here is I've been here in this particular one for 10 years. They won't pay for anything quality. They half-ass everything. So they put the cheapest. We have gates, to open and close, security gates, and they put cheap, shitty gates in, and they're broken all the time. So they're constantly getting hit with these $1,000 repair bills for people to come out and work on them, and it's aggravating for me to see that. And so I understand HOAs and how that all that operates. Believe me. But
yeah, if they would have came up
tree
front
work.
and got the good gates, they wouldn't have to deal with that.
Right. Exactly. If they'd have paid for quality stuff to begin with, quality cheap doesn't always mean good. There's a difference between cheap and good. And,
Yeah.
But we've had people here run through the gates, hit them, come through and pull their campers in and not make the turn tight and rip them down. So we've had no shortage of people. We got so bad here, we finally put security cameras up so we could start making people pay for their own. You broke it, you fix it. So.
Hey, I'll be back, guys. My phone's about to die. I gotta charge it. Goodbye. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah. JMC was asking me about what kind of wind speeds we would shut down. Oh, we didn't shut down for wind. The only thing I shut down for JMC was lightning, and heavy rain. Even if it was a light rain, we had foul weather gear. We'd work in a misting rain or a little spitting rain. But as a general rule, wind didn't factor in for us.
You ever run into pigeons?
We ran into every kind of wildlife that you can imagine. Everything from beehives to snakes, squirrels, raccoons, you name it.
The reason why I'm asking is I've never seen a baby pigeon, and now I'm curious as if you have.
Oh, yeah. But pigeons don't normally roost in open trees. They like stuff like cedars or, decorative bushes, the kind of stuff like that.
What about palm trees?
Birds don't nest a lot in palms for whatever reason. We trimmed a lot of palms around hotels and places like that here. We had contracts, took care of thousands of trees. We'd get but we didn't see a whole lot of birds nesting here. So more often than not, you'll see squirrels. Squirrels, she'll build a nest just about anywhere.
Okay. We had this
32 vipers asking what time of year do you recommend trimming branches off a tree? If you go by a book, the winter time is good to do your pruning, viper. But I used to tell people it's better to trim the wrong time of year than to not trim at all. The biggest problem people make is they never trim their bushes or they never trim their trees. I'd rather see you trim them the wrong time of year than not trim them at all. But what's more important about what time of year is how you trim them. You don't just want to lop off limbs and leave a stub sticking out there where it looks like two vultures could land on it on a cartoon. That's called a stub out, and that's no good. That'll rot and die and fall off the tree, and it'll leave a void, a cavity, which weakens your tree's main body. What you want to do is you want to remove that limb right where it reaches the main part of the body. That's called a branch collar. Looks like a little bump, just a little tiny bump where the tree meets, or the limb meets the main body of the tree. And if you cut that just outboard, just a little bit on one side of that hump, leaving that little ring on the tree, that's called the branch collar. That will compartmentalize. That will grow completely over there and seal itself off. So more important to trim properly than to time the trimming. And I hope that's helpful to you, buddy.
Hey, Pirate, look at the picture.
What's that, buddy?
The picture in the back of the tramp.
Dude, that's hilarious. What the Did you put those there?
No, they did.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that tells me right there, people. That tells me everything I need to know right there. Yeah, that's not that big a deal.
That's going to hold it up, right, Pirate?
Sure. Yep. I'd leave that there forever. Yeah, like I said, we had that particular business. I started that one from scratch. Upon my return from the Middle East, the Desert Storm, I started the business with a borrowed credit card, and my wife and I operated that for 16 years, and then we sold it, and then they continued to operate it for a few more years after that, and then after that, I think they ended up selling everything off. I think he sold off the land and the equipment and converted it to some sort of grass cutting business or something. But no, that was a big part of our life for a long time. Hot, hard, miserable work. Florida, summertime, 90 degrees, full-size commercial chainsaw, hot, blowing fumes. It wasn't free money, I can tell you that. But it was one of those things. It was a skill. If you learned the skill and you learned the business, you could be incredibly profitable. Much in the same way the military changed my life, my time in the business world changed it as well. I'm a big cheerleader for small business, for mom and pop business, and for capitalism. It says the HOA kickback to friends contracts so they can overcharge and split the money up. HOA is a complete scam. That happens a lot, Robert. Sadly, you are not wrong there. You get board members, more often than not, it's a bunch of bored old people who don't have anything else to do and have an eagerness to be in charge of something or be in control for the first time of their lives, and they run buck wild. And part and parcel of that is paying people to do things in the HOA and paying them an exorbitant amount of money, and hiring friends. It's not too different than the way the rest of the government works, unfortunately. But yeah, you're right. That's why it's important always. It's good if you can, to this extent you want to participate, even if you don't want to sit on a board, it's important to make sure you vote somebody in that's at least a decent person. Try to keep some of that in check. At least that's how I've always viewed it.
Yeah,
look, I don't want to beat up on them too bad, man. They give of their time to sit on those boards, to have the meetings, to pay the bills, to keep everything running. I get that, but more often than not, it becomes some sort of a way for people to engage in activities that aren't necessarily nice, shall we say. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. You were going to say something there.
No, I was going to say that at the first opportunity, I'm probably planning to move out of the HOA. I just put up with it for so many years, and there's just when you look at
I have no desire. I have no desire to even be in subdivisions. I'm a country boy at heart. I like having a little space around me, but because of my involvement in real estate, more often than not, the deal dictates what I buy. So I was forced. When we made our selection for our personal home, we bought the same way we do for our real estate business. We bought out of foreclosure, and it came down to two houses that we wanted. One was a little bit too small, and one was a little bit too big. But the one that was a little too big was also in an HOA, but ultimately ended up being dramatically better on the financial end of it. So sometimes you find yourself in life in places which you wouldn't necessarily choose to be, but it's the right thing to do for the big picture. And that's how I ended up with an HOA.
I mean, that's the thing that HOA prides itself in, is trying to keep everybody's properties up for value, right?
Well, look, you got to be fair about it. I mean, they serve a purpose. My wife's been a real estate, not just an agent, but she's been a licensed broker for 20 years. And she'll be the first one to tell you that they do keep prices high. It maintains a certain level of quality in a neighborhood, because not everybody's pleased to see it. You know, people burning trash in a 55-gallon drum, or hanging a car engine from a tree, or all the things that go with it. I'm making just stereotypical jokes, of course, But it's like most things in life. There's a sweet spot in the middle, and I don't think most of them hit that. I think most of them, they become kind of a little bit on the control freak side, and that's unfortunate. But they do, I guess, overall, if you look at the total picture, the little bit of an inconvenience that they give people or the heartache is probably offset by it's virtually guaranteed that the money, it protects the money that well, as far as you're keeping the prices steady. .32 Viper. Talking about raising the canopy on those trees and having trimming done. If you're not in any hurry, Viper, it's to your advantage on the price to wait until the winter. Most tree companies starve through the winter. It's just the way it is. So if you can contract your work to be done, especially if you get around the holidays, because nobody wants people working around their house around Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving, all that. They'll do it the rest of the year. So those guys are usually pretty hungry for work at that point in time. So if you keep that in mind, sometimes you can save yourself a great deal of money. When I great deal of money, I'm saying like maybe as much as 40%.
So here's I understand there's the good points, but here's the bad point. So I'm pretty sure our neighbor, the one that lived there before the new one moved in, put in a hot tub, and that's against the rules, but they hit it well. So you know what I mean? And you can't have solar panels. There's a bunch of stuff you can't try to get around it until they can't.
I failed to. I missed your point. So what's your point?
My point is that some things, like, I'm not sure what you feel about that. Like, I think it's okay for someone to have a hot tub in their backyard, but our HOA doesn't allow for it.
Yeah. See, here's the thing, man. And there again, I don't care for HOAs, and I don't want to be seen in any ways to be cheerleading for them. First and foremost, when you buy a house in a neighborhood with an HOA, you do it with open eyes. It's not like they sneak up on you and shove these rules in your face. When you're driving around with your wife to look at a house to buy, and you buy one in an HOA, by law, they have to give you a copy of the covenants ahead of time. So if you go into it with open eyes and you buy something and they tell you before you even buy it, you're not allowed to put horses in your yard, then you can't move in and bitch if you want to have a horse. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you are in an HOA and it has rules that you don't like, then go down and engage in a process. My neighbor did it right here. He went around door to door and got people to sign a petition to have them vote on something that he wanted changed. Took it upon himself and he did it. And it's like a political process. They showed up, people voted, they passed the law, it was done, and it's part of our bylaws now. So even if there's something you don't like, you can have it changed. The problem, and this is just anecdotal evidence on my part, the problem is generally not with an HOA or the rules. It's usually you'll have a couple people in the neighborhood who are, I guess today they call them Karens or whatever. They just live to be pissed off. They look for drama. They're bored for whatever reason. And they're little, I guess they call them HOA Nazis. Those are the ones that run around. They're looking at every little thing and looking for something to be pissed off about. And so what happens is they bring their grievances to a board, and they find something that is technically within the letter of the law, against the rules. The board has no choice to act. They can't pick and choose. So they have to accommodate these bitchers and these whiners and these complainers.
It's just the nature of things. They can't pretend that she doesn't, or he doesn't have a grievance. So then you get into this whole thing of you have to enforce all the laws all the time, or you open yourself up to a lawsuit because it looks like you're showing partiality. But the important thing to remember is understand the rules. If they tell you you can't paint your house unless the color is approved, that's the rules. So you go in it with open eyes. But having said that, it's like I said, open. Generally with an HOA, it's prime hunting ground for those people who live to be pissed off. They can't wait every day to be mad, angry, or have something to fill some otherwise void in their life. And that's generally how it goes. And then it spirals out of control from there. You get neighbor on neighbor wars and all of that. But like I said, and a lot of this is subjective, dude. I'm not trying to beat up on your neighbor there or whatever, but one guy's fixer-upper car is another guy's pile of trash. You know, so they have HOAs around here where you're not even allowed to park on the street. You keep your car inside the garage or you'll get a ticket. Now, we don't have that where I live. You can park in your driveway. And actually, it's against the rules to park on the road where I live. But because we're crowded here, people still park on the road. And that's one of the things that they don't enforce here. But no, I'm with you. But just understand this, and I'll close my verbal diarrhea off with this. Most of the time, it's not the HOA or the rules that's a problem. It's some busybody. Somebody typed it in there earlier, Chi-Town Turtle. He hit the nail on the head. It's usually, you'll have 100 houses and one asshole. And that's all it takes, man. It's like I used to joke around. If you cook 5 gallons of jambalaya and you put a tablespoon of dog shit in it, you don't have jambalaya no more. And that's what happens. So sometimes what you can do is you can ferret out who it is, who the one is stirring the shit, and you go to war with them,
That's a crazy thing though, because then I've never reported anybody, right? But people might think that I'm reporting people because I'm just being cautious. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not the Karen. I'm the overly cautious person, Just want to become overly cautious because the people report me to the HOA so much.
Well, maybe, I don't know for sure, but maybe it's a little inspections in order. If you have many people who are bringing up issues with you, it's a possibility the issue might be you. And I'm not saying that's the case. I don't know enough about your whole situation, but if it's multiple people that you're getting that kind of feedback from, you're kind of stuck. They're saying we've come together as a community and we've agreed that these are the guidelines. We set these as the minimum standards. If you fail to abide by those, they're going to say there's either a financial penalty or you're welcome to move. So if it's one person who's just going around stirring shit, that's one thing. But if the majority of your neighbors have a problem with it, then there's a very real possibility that the problem lies with you. I don't mean to insult you. I'm just pointing out.
What I'm saying is some of the things are legitimate, right? But one person, that's the only dialogue you have with your neighbor is you report them to an HOA.
Well, that's an interesting subject because here's the thing: we used to have dogs that chased our cattle, and I'm not going to have stray dogs chase a mama cow with a calf inside her and a baby until or when it's giving birth and she's dragging the calf half out of her uterus. I'm not going to have a dog chase her to her death. So I do what any self-respecting rancher does, and I put an end to the threat. And me and Mrs. Pirate would talk for years over which is the best thing to do. Is it best for me to come tell you to keep your dog off my ranch? Or is it better for me to shoot the dog in secret and just bury it and be done with it? Now, if I come and tell you to keep the dog off my ranch, A, I'm the asshole now. B, if you choose not to do it and I shoot that dog and bury it, you're going to know that it was me. None of that goes good for me. And again, I'm just a guy with a mama cow who's got a calf hanging halfway out of her, trying to save the calf's life. You see what I'm saying here? Again, I'm not the guy who's going out looking to shoot neighborhood dogs here. I'm just pointing a scenario to you. Which one of those is better for the farmer? So some people might feel like I'm the kind of guy, if you live next door to me, I'm going to man-to-man you. I'm going to come up to you because I'm old school. I'm like, look, dude, you got to do something with this shit. Your beer cans are blowing into my swimming pool. And you and I could have it out like two men and achieve something there. But everybody's not like that. Most people are afraid of the combativeness. And in today's world where they resort to violence almost at a drop of a hat, most people don't want to engage in that. So they'll go in secret to the HOA because they can remain anonymous. So again, you got to decide whose side, who has the moral high ground. The person who comes to you and talks to you about it, or the person, it's some point in time. I see both sides of that. Some people say to themselves, I really want to remain on good terms with my neighbor, but I don't want his beer cans blowing into my pool. So in order for them to maintain the relationship, they get a third party to get involved in that. And it somehow, and I'm not saying that's what you should do. I'm just saying those are the different things that people consider.
I guess what I'm saying to Pirate is to try to be on good graces with my neighbors. There's things that I could report them on, but I haven't. Because I know, like, it's like throwing stones in glass houses, Like, they could throw more stones at my house probably than I can throw at theirs, right?
Then that's what you should. That's how you should respond. Just like you respond to me now when they send you a letter telling you your grass is too tall, send them a letter back and say, well, it's too tall at these other 4 addresses as well. So, but I think you're going to have a hard time. You're going to have a hard time making an argument saying, ignore the complaints about my house because I don't complain about anybody else. You're just not going to that's not going to work for you.
No, I mean, I addressed the things that were the problem.
Listen, you know the way you're going to handle this situation?
Which one?
The situation with your neighbors.
The tree or
HOA and everything. No, just everything, all the issues, right? You're complaining about issues, right? About responding one way, then throwing rocks the other way. You know how you respond to all this?
How?
Is 2 weeks from now, we're going to mow ass, and you're just going to move. Simple as that.
Problem
right?
solved.
Think positive. Just think positive. In a year, in a few months or weeks, you're going to have the money to change your life.
Yeah, that's the plan. I just like to talk about social things. So,
look, man, I'm not here to defend HOAs, buddy. I'm telling you, I've been to war. We've been here 10 years in this particular place, and we have been to war with our HOA no fewer than probably 3 times over shit. Where and I was victorious every time, and it was bad. I'll give you one example. Was we lived 2 doors down from the community swimming pool, boathouse, and all that. They've had for 20 years. They've had a rule that the place gets shut down at 8 o'clock unless you're having a special event, and then it's like 10 o'clock. But they wanted a bunch of them here bought boats. There's a boat pier there, and they wanted to pass a law saying that it could be open 24 hours a day. Well, I didn't sign up for that shit. Now, I don't live next door to it. I'm 2 houses removed, but it's still close enough. I didn't buy a house next to a commercial piece of property where there's drinking and hooping and hollering 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, we had to go to war over it. And it was like, listen, yes, there's a swimming pool there. Yes, there's a common area, and there's a boat dock there for the entire community to use. But that's different than the homeowners who live on the water and have a boat dock, because they would make an argument, well, you can use your boat dock 24 hours a 7 a day. And I was like, yes, that's correct. But when you have a building and a boat dock that has the availability to be used by, say, 100 families, and you want to turn that into a 24-hour 7 availability, and all the drinking and the hooping and hollering and the big engines and the outboards running, now you don't have a community center, you have a boat launch. You have, and like I said, who in their right mind would buy a house next to a place like that? So you have to, when those things come up, you have to take a stand. And on that particular issue, it almost come to lawyers. But I was able to make a logical argument to them that they were going to lose, and not only were they going to lose, but I was going to make a bunch of money off of them, and they were going to pay the bill. So they capitulated. But like I said, you pick and choose your battles. If you think there's something that your HOA is doing it's harmful to you, then there's laws. You take action against them or whatever. But I hate them. I'm a control freak. I don't want anybody in control over me. I'm the guy that I like to pull the strings, not the other way around. So it's tough for me to live in a place with an HOA. They told us one time we had a storm blow down our boat dock, and I take that back. We bought a boat lift. It's like an elevator that picks boats up out of the water, and we hadn't gotten around to building the boat pier yet. So I had the boat stuff stacked next to my house, neatly prepared as materials ready for the project. And we got a letter, real nasty letter, saying we had 10 days to get rid of all the trash the scrap metal piled up by my house. It's a $5,000 boat lift. I was like, so I move it. The rule says it can't be stored there, so I move it. So I have no love for HOAs. I'm with you, but you just got to pick your battles with them and act accordingly. Welcome back, Casey.
Howdy. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt here. Are you done?
No, we're just killing dead air. We'll talk about HOAs and how much fun it is to be in some of these places.
Yeah.
The stereotypes that come along with HOAs, and some of the good side too.
I mean, there's good sides and bad sides to HOAs. It depends on how active they are. I feel like if they're really super, I mean, the one I'm living in right now, I hate. I can't stand the one I'm living in right now, but I've been in worse, so it can be good and it can be bad.
So, Katie, I mean, just a really simple thing. I'll keep it quick. If you're in an HOA and you have loud parties at midnight, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then you're the one reporting other neighbors for other problems. I just feel it's just like the awareness factor. That's what I'm trying to put at.
Is there an HOA? Is the HOA limit on what time you can have parties till?
Sure, there are. Almost all of them have it in their boilerplate.
10 p.m. is noise out.
Quiet hours. Yep.
Yeah. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. or something like that. Yeah.
And you have Casey. They have a decibel. Ours has it written in how many decibels at how many feet. And then there's also county laws that say every county has noise ordinances, and it's generally what somebody can hear with a naked ear from 200 feet. And if you can hear it, and that's kind of
most of them
loose and fast there.
Most of that's what I guess that's what I was trying to say was most of them do they're based off of county ordinances.
Absolutely.
And so I mean, I don't really consider that to be anything above and beyond what the county already, county or city is already suggesting. So I don't really count that. But I guess what I was trying to say is does yours have a noise ordinance that's above and beyond what the county or state has, or not city? City is what I meant to say.
You mean more restrictive?
Yeah, more restrictive than that, because I don't personally think I've ever lived in an HOA that's had something that's more restrictive than what the city or county specifies.
No, they usually go lockstep.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. My argument was just that I'm just trying to say people like to report other people, but they don't look at what things somebody might report them for. Generally.
Yeah. Well, I have.
Well, first of all, let me ask you this: how do you know they haven't been? How do you know they haven't been? I mean, unless you have a wiretap or you're going through their mail, you have no way of knowing what your neighbor has been notified of. Absolutely none. They don't send out a notice. They're not going to give you a CC and connect everybody on your website and say, by the way, yesterday we sent Pirate a naughty boy notice for a keg of beer on his boat dock.
If you request that, though,
no way for you to know.
If you request that, aren't they supposed to give you that documentation though of like who they've sent out notices to?
Nope.
Oh.
It can be anonymous.
Oh, okay.
That's the whole idea, and that's why people use it, because they don't want to be the bad guy. Like, look, man, I like KC. I don't.
No, not from
KC's.
Not from the complainant, because
my pool.
they have to report on like how many fees that they've collected from fines that they've issued and stuff like that.
Yeah, if it comes to that, but usually they don't collect a fee. Usually you get a threat. There's a long ways between the first complaint and collecting monies. It doesn't happen that fast. Normally it starts out with you getting a letter that pisses you off that tells you need to paint your mailbox.
Yeah.
And then if you don't paint your mailbox, then you're going to get another letter, and then they're going to have another meeting. So,
is somebody doing plaster at your house?
Mrs. Pirate has what's tantamount to a lint brush.
Oh,
but
that's cool.
She said, "Oh my God, I can't believe you hear that."
Is she painting?
And she uses it to try to fish the dog hair off of my love seat and couch.
Oh, that's okay. That's cool.
Diesel asses up the furniture, and you can imagine the white fur. So it's a never-ending battle here. That's what you heard.
That's cool. All right. Well, shall we do some numbers? You mind if I change the subject and move us off to numbers?
Absolutely. We're just sitting here killing the dead air time.
All right, cool. Let's see here. So, by the way, before I do move into the numbers, remember I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. There's some cool kind of stuff that's floating out around there right now that I kind of want to talk about, but I don't want to talk about at the same time. So if you ask me questions about it, I'll probably talk about it, but I really like to not talk about it. Just if you know what I'm talking about, you'll know. So the other portion to that is what was the other part? Oh yeah, I went to go look at the GME share offering that they have in their 8K filing. And I have not had a chance to go through it all yet. There's a lot there. So you're going to have to give me some more time. I might even need over the weekend to do it because I doubt I'll make it through it all and even my next break. So, and I do need a little bit of time to myself during my breaks to like eat and stuff like that. So having said that, let's move on to these numbers and take a look and see what we got going on here for exchange traded volume for the day today. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 54.18% going through off exchange. EDGX is 11.49. The combined total on that 65.67%, or about 2.67% higher than what I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 13,717 shares. That is obviously not over the 30K that gets me excited. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 26,384. That's getting really close to breaking the 30K. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow on AMC has not changed in the last hour, and there's about 300,000 shares sitting there with a 6.27% fee, according to IBKR. There was 852,000 shares returned today on Ortex an hour ago, and it's now 576. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 14.86%. Cost per borrow ends at 5.84, average is 7.61, and max is 11.08. Shares on loan for the day is at 89.85 million shares. That's approximately 7.88 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating that about 2.83 million of that was in short interest that was returned. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $5 strike. With 61.9 thousand contracts in volume, it's now 68.9. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. There was 28.2 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 31.2. Market suggesting a closing price between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at what's next. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME has slipped down to the second highest spot here, but look at that beautiful, sweet looking buy to sell ratio on GME, 64.19% buys to 35.81% sell ratios. Good buy paper hands. AMC is still on the list here. We are falling down a little bit further down the list here. We are in 8th position with a 56.73% buy to 43.27% sell ratio. Not as smooth of a buy-sell ratio as GME, but part of the reason why GME, and we've seen this on plenty of occasions, people tend to buy when price is going down and sell when price is going up, and so right now AMC's price is kind of hovering in the middle, so we're not really getting much of either. It's just kind of even keel, whereas GME's price has been dropping, so there's more buyers coming in. People looking to reduce perhaps maybe their entry point. MMRI was 286.02 an hour ago. It's now 286.77. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.402 and is now currently at 0.405. Not much of a change. NASDAQ, currently down 0.12. Dow Jones is up 0.13. S&P 500 is down 0.03. We have 2,854 advancers to 2,738 decliners. The market is more declining this hour than it was an hour ago. Sectors that are performing well for the day today. Best sector is energy, followed by materials. Worst two sectors are technology, followed by consumer staples. Of the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions, plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change, will get a shout out from yesterday's closing price. Coinbase up 4.85. Stank of California up 4.06. And that's about it. Gold is up 1.49, and where are you going, gold? Trending up. Silver's up 4.77, trending up. There's been a lot of talk about where these are moving right now, and why the market's not doing the opposite, and there may be a delayed effect going on. We may be witnessing the first moves just prior to big moves in the marketplace. So the money might be shifting. Ethereum Classic is up 4.03% and trending up. The US dollar is breaking even for the day today, and it does appear to maybe have found a bottom at around 104.39. Let me just back out of this just a tad bit. I mean, the overall trend is still down and has not broken that trend as of yet. However, it's getting there. Oil is up 0.22 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.31 to 0.39 and trending down. SPY is down 0.01 and consolidating. VIX is down 2.17, trending down at 12.15. Futures suggesting it should be around 12.83. The futures are not moving, but the VIX is going down. VTI is down 0.02, consolidating. VB is down 0.11, consolidating. Real quickly, I want to go back to the SPY for just a second here and just look at the volume real quick. 22.63 million shares traded so far for the day today. On a pace, 234 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for about 37.71 million shares traded on the SPY. So if it does close up today, it's going to be on super low volume. But I would expect to see something similar as yesterday, where we see a bunch of selling volume that kicks in at the very end of the day. Sorry for going backwards on that, but I just wanted to check it out. Tesla is currently up 1.46. It did find a little bit of a peak and is starting to trend back down. Amazon is up 0.39, trending down. Cinemark is down 1.99, trending down. Doge is up 3.05, trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.09, trending up. GME is down 25.23, consolidating. HYMC is up 3.87, trending up. NCMI is down 1.4 and is slightly trending down. Hood is up 11.62 and slightly trending down after a trend upwards. AMC is down 1.72 and is consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day. I can't speak. $6.9 million more inflow than outflow. Close enough, whatever. 69, get it? 74.59 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 235 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for 123.78 million shares traded by the end of the day today. My volume predictions have been off this entire week. I'm still trying to get this down, guys. Give me a chance. I'm going to probably go back after this weekend and take a look at some of the data that we had this week and see if I can't figure out why I'm getting volume predictions so far off, because I used to be a lot better at this when we were trading these kind of volumes before. But I'm not doing a good job now because I had 200 to 250 this morning. So give me a chance to kind of analyze the data a little bit and see if I can't come up with a better method of being able to figure out where price is moving to. On a 4-hour time interval, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.55, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.25, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.34, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, a lot of whipsaw going on here, and you can obviously see it in price movement here, just kind of hovering right there at that Bollinger Band that I got set up there, and smack dab right in between our synthetic price failure of 437 and the reset of that synthetic price failure at 480. So we're looking at a lot of whipsaw going on here, but currently more buying pressure than selling pressure on our side at 50.37, which is right smack dab in the middle. The market is not sure where it wants to move this price. But we are getting to the end of this wedge. I apologize for the screen being kind of gray, but that's where my box is, and we're going to have to put up with it for the end of the day, or I can just swing it out of the way, and I'll leave that up to you guys that are in the back of the Big Tramp to let me know what you want me to do with that. I yield it to you guys.
You can swing it any way you want, Casey.
Really? No, I can't. Yeah, Petra says your box is great. I guess I could, you know what I can do is I can do this. Hold on a second. I know what I can do. I can just, I can lighten the amount of, I think, yeah, hold on a second, right here. I can just lighten it up quite a bit so it's not as prevalent. Well, that didn't help. That didn't really seem to change anything. Let's try maybe, so you said gray, it's actually white, but maybe if we did try a different color, it might be a little bit better like that. Maybe if I did make it gray, that's not so bad. That's a little bit better. Crypto Lovers, Crypto Addicts says, is this condo chat or AMC stock chats laugh out loud? Well,
you're welcome to join us in the back of the Big Tramp, and it can be whatever topic you want.
I seeing as how crypto is like all over your name.
Exactly.
Do you really care if it was AMC? I'm just curious.
Man, I don't know. I catch some hate today. I'm not going to name names, but I got a DM, a direct message from somebody who just carved me from asshole to appetite about how we should just shut up back here and be quiet. I'm like, damn. I'm like, okay, man, I'm sorry. Dead air works. Casey goes, take a break for 45 minutes. We can listen to the crickets. But they're never willing to come in themselves and add. They're willing to shit all over us or say nasty things. But then when you say, well, good to Link from KC and come in and tell some financial stories or tell a bank story or give us your thoughts on anything. Roaring Kitty, it's nothing. There's an excuse. They'll have a whole long line of excuses how they can't. But then they're willing to be nasty and shitty to somebody else who's trying to help. I don't get it, man. Some people aren't happy. They're not happy unless they're unhappy, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Do you see any messages in the chat that said like change the topic?
Yeah. So you
get it, man.
Do you remember watching Dumb Money and then DFE or Roaring Kitty, whatever you want to call him, Keith? Let's just call him Keith, shall we? Keith sitting there and he's like doing his stream and he keeps getting this like guy that's heckling him over and over and over. And then in the later portion of the movie, he figures out that it was his brother that was giving him shit the whole time. I was like, oh man, that's like priceless. I thought that was probably one of my more favorite parts of that whole movie. I was like, damn. I can only imagine. So I don't know. Sometimes I say like, piss in the wind. If you don't like it, there's lots of other places to go. You don't have to be here. You can hit a dislike on my behalf if you want to. It doesn't matter one way or the other.
I read through a lot of it. I always, in the old days, like a year or so ago, it was always when the stock was way down. If we were getting to where things look kind of bleak or dark, I'd see people starting to lash out, and I'm smart enough to realize that that's all born out of anxiety or fear, and they're looking for their kettle is they're at their boiling point, and they're looking for a punching bag.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate, but I have noticed a correlate. I know correlation doesn't equal causation, but I have noticed that there's a definite uptick in the pissies and whiners and complainers and those who wish to control others or in anything. You can see that snake rears its head on days. It's never when things are like the other day when we're up 80%. It's all hugs and kisses and pats on the back.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Oh. Bruno just let himself in, I think, maybe. Oh, no. Okay, Melissa let him in. Never mind. No, I forgot to let him in. Well, did I leave it open enough for him to open it?
I don't recall.
Okay, no. I thought I did. Sorry. dog issue. Did I tell you guys Bruno's wearing a cone? A shame. Did I tell you that?
Yeah, and he runs into the wall.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I did.
Shame off for it. Did he have a procedure or something?
No. So apparently he had allergies, and he decided to lick himself bald. I don't even know how that's possible, but he did.
Oh, and then they keep going. Yeah. No, it happens.
Yeah.
It's like a nervous tick.
Yeah, and he licked it. He licked his back end raw, and so I took him into the vet. They gave him the cone of shame. They gave me some medication to give to him, and he's got to have it on for 2 weeks, and we're getting close to it gets to come off on Monday. And I'm like, you don't know how.
Growing back.
No, but the spots that he licked that scabbed over and everything are pretty much back to normal.
Up.
Yeah.
Good. That's good. Yeah.
But they shaved him. So he's got these 2 bald spots on his backside that look hilarious.
Hey, just curious. Did he have any did he have any fungal or skin issue or?
No, they said they didn't see any of that at all. They thought they would check for that, but they didn't see anything at all. So they checked it under a microscope, I guess, but found nothing.
Yeah, Diesel does it. He does it as a nervous tick, and Sandy will have to chastise him. She's trained him. She can snap her fingers and point sternly at him, and he'll quit. But if we don't say something to him, it'll end up with the same results. It's not. I don't think it's uncommon.
Anyways, I've got my aunt and uncle coming over from out of state to come and visit this weekend. So I'm gonna be tied up spending time with family. So if you guys don't see me around in the back of the big tramp like usual or anything like that, then you'll know why. I'm gonna be making sure I spend. I hardly ever get to see this aunt very often. She's the sweetest person in the whole wide world, and she is an ape, by the way. Yeah, I know, right? She's been holding for a long time too. Let me tell you. And it was funny because one time she called me up and she's like, "Should I add more? Should I add more money into this?" And I told her, I told her the same rules I've got on here, and I told her, I was like, any money you don't have a need for in the foreseeable future, it's up to you. It's your choice. But yeah, she's an ape holding on to AMC, and so I'm sure she's gonna show up here and she's gonna be like, "What the heck?" I'll be like, I don't think she listens to the live stream at all, but she does hold. Yeah, I don't think she listens to it, Petro, so no worries. Yeah, but they're coming from out of state. They're coming from Oregon. They're driving all the way from Oregon down here. It's kind of crazy. I had some more questions about the TikTok from Roaring Kitty sent my direction, just so you guys know I did see it. Again,
tell us about it.
No, I'm just gonna. All I'm gonna say is I think that regardless of whether it's him or not, I know why I'm here and why I hold what it is that I hold.
Correct.
Right. So and I'm not trying to take away from him or anything that he may be involved in doing or saying. I'm just saying he would want it that way, right? Like I feel like he would legitimately, like, when his voice was taken away for GME, I bet that was absolutely killing him because he wanted to be able to say things. And I think the one thing that he probably would have wanted more than anything was for people to know that he was still holding his position, right? Like, I'm still holding. Know that first and foremost. I'm still holding my position. But he couldn't say anything. And so people had to guess, and they were like, they didn't know which way to go, one way or the other. And I think that's why I've spent so much time telling you guys you have to have your own convictions. Your convictions for being a part of this play have nothing to do with anybody else's convictions but your own. You can't be holding because of somebody else or because of anything else other than your convictions. And that's it. That's what you need to go based off of. Because if you don't have that solid foundation of believing in what it is that you hold in, then you're just you've built your house on sand, and it's just going to get torn down by the first hurricane that comes rolling through. It's got to be more than that. So his voice or not, one way or the other, I know what I hold. But it sure is cool if it is him. I think I'll say that. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, in my case, I don't have any way to look at those tweets or anything because I don't have a Twitter account. So I always get third-hand, I guess, information, right?
Oh man, I was playing.
I can easily join, but
no, I was playing them, and now I didn't. Now I feel bad that I'm not playing them because you don't have any other way of seeing it unless I play it here.
No, and it's easy to make, and it's easy to make an account and everything. But it's just I'm not one of those people that puts my information out there on Twitter, but a bunch of people are posting it on YouTube, so I watch it that way. I'm not getting the full versions, obviously, but that's why I ask. Sometimes it's nice to hear you talk about certain things because it's just information that some people might not be getting because I'm not getting.
Yeah. I want to. I said I wasn't going to share this.
I know. Sorry, I put you on the spot. You don't have to. So, pirate.
Hold on a second here. I was debating whether I wanted to share this or not. I'm just gonna flash this on the screen for a second. I said I didn't want to talk about it, but I've kind of brought myself to it.
I don't feel like going any deeper down this rabbit hole either, but I don't feel like typing anymore. But for the person I'm communicating with, just take it up with KC. From here on out, just leave me alone. Get with KC. Just do me that favor, and we're good here. Get with KC. That's all I can ask you to do.
Just put that up there. Okay, enough of that.
Yeah, I've seen that floating around, but I don't know what that means, right?
You missed it. You need to go back and look at it again and read it all.
Okay, hold on.
Spaghetti Masta says, "Did you play the new Dune teaser trailer?" Unfortunately, I can't play trailers. Spaghetti. I actually, there was a point in time where I thought it would be really fun while I was on break to just play a bunch of like movie trailers and have those up, and then I got a big old like takedown request from I guess I would imagine the producers of the movies or whatever. I don't know, the distributors of the movies, I guess. And so I can't do that because I thought, oh, what a great idea, because AMC actually has their own YouTube channel that plays nothing but trailers. And I thought, oh, I'll just put that on while I'm gone and people can watch trailers while I'm gone. What a great thing to do. And yeah, so apparently I can't do that.
I just read it. That's awesome. That's all I can say.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, so I tweeted out something for that. Just letting the universe know I got it.
Oh yeah, Casey's got it.
I got it. Whatever. No. Derek, good afternoon. $12:42. We got just a little bit more time left here before we take a look at numbers again. Let me just check something really fast on news. What do we have for economic reports today? Hold on a second here. What was today supposed to be? Today is Friday. Oh, we had... I didn't cover this yesterday, and I meant to. Initial jobless claims reported out some numbers. The previous amount up there was 232. The expectations or the median forecast was 221, and it came in at 222. So initial jobless claims were down, and they anticipated to be down even further than what it was, but it wasn't. It was off by about 1,000, a little bit higher. Housing starts 1.2 million previously. The expectations or the median expectations were 1.4, and it came in at 1.36. So it is up, but not as up as much as they thought. Let's see what else here. Yeah, I think that's about it. And then let's see. Looking to see if there's any new current news on AMC, and I don't see anything except for the. I think it looks like 22 hours ago that Renaissance Technologies LLC, the quantitative fund founded by late Jim Simmons, loaded up on shares of AMC apparently. Somebody's making some money. Let's see here. We're sitting right around 450. Go figure. I don't think anybody would have anticipated that, considering the fact that Max Payne for the week was 450. Y'all on the back of the big tramp are quiet. It's okay. It's so weird. Let's see here. Preacher. If you can hear me, Preacher, I know you can always. I know you can't always respond, but if you get this, I sent you a DM in Twitter this morning. There was something that you had tagged me on, and I sent you back a reply. Apparently, whoever it was that you tagged me on has got me blocked or something because I couldn't read what it was. So, if you wouldn't mind sending me a screenshot of it, it'd probably be easier for me to be able to see that. Ariel says, "Are we going to be joining forces with GME?" That's what I think he's suggesting. I don't know anything about that, but I mean, I think a lot of investors have really wanted to see AMC and GME kind of get together. I feel like, I mean, if GME wanted to remove or minimize their storefront capacity, I feel like every single movie theater's got enough room for a GameStop in it. To be honest, like I feel like every single one of them's got like a big portion of the front lobby area.
We spoke at length. We talked about that at length about a year ago.
Yeah, and then they could sell like movie
really good ideas.
Gear,
good ideas came out of it.
Games there. I mean, think about the kind of game sales that kids would want to pick up after seeing, especially if there's a game that like comes out in regards to a release of a movie. There's been tons of times where we've suggested that, like GameStop and AMC could collaborate together to become a force. I would love to personally see it happen as an investor, but if it doesn't happen, that's okay too. I can understand that maybe it's it's just not in their best interest or it wouldn't work out. But I sure would like to see that. I think they're both great companies. I think GME's. I think what GME can accomplish business wise. And especially when in the gaming industry, like if they were to start bringing gaming into movie theaters and somehow incorporate that into GameStop as well, there could be like a match made in heaven right there, where you have like an entire. I mean, there's just millions and millions of dollars that are out there in the gaming industry that could be sucked up by a company. So I don't know. Yeah, Roadrunner says, I said that a long time ago, and GME could benefit from it from the foot traffic. Absolutely. But that's things that the CEOs have to get together and talk about and see if that's something they're even interested in doing. I don't know if they. I feel like I've heard Adam Aaron say that before, that he's talked with Ryan Cohen. I think at least once. Maybe they discuss things. Who knows? Anthony says, imagine a Madden tournament on an AMC big screen. It would be freaking awesome. It really would. I told you guys earlier, for my 16th birthday, we had a Super Tecmo Bowl party.
You're a lady boy. You were writing that.
Get out of here. And then and so you can rent movie theaters out. I think I paid for Melissa's 40th birthday, I rented a movie theater for our family to go watch her favorite movie, which was Forrest Gump. And I think it cost me like $120 or $150, somewhere between $120 $150 to rent the entire movie theater for us to all go have our own private screening of Forrest Gump. It was really cool. It was awesome.
Very cool.
For how many hours? Just
the whole movie.
Just for the movie?
Yeah, the movie. It was great, but it's more expensive now. I think the reason I got such a good deal back then because it was post-COVID, and AMC was trying to make more money, or they were just trying to make any money. But now I think it's a little bit more expensive. But when you look at what it costs and what you get per person for each seat, it's really a smoking deal. If you can fill up the theater with people, ask everybody to pitch in $5 or something like that, and it really won't cost you much out of pocket. If you could get everybody to pitch in $5 and do if you had like a 16-year-old birthday party where, it's Madden on the screen, holy crap, that would be awesome. That'd be like the best birthday ever.
The best
birthday.
Oh, I knew you were going to catch that, Yucca. I knew you were going to catch it. I just started counting. He said that word, and I was like 3.
The best
1.
birthday ever.
You, Yucca.
The best birthday ever. Best birthday ever. Totally.
He said I filled it in automatically where it says the best birthday ever. Yeah, but you only had one breast. I don't know.
Oh, Richard said, Casey, you meant her 20th birthday. That's right, her 20th birthday. She's laughing in the background.
What do you think about this saying? This is the second time somebody has told me this saying this week. The money you need is cursed. What do you think about that?
The money you need is cursed?
Yep.
It probably means that
I've never heard it before. That's a new one for me.
I don't know.
I thought I heard all the old timey sayings, and I thought I knew them all. That's the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah, and I'm like, this is the second time I've heard it. I heard on Wednesday I heard that, and then today I heard it. Somebody told me that, and I'm like, the second time. What the?
Somebody trying to sound philosophical.
Somebody's trying to tell me something. Don't. Is it the same thing? Don't put money that you need right away or something like that. Is that what they're trying to tell me? Don't play with money. What is it called?
All right,
Don't
so
use money.
I'm gonna pull a Danny. I'm gonna pull a Danny on you here.
All right, go.
ChatGPT says moral ethical warning could be one possibility. This could be a cautionary statement suggesting that the money in question is associated with unethical or immoral actions. For example, if the money was obtained through illegal activities, deceit, or exploitation, it might be considered cursed because it brings negative consequences or guilt. Consequences of wealth, it might imply that the pursuit of this money will lead to negative outcomes such as stress, loss of relationships, or a change in character. The curse here is metaphorical, highlighting the potential downsides of prioritizing money over other values. Literary or supernatural context. There's 4 of them. This is the third one. In more literal sense, especially in stories or folklore, money can be considered cursed if it is believed to bring bad luck or misfortune to its possessor. This idea is often found in tales where money is linked to curse placed by someone who was wronged or in situations involving supernatural elements. Person or psychological aspect, it can also refer to the personal struggles and internal conflicts that come with the need for money. The curse might represent the anxiety, desperation, or negative impact on one's mental health due to financial stress. I kind of feel like it's that last one. Like if you need the money for something, it's going to bring you stress of some sorts because you need it, I guess, right? Like if you need it, if you're relying on it, then it becomes a stress on you because
And it's a little bit of transference, because then really it's the need. It isn't the money. It's whatever you need the money for that's creating the stress.
Right.
The money's just a mechanism of it. I don't know.
Right.
I find it interesting that so many people put forth all these theories and philosophies, and they've never had any real wealth. Like, how can you speak about something that you have no practical experience in? I guess what they're doing is observations of how others have been affected. Maybe.
I think it goes hand in hand with more money, more problems. I think that's what it goes hands in hand with.
Okay. And then yesterday I was driving around, and thoughts come into my head, and and I was thinking, I wonder why I haven't I haven't gained wealth or whatever. I wonder if it's because I help more because I'm in my situation at the moment, meaning like I know how it feels to not have money. I live in the area where there's not a lot of money. There's homeless people, and I'm available to help them because I understand how they feel. So let's say I was to get $1 million, let's say Moaz. Am I going to move to a rich area, get away from people? I don't want to know anything about it. Most likely I might move far away, right? And who am I helping at that? Do you get me, Casey? Is this mic on?
Yeah, I got you. It's like the only time you've ever not been interrupted.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, am I more helpful now? Is that why?
Because you don't need it?
I am where I am.
Do you need?
Because do I need what?
Do you need money right now?
No.
Okay, what I'm trying to get at is if you're in need for money right now, and you're still willing to give, then maybe it's not cursed for you, right? Because you don't need it.
Yeah, I always give. I mean, I don't like to brag about anything. I usually keep it all silent to myself.
Yeah.
I went to Dunkin' Donuts on Monday.
I like to keep it all to myself, but on Monday.
No, yeah, I'll tell you about it. Just because
Okay.
maybe I shouldn't. Never mind.
Yeah, it's cursed, man. You don't talk about it. It's cursed if you don't.
I'm not gonna talk about it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't like, and I've done this.
You did what you did,
No.
and
one of the ways, Yucca, that you can help your community. Probably the single biggest thing that you can do to be a benefactor, if you will, just give somebody a job. Give a guy a job that can show up and work, give you an honest day's work for 5 days a week. Give him a paycheck that he can take home and spend as he feels, whatever he wants to spend it on.
Yeah.
That money will travel 100 times in your neighborhood, and it starts with you. So if you want to do something for your neighborhood, give a guy a job. Build a business strong enough to where you can hire somebody, even if I don't know who it is, a young buck, an old retiree, or somebody in the prime of their life. But I'm just, I'm a big lover of capitalism and small business. And I'm not a hard-hearted prick. I do have a soul, despite what people might think. You can give a lot to a community. You think about it. If 5 or 6 people every Friday goes to the bank and cashes a paycheck that your trophy company provided for them, you want to give to your community, build something real that's a pipeline. And that's what I would suggest that you strive for. But then again, I'm just a drunken pirate.
No, I agree with that. And yesterday I was thinking about that. I was like, I'm not gonna, I want to get away and I want to have time for myself when all this hits. But maybe that's why a lot of us want to do that. Like, right? We want to take a break. But then I know Casey has said, right? We got to help. What are we going to do? We're going to charity, build a foundation, to give back. That makes sense. I still want to give because, it's the right thing.
Be careful taking your break in the middle, Yucca. This is just your old friend, Drunken Pirate. Your first 20 years of your life, you're but a child. The last 20 years of your life, you're like a child again. So all things being equal, you get the 40 years that's in the middle, and those 40 years are fleeting. You can break it down like technical analysis. There's exactly so many paychecks in that 40 years, or so many days that you can go out and make it happen. So the only thing I would caution you on is people talk about taking a break or sabbaticals or whatever. Understand that you have a finite amount of sand in that hourglass. Always keep, and you're in the prime of it when you're in the middle. Never
Right now,
forget that.
I'm 45. Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah,
you're in the
that's-
prime, man. You're right in the fucking sweet spot. So
Yeah, that's hitting me right now.
you're my brother. I would tell you, now's not the time to pull back. Now's the time full throttle.
Oh,
If
yeah.
anything, you want to go the opposite direction, because tick-tock, and the clock and the calendar is a vicious taskmaster in life.
I literally
Oh, yeah.
feel that hitting me right now, Pyro, where it's like, like I've got to gotta make things start happening right now, and if I
You're
don't
closing on
start,
the outside of your window. You're
Yeah.
48. You're 10 years my junior. You got plenty of time left on the clock. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
yeah, no, I hear you.
Draw a timeline. And an honest man, you got to be honest with yourselves. And I tell people, when I was a young man doing a lot of the things that I did, I was cognizant of the fact that I was selling my youth. When you're 31 years old, you're selling a day of your time to somebody. I put a high price on my time because I knew it was going to be fleeting. I'd been around death enough to know that every day counted. So I would just encourage others to consider those prime years from 25 years old to 55 years old. That's 30 years in there. That's where you're going to make it. That's 30 years in the middle. Everything else outside of that is going to just be icing on the cake. So there, you take that for what it's worth.
And with that, we lead straight into numbers.
Numbers.
Let me mute myself.
It's all about
Sorry,
numbers.
Yucca. Sorry.
The whole universe is about numbers.
It is. It is. Believe it or not, it is all about numbers. It's crazy. You should say that. It's true. But it's numbers that we recognize because that's how we've defined it. It's a language by which we know how to communicate with each other. The universe in itself is not defined by those numbers, except for the fact that that's how we understand it. So let's do this. By this time of the day, I would expect to see through off exchange. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We've got about 54.62% going through off exchange, EDGX at 11.41. The combined total in that 66.03%. It is almost on the dot for where it should be. CHX volume for the day is 13,717 shares. That's not going to make me all that excited because it's not over 30K. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 27,453. It's just underneath the 30K number. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow still sitting at 300,000 according to IBKR with a fee of 6.27. An hour ago, there was approximately 576,000 shares having been returned according to Ortex on AMC. It's now 187,000 shares. That's going to cause the cost to borrow on the men to be at 5.84, average is 7.53, max is 11.08. The estimated short share interest of the free float rose because of the shares that have been borrowed since the last hour, raising it to 14.9%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 89.85 million shares. That's 7.88 million shares less than what it was yesterday. Ortex estimated about 2.83 million of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago on the options. The highest strike price on calls was at a $5 strike with 68.9 thousand contracts. It's now currently at 72.2 thousand contracts. The highest amount of puts coming at a $4.50 strike. There was 31.2 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 34.9. The volume on those calls and puts are kind of suggesting price is going to close between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is in second place here on the list with 64.62% buys to 35.38% sales. Looking absolutely amazing. Loving what I'm seeing on that. AMC is coming in 8th with a 56.96% buy to 43.04% sell ratio. I want to see 60-40 or better. I'm not happy unless I do. I mean, it could be worse, though. There could be more selling going on. Luckily, there's not. but I would like to see a better buy-sell ratio. MMRI an hour ago was 286.77. It is now 287.04. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.405 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 0.398. Dropping a little bit, but not too much. NASDAQ currently down 0.23. Dow Jones is up 0.14. S&P 500 is down 0.06. We have 2,833 advancers to 2,816 decliners. The market is more declining this hour than it was an hour ago, but not by very much. 28.33. Who's ready for Friday to be over? Sectors.
I could blink my eyes and be Monday morning.
Sectors that are
I feel about weekends.
Yeah, some of us, a lot of us feel that way. Sectors that are in the green for the day today. We have the energy, one of the recessionary sectors, is up at 1.09%, doing really well right now. Materials is the second biggest sector. Everything else, there's only three other green sectors. The worst performing sectors on the day today are technology, followed by consumer staples. On the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or more from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 3.62. FRC is down 35.48. Silvergate is up 4%. Stank of California is up 3.94. And that's it. Gold is currently up 1.6% and trending up. Silver is up 5.09%, trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 2.96, but trending down. It's breaking that uptrend that it had earlier. Yeah, it is definitely breaking that trend. US dollar is up 0.01 and consolidating. Hey, Yucca, did you just get a phone call? Oh.
You caught him. He got caught. Yeah, he turned it off.
Oil is up 1.08 and appears to be trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.32 to 0.36 and trending down. SPY is down 0.04 and consolidating. I want you guys to know that when I shout you out or I call you out for the noise, it's not that I'm mad. I'm not. I'm really not mad. I just can't focus and do the numbers at the same time while I'm hearing the noise. And so I stopped to say something.
Looking for a little help. You're just looking for a little help.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not mad at all. I promise. I may sound annoyed, but it's only because I can't keep doing the numbers, and it's like I'm not.
You're coming from a place of you're coming from a place of, hey, I'm barely hanging on here, man. Help
right,
me out.
Right, exactly. It's like I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I try to make it through every single one of those little noises, but sometimes it gets too much, and I can't do it anymore. VIX is currently down 1.93% at 1218, and then let's see, we got I just can't do it. Futures are suggesting the VIX should be at 12.73, so there's definitely a little bit of separation and on the futures and where it's at, which we've seen in the past, and sometimes it starts to line back up at random times, and I'm not sure why it's got this spread right now and is not trending up like it should. Somebody's stomping this down here, and I'm not sure exactly. I mean, it all has to do with the derivatives, but somehow they're managing to stomp this down through the derivatives. VTI is down 0.06 and consolidating. VB is down 0.14 and slightly trending down. Tesla is up 0.98, trending down. Amazon is up 0.6 and trending. I mean, I want to call it trending up, but it looks like it's trying to break into a downtrend here. I see a little bit of support here that it hasn't quite broken past just yet, but it's getting there. Cinemark is down 1.32, taking a sharp turn up after it was trending down. Doge is up 1.62 and trending down. Bitcoin is up 1.16, trending down. GME is down 24.5 and trending up. HYMC is up 1.84 and starting to break into a downtrend after trending up. NCMI is down 1.5 and consolidating. Hood is up 10.92 and slightly trending down. And AMC is down 4.31 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day. We have approximately let's just call it $6 million more inflow than outflow. 80.37 million shares traded so far. After 280 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 111.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On a 4-hour chart, yeah, I'm not even going to tell you guys. I had a prediction of 200 to 250 million shares. I've been off all week, and I need to figure out why that is. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.53, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.76, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.68, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.18, which is slightly below average. Below average, for sure. Then we got a little piece of news here. Let's see what the news is saying. Robinhood stock gets a double upgrade on rebounding retail engagement. I could care less. I don't really care. Somehow that happens to be related to AMC. They tied it in somehow. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Hun, is it hot in the house or is it just me? I'm turning it down. It's like I'm burning up right now.
Oh, stop hyping you up. You think you're hot?
No.
You think you're
No, I don't. I really don't think I'm hot at all. But I'm hot in the house right now.
You should have told her that. Is it hot in here or is it just you?
Yucca says I should say, is it hot in here or is it just you?
And then wink at her.
She says it's not me. I need a shower. Oh man. Food Dog says fishing for compliments. No, I'm burning up. It feels like super hot in here to me. Maybe I should take my blood pressure. Oh, did I take my medicine last night? I think I did.
Take off your. What do you got? You have a sweater on? Shirt?
No, it's just a shirt. No, I'm not taking off my shirt. That's ridiculous. Yeah,
because somebody was taking up for you. They was taking up for you in chat. They said something about richest man in the graveyard.
Oh, geez, I got 100.
I wanted you to know that I'm not advocating for you to work your life away from money. I get the whole work balance thing. I just meant as a reference to your business life or for that sweet. I was just trying to draw a picture of the sweet spot that's right in the middle is where the cards are stacked most in your favor for that success business wise. But I don't want anybody to misunderstand what I'm saying is that money is everything and your entire life should be encompassed by money. I was just pointing out the timeliness of it.
No, well, the thing, I feel like I'm almost there, like in regards to trying to understand something, a lesson with everything that I have, the business and what I go through. I think I'm almost there. Like I'm missing something and I'm almost there to learn something about that because I like to give a lot. Like we're talking about, I feel like when this hits, I'm going to be like helping left and right.
And you can do that. But the best way to give is to be very profitable. That was kind of what I was getting at. They don't have to be mutually exclusive. You can be very philanthropic. You can be a real asset, a cornerstone of your community. But it starts with you being really profitable. So it's one of those ways where it can work for everybody can win. But I didn't want anybody to misunderstand that I was advocating for just working your life away from money. It wasn't my intent.
I mean, I want to help. I think I got to learn that I got to help people, but in ways where they can help themselves as well, not just charity and just give. And then I'm making them lazy. I'm making them, get used to like sticking their hands out and then everybody giving something for free. I think I've been doing that too much, and they're not learning anything about,
Well, we're slipping into philosophy now, and that's where you get into what is help. It gets down to really what your personal definitions are, or whichever philosophy you subscribe to. But look, we've all come to know you, and we know your personality, despite the good-hearted ribbing we give you. I'm certain that no matter what happens, that you're going to do well by all those around you. You've always impressed us as a very giving person, and I don't see any reason why that would change for you.
Oh, thanks. Are you still hot, Casey?
Melissa took my temperature. I have like a 100.8 temperature right now. I don't feel sick though.
You should talk to Fu about taking temperatures.
Am I doing it wrong?
Different thing.
Am I doing it wrong? Is that what you're saying?
Some of it is urban slang.
Urban slang.
What is that? What they call it? Urban slang
I don't know.
Slang. Oh yeah, I guess that's a double entendre there. Or redundant. It's either urban or slang, but it doesn't have to be urban slang.
I'm 128/84. The blood pressure's fine. Heart rate's a little high for just sitting down though. 106. Jeez, that's really high. All right. I just did a quick analysis on the pattern on GME and where it's trending right now. Of course, I don't really think that there's really much that can be done here on today's specific price movement. Partially because of the fact that I think that this big jump right here that occurred just before market open was more than likely due to the filing that was occurred this morning. You can see the notice coming in here. I love how the filing on GME's part shows up at 7:21, or the press release on it at 7:21, but the market seemed to have known. I don't know. It seems like probably at least a few minutes before everybody else did at 7:15 for whatever reason. But anyways, a lot of this price movement in here, I think, really is related to, essentially financial institutions who are trying to get a cut out of the shares that are going to be sold in the future, and they're basically trying to get them they're trying to get those shares at a cheaper price so they can already have sold those shares to people for a higher price. So I think that's what's going on here. And I would expect that at some point or another, the price will find a bottom. I don't know where that'll be yet. I haven't done any math on this to figure out exactly. And we can do the math and find out how many shares did they have outstanding. They had 306. Man, that's really close to AMC. 306 market cap was showing up. I guess it's at 6.45 billion in market cap right now. Let's see what the market cap was earlier today and see how much they dropped that market cap by. 32. We'll just go with the high of 32.20. Actually, let's go with yesterday's closing price. Previous close was 27.67. Let me do the quick math here. We'll multiply that out by the 306.19 that they have outstanding. Coming up with 8.4 billion. So they've basically dropped the market cap by 2 billion. So if you were to do 2 billion divided by the 45 million shares that they plan on selling, it comes out to, I just did that wrong. Whoops. $44.44. That's a lot higher per share. Dang. That means that they're going to, that tells me that the market's expecting to fill in orders that would have happened earlier in the week, because last time GME was at 44.44, Let's see here. Where were we at? Watch it be 2 days ago. It is. That's what they're doing. They're anticipating. So they're literally taking whatever sales that they got from like 2 days ago, trying to. Looks like if it seems like what they're trying to do is they're trying to get sell shares at a price where maybe they're filling orders at $4.44 for their customers with shares that they're getting at $21 a share now, or whatever share whatever price it is that GME actually starts selling at. That's what it looks like. Man, $2 billion. That's what they dropped. That's crazy. Well, that's the market for you. That real legitimate fair market. All right, I'm heading to break. I will see you guys back here at 2:10.
Right on. We'll be here.
All right, cool.
Danny, are you still driving or have you reached your destination?
I think Danny's not. He's not here. I don't see him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think he checked in. He was at Bucky's. I know he's driving to a track meet somewhere. He said he'd be listening to us. And I think they call themselves the Spartans.
How are you doing, Pirate?
Doing well, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. So I was listening to what Casey was saying just now. So, like, the way they're shorting this by cheating the game, in a normal world, everybody can go short on a stock. We all know that, right? So, as I'm saying, the word in a normal world is very important, because in a normal world, it will cost them a fortune. One, to bring the stock down because they have to borrow lots and lots of money and lots of shares or have capital, right? But as they are printing fake shares and fake things, you would have to think, like, there was an article when GameStop was running up and combined with AMC, and they lost $5 billion. Meaning, in a normal world, to bring this GameStop down again to the price that it's at from where it was, in a normal world, it's also costing them a fortune. Meaning, in a normal world, they would not be able to do that. Do you agree? Even though they're billionaires.
I don't necessarily believe in the whole normal world thing. The world is what it is. I've said many times, you fight on the battlefield that's in front of you, not the one you wish you have. This is the terms. This is the battlefield as it currently sits. So I can't speak to as how much it costs them. I don't know how much naked shorting goes on versus how much is legit. If they're actually paying the cost to borrow, or if there's something far more nefarious going on. I don't have any evidence of it. So. My thesis hasn't changed in 3 years. I'm a believer that at some point in time, they're going to have to cover the shares that they're short. And based on what I have learned in 3 years, I focused on this 8 hours a day for 3 years. Nothing else, just this. And my personal take is that sometime in the future, this thing is going to go off like a bomb. And I know that sounds vague and opaque, but it's just the truth. I'm not a technical analysis guy like Casey. I don't sit and ponder over the charts and failure to deliver and any of those things.
I'm a macro environment guy. I look at the big picture, and I've researched for countless hundreds of hours, reading anything I could find, from the most mundane, ignorant shit that's ever been put into print to some stuff that was genius level writing. I've tried to consume anything I could find, and out of that, I've based my decision. That I have a calculated. I've done a risk analysis on what I see the battlefield looks like, and I've positioned myself accordingly that I can benefit off of it in the future. Doesn't mean it will happen. I never dreamed it would take 3 years, but as far as all the mechanics of how it happens and whether or not it's in a perfect world, that whether they could do this or not, they've done this before, and it stands to reason they'll do this again. I don't think that we're an outlier. The only thing that makes this particular thing different is the Reddit crowd and the internet crowd that got together and decided to come together in what we've commonly referred to as the Ape movement or whatever. And that's what's made it different. But shorting stocks and short squeezes aren't new, and it certainly won't be the end. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, but
I personally believe that they found a way. I have to be careful what I say here, but like that they found something after a certain event happened. I'm talking 2021 when GameStop was running up and we were running up.
who's they? I'm
The short
guilty of that
sellers,
myself, but the short sellers, okay.
the hedge funds, short sellers, and the brokers, they colluded. We all know that. Like I am the first one to admit that I'm doing wrong actually by always blaming Kenny. Yeah, I like to, but he's not the most nefarious criminal. Is in my opinion the worst of the worst are our brokers. Believe it or not. So I believe they found a way, they colluded, and they found a way, like, I'm not saying it's correct, I'm just hypothetically speaking, like, they found a way to do it if something is costing you 100%, they found it at a discount. It's like they go to the store and it's a discount store. And they got it at a cheap price, like 50% down of the cost. That's what I think.
Casey and I disagree on a great many things on
Could
this
be
play,
wrong.
but one of the things that we both agree on is that, and I don't have anything to prove this, so it's a trust me bro moment, and I know how that appears, but he and I do agree on one thing, that they have just gotten out of control. There's no going back. There may have been a time when they could have unwound this or straightened the trade, maybe even got out of it, broke even, or booked a minor loss.
Correct.
They got caught. They're caught on the streets. They got caught slipping. They're out, and so now it's too late. And I'm just of the belief that what you're seeing is just a perpetual holding pattern, because they can't land and they can't fly off. So to mix metaphors, it's too late for them to go back. So
There's no.
That's one of the
like
most
the saying
exciting
goes,
aspects of this for me, is
there's
to
no
see
way
how this
back,
will play
right?
out. Well, that's what I was trying to say, is that that's one of the most exciting aspects of this for me, will be to see the end of this book. It's been a 3-year movie for me, and I can't wait to see how it ends, because I'm certain it's going to be dramatic. I don't know the details, but this is going to get wild.
Correct.
I can't wait.
Yeah, they will, believe it or not, we all know that, they will bring all their firearms and bullets and whatever they have to throw at us, It's like, you see in those movies, people get attacked and they use all kinds of things, and then at the end of what they have is maybe chairs and all that, I'm speaking like, for people to understand, they will throw anything at us when this finally kicks off, because this is not what we've seen in the last few days, in this week. Okay, we're up, but that's that, That's all that it was, a temporary up. I remember I think 2 years ago, I was at the store. I was actually in the US. I was in the Walmart, and I had my phone on, and I was checking the stock, and I was saying, hey, we're flying, you know, it was ripping. And I thought, this is it. But then the next week, the Fridays played out, and the Max Payne hit, and then they started playing the Max Payne game, and that's that, you know. It's we will see it rip when it hits in the thousands, multiple thousands and percentages up, in my opinion.
We get bogged down in all sorts of minutia. We talk about every little detail because we have 8 hours of time to fill. So we go into these down these rabbit holes of all these little details. But sometimes, you know, we miss the forest for the trees. You can go to Citadel's website and look at some of their filings. I don't know if it's their website, but they're public filings to comply with the SEC, and they show clearly on there. It's called securities sold yet not purchased. That's us.
I know.
We're in that number. And if you look at that one number, there's just two numbers in their entire world. Securities sold not purchased. That represents what they owe. That's a credit card bill that they owe. And then the other side of that is look at what their entire book is worth. And that's it. It tells you everything you want to know. They're like a guy he's sat down and ate this big bountiful meal, and he's got this bill in front of him. I don't know. I'm getting way out there on the metaphors. The gummies are taking over with the metaphors, but you see what I'm saying? You can't sit on that kind of a debt. And it was always, we'll pay it later. We're going to buy these later because it'll be cheaper later. Well, it's going the other direction on them. And that's the part I can't figure out. I can't explain that.
Yeah. It's crazy. That's what I can say, you know.
Do you think
there was a time? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, brother. Go ahead.
There was a time when people would say, "This is a systemic risk. This is an existential risk to the entire market. AMC, GME, the squeeze could bring down the entire thing, the banking system, the economy, everything." And I would just laugh. I'd like, man, these guys with their drama and their hyperbole, just over dramatizing everything. It's so ridiculous. And now I don't. 3 years later, I believe that, I'm not saying that's likely to happen, but I would give it now like a 50-50 shot. And that's terrifying to think about. At one point in time, I thought to myself, these guys are like flat earthers. This is the most ridiculous stuff I've ever heard. 3 years later, 3 years of research, and I humbly believe that there's a 50-50 chance that this could bring the whole machine down. And that's not good, buddy. I'm telling you, it'll put a lot of coin in my treasure chest, but it's going to hurt people.
Why, Pirate? Why? Because those brokers and hedge funds, their clients somewhere, meaning they have their money somewhere in a bank, right? So meaning, if I am the bank and you are the short seller, and shit hits the fan, and I'm calling you and I'm saying, hey, Pirate, it's time, your time's up, you have to pay. And you say, hey, I can't, right? Because that's what's gonna happen. They either go to the government, or the bank will say, hey, we take the loss, right? What happens if they take the loss? It goes negative.
These are all the closely guarded secrets because nobody knows who holds the risk. It depends. If somebody's properly hedged, I mean, your family was in the banking business. You understand these things. That Ken Griffin, if he's smart, and there's no reason not to think that the guy's a lot of things, but he's not a dumbass. You don't get where he's at in life by being a dimwit. He might be a prick and a devil, but he's not dumb.
I understand.
They've hedged. Those guys hedge for these things. They're prepared. So you have to ask yourself, okay, then who has the risk? Because somebody, whether it's an insurance company, an underwriter, a banker, somebody holds the bag in the end. You know.
Because I'm going with this where I said it before, the one who holds the bag is the bank, but the bank also took measures, you know, took took things. They went to insurance, but there's only so much you can insure, right?
It's a deep rabbit hole. It's a deep rabbit hole.
Has
Then
a
you
limit.
find, and you
Everything
say
has a
who
price.
owns the banks? Banks aren't a monolith. They're not. It's not just one guy like Bill Gates, the banker. Banks are owned by.
I know.
They have stockholders.
You don't have to tell me.
You got BlackRock and Larry Fink and all those guys.
Of course, you don't have to tell me. I know.
Say, who has
I know
the
how
risk?
it works.
Well, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking anecdotally. Or medicine.
Just it's gonna be crazy. Because what I believe is those hedge funds that are clients with a certain bank, that bank's gonna feel the pain for sure. Pain like we've never seen before.
Yeah. Unless that's the very definition of a hedge. Fancy word for insurance. If a banker hedged for it, and he has,
collateral,
created financial instruments to sell off to other people, then he doesn't hold the risk anymore.
Yeah, they will do that, but then
that's the game.
He can only have so much,
Food dogs, right? Worthless derivatives. That's what I was getting at. Credit swaps, credit default swaps, derivatives, all of that. Food dog. It all gets diluted, but.
Yeah, but in the end, if you look back in 2008, somebody had to pay the price, and it was Lehman Brothers and others. So they went bye-bye. You can't. It's like with somebody that owes you money.
Thank you, love.
And if they don't have the money, you can't keep asking for the money. They will not give you because they don't have. You can only give what you have.
That's the whole purpose of collateral. You either give me my money or I'm taking your Corvette. It's not your Corvette. You drive it, but I paid for it. You make a car payment. You don't pay for your Corvette. That's why I have a lien on the title. And banks are no different. Nobody's just loaning money on somebody's signature. Very few are the guys who can come in and get money just on the stroke of their pen.
I think
normally they gotta have. Well, it depends, but for the most part, something has to be pledged. Either it's other assets, other portfolios, and that's how this thing gets all interconnected, and that's how it can be a house of cards. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen to NVIDIA if they got to start dumping NVIDIA to cover margin calls? It ain't going to make NVIDIA go up. It ain't going to make NVIDIA go up. I can tell you that.
It's gonna go back to $50. It's the same thing what I'm saying with crypto, and my not financial advice. It's my opinion. I see crypto at 20,000, maybe 15, 20,000. That's what I'm seeing. You have to think where is all their money? It's like an octopus. It's everywhere. It's in NVIDIA. It's in Amazon. It's in every financial product that exists. Point period. And other things like gold, silver, or whatever. Everything they own will sell off. That's what's gonna happen.
Well, Mrs. Pirate has a long-standing theory that the government's going to step in.
Of course.
That's her opinion. That's one of the things.
In the end, yes.
I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I don't think she minds me sharing that. She said it around the poker table a time or two that her opinion is ultimately this is going to be. They'll paint this as a national security risk, a threat to the entire system, blah blah blah, and the government's going to step in.
Yeah, the White House knows this. They're watching this. They have people
Pirate,
on this.
I feel the same way, Pirate. I feel like they're going to step in because they're not going to let a big hedge fund take down the whole market. Instead of bailing out the banks like we did in 2008, they're going to bail out the hedge funds and the other side. It's the other side of the system, right?
Hedge funds and bankers own the politicians. Every congressman, every senator, they take in big money contributions, which means they're owned, or at least on lease to these heavy hitters. So they're going to have their things their way. When you see pictures of Ken Griffin from Citadel and he's watching a football game and he's sitting next to George Bush, listen, open your eyes, people. You see what's going on here. This is,
and that's why they're allowed to take. Okay, that's not why they did it, but that's why it's so risky for them. They don't even give a shit no more. That's why they're throwing everything at the wall. Whatever sticks, because in the end, they know they're going to be bailed out. So might as well really shake up the market.
What you guys just are saying is this is what is fundamentally wrong with your country.
Yes,
I'm sorry to say that.
No, you're completely right.
I'm sorry to say that. I love America. It's my second home, but
no, you're right. It's all screwed. The whole system's screwed.
How can somebody with big bucks own a politician? This corruption that in the modern.
You understand that's happened since time immemorial. That goes back to the time of the ancient pharaohs. The guy with the gold makes the rules. It doesn't matter whether you call him a president, a king.
It's crazy. It's
whatever label
crazy.
You want to give on it. It's whoever has. It's about control of resources. Whoever owned the land, the crops, the gold mine, whatever it is. So there's nothing new about any of this.
I know.
When you're dead and gone, it's going to be the same way.
I know. But
so we can only.
in my opinion,
the only thing we can do is go with the system, and when we find our little cracks that we can get in there, like what we're doing now, is we go in there and break it. But we're not going to break the system. They're going to bail them out. It's going to be instead of giving $1 trillion to Ukraine or to Israel, they're just going to bail them out. They don't give a shit. The money's worthless. They just write blank checks. Oh, you guys screwed up? These guys caught you? All right. Do better next time. That's about it.
It's crazy, right?
Right.
That's why exactly it. It's always the American taxpayer that pays for the government spending. So no matter what the bailout is, it's you and your neighbors and your family that are going to work 50 hours a week to supplement the government.
Yep.
Or the kickbacks that they're going to get from these hedge funds and everybody else that's corrupt. It always falls to the taxpayer. They steal from Social Security, it goes to the taxpayer. Everybody. They steal your money and then tax you for the money that they stole from you.
So
it'll be the same thing. And that's just like the movie. It said, don't dance. And the reason is because everybody around us that doesn't have AMC and GME is going to be feeling the pain.
Yep.
Everybody's 401k is going to get robbed. Everybody's taxes are going to go up. And if their taxes don't go up, inflation goes up, which is a tax against the United States citizen.
Yeah. And that's where I think that's where it's headed, is inflation. They don't want to fix it because they know it brings in more money, and the debt that we have on the books becomes easier to manage because of the inflation, because you're robbing more money from us. It just the way I feel is it basically is what the 70s did to us is what we're going through now.
Well, people were dancing in the street because they got a $1,200 check from the government during COVID. And I told everybody I knew, you're going to pay that back tenfold, whether you understand it or not. Inflation is going to get you. Yep. Well, they printed, 80% of our currency in a 3-year span?
And it's not even for us.
We pay for that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Plus, it wasn't even for us. They gave most of that shit away to the other countries.
It goes to other countries to where they get kickbacks. And like Pirate said, it's gone on since the dawn of time. When the kings needed more money, they went and shook it out from all the pawns or the peasants.
Yeah.
Yep.
They knock on your door asking for your gold.
Yep.
You know what the worst part about it was? Is they had control of the prices of all of the necessities that we had, and they moved that shit up before we got that check. So when we spent that check, it was worth less. When they printed it, it was worth X, and by the time we got it in our hands, it was already devalued. So that's bullshit.
So, just a little example of how it's gone. My wife and I, just before COVID, were looking at a inflatable hot tub. One of the little Coleman hot tubs. It was on sale for $180. You can't find it anywhere now for under $500, $600. For the same product that you could have got for $180 before this all and that's everything. Food from your local Coney Island or restaurant. I took my
Same
wife
thing
and my
with
son out
car.
last night to the same place we've gone to for the last 10 years. And with tip, it was $54 for the three of us to eat. No alcoholic beverages, nothing extraordinary. A piece of lasagna, a little bit of spaghetti for the kid, and my wife had a chicken sandwich.
Same thing with cars.
Yeah.
Up
Through the roof.
15,000 if you want to buy a nice car.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Like a BMW
I
is
live
up
in the
15,000. 15,
I
16,000.
live in the Metro Detroit area, and we survived from the big three. Everybody's business runs off of that. People can't afford a $70,000 vehicle, and that's basic now. You know, they just gave all the big three here in the last year a raise. They redid their contract, and when they did that, they started laying people off the next week after because they had to make that money up somewhere. That's the cost of doing business that a lot of people don't understand. And you have a lot of people who just walk around like drones and keep their head in the sand like ostriches. And everybody that's in this play, they might not know a lot about the stock market, but they understand what's going on. It just takes enough people to wake up. And that's where we are.
Mm-hmm.
Are you like never active in here? I've only seen you a handful of times.
I run a printing press.
You're spitting straight facts, though, bro.
Sorry, I run a printing press from 6 in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday through Friday. So I listen a lot and I type in when I can. I'm just out on a delivery right now because the other guys weren't there today.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
So I can get on every once in a while, but it's so noisy at work with the lamination on the press that I would be hurting your guys' ears big time if I tried to get on.
It's good to have you here, man.
Value your input,
we're
brother.
glad you made it.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you're back, pilot.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy listening to you here.
That's like all walks of life, dude. I'm telling you. This is where they underestimated us the biggest. They didn't realize that the lower guys like
they
all
thought
band together.
we would get sick and tired of this play and just walk out.
That's what they don't understand, and I explained with my friend last night is I'm used to eating Little Caesars pizza for dinner and then eating leftovers for 3 days.
Right on, bro.
What's the worst that happens? I still got to work 70 hours a week for the rest of my life. That's what they don't understand. It's normal. So we hold and we'll get ours eventually.
Yes, sir.
You're talking about inflation. There's no bigger single factor than energy. And that's, I don't want to slip into the politics here, but when you make a country's energy prices go high, you're driving up the price of everything. There's not a single thing that's not touched by petroleum prices, energy prices. It's just a matter of how much, whether it's makeup or it's used in its base materials like tires, diesel fuel, and gasoline, or if it's just a factor of the amount of money that's used to transport it. We spend a great deal of money just in the transportation of goods, and all of that is a reflection of the higher prices of energy. So it matters when you see what they're doing with OPEC. Yeah.
How about the amount of gas that they use to dig the minerals out of the ground for these electric vehicles?
Yeah.
Or the waste they leave behind from that.
Food production. you talk to farmers, you have what they call input cost. That's their cost of seed and fertilizer and lime, soil amendments and tractor repairs, all those things. And energy, it's huge, because that's the way we produce more food per acre than any other place on the planet, is by slamming nitrogen into the ground. That's why they're able to get the results out of an acre that they do. When you talk about getting 5 bushels of corn off of an acre, it's because they slammed petroleum-based nitrogen into the ground. Well, when that price of that nitrogen goes through the roof, and then when they harvest that corn to store it, they got to use propane to pull the moisture out of it. Again, giant implications, and it's just for food, or wheat to make bread, and it matters, man. CPR said energy is life. You're right, CPR. I think first is water, and next to that is energy. And I don't care if it's just somebody splitting a piece of wood and burning it, converting the cellulose into wood through superheating it, which releases it in a gas, and the gas burns off. Whether it's something that simple all the way up to nuclear fission. You couldn't be more right, my friend. Energy is everything. Living in 3D said that 401k generation. Unlike the boomers who relied on Social Security, we just quietly dropped money into our personal retirements. That's why we know how to hold. The only thing I would say to that, living in 3D, is that the boomer generation, a lot of those people had retirement plans. They spent 30 years working at a machine shop, General Electric, or an automotive place, and that was a different time when you could dedicate your life to one company, and then you would be afforded to participate in the company's retirement plan, and that made up the bigger part of the retirements. Social Security for a lot of those people was just extra or above and beyond. To that end, I don't think Social Security was ever supposed to be designed as a retirement plan. It was supposed to be a fail-safe, a safety net to catch the few unfortunate ones who found themselves at old age and destitute. Unfortunately, it's become, people view it more and more now as their primary source of income as they retire. So Matt, you're right. Company pensions have almost gone the way of the dodo bird. It was one of the ways that companies ever trying to find more efficiencies, always chasing the dollar, the dollars a little bit farther. So, and also they found that people job hop. Most people don't stay with a company for 30, 40 years any longer. So it was kind of like a natural progression of things. And we could go for hours and hours and hours about company pensions, but the truth of the matter is they're all but gone by now. You're lucky if your company offers a 401k. Not every company gives you they're a lot more prevalent now than they were when I was still making my bones in the business world. But if your company offers a 401k, then you're truly blessed.
So I should be in a 401k?
Well, I'm not here to give you financial. I'm not here to give you financial advice, but in simplest terms,
right?
Not all, but most 401ks offer a huge tax shelter. It helps you with your taxes, and more importantly, and this is an individual basis, a lot of companies have matching funds. So say up to 3% of your salary, or whatever their particular number is, for every $100 you put in it, they give you $100. Well, good Lord, man, that's free money. So, and there again, not all of them have that, but a great many of them do. So at a minimum, If that's like you, if you walk up to me tomorrow and told me that if every dollar I put in a jar, that you would put $1 in, whew, you better put a limit on it, because that's free money for me. And so if you have a 401k, it's to your benefit to understand what they offer. And I'll leave it at that. I'm not here to give financial advice. I'm not licensed. I'm not charging you. I'm just your friend. But yeah, you need to look at that real hard.
Good to know. They do offer one.
Yeah. Consider it done, Sportster. Poof. Put him in the pink mist. Gone.
Bye.
Yeah, that falls on me. I should have caught that. I appreciate the heads up. I was engrossed in the conversation with Tech and these guys, and I wasn't watching it as close as I should have been.
You have fun throwing
AMC
wrenches,
Panda, that's not entirely true. I don't know why you would say they'd likely fire you and claw back the 401k match. That's not true. That money's paid and goes on, and I know a great many people who it depends. You know, like I said, there's not one answer for everybody, but there's companies out there. Procter and Gamble comes to mind, a few other ones where they eat the airlines. I know Captain Hayden, our jet airline pilot from Delta, he's shared with us many times that he has a matching 401k, and they're not gonna. He's not gonna retire from Delta, and they're not gonna claw back all of his money. So it's just not true, my friend. Tweety Bird joining us in the back of the big tram. Welcome, Bird. Good to have you with us. It's a nice picture of a sailboat you have there in your thumbnail. That speaks to me.
Thank you, sir.
What is that, a Irwin? Looks like maybe about a 37-foot Irwin.
No,
it's a 26-foot.
In the last 10 minutes, just saying this. They dropped more than 1.2 million shares.
Stand by, Wiz. We were talking.
To put us down.
Say again, Tweety Bird.
It's an Ocean Voyager 26.
Nice. Very nice. Has it got a swing keel underneath it or a fixed keel?
Fixed keel.
Yeah. Very nice. I tell people all the time. I had a friend of mine that had a 41-foot Gulf Star. It was a beautiful boat, blue water boat, and I had the occasion to go out on it one time, and it was the most wonderful thing I've ever experienced on the water. To be able to go that fast while she's heeled over, full sails with a spinnaker up, and have an open glass of wine, a woman sitting next to you, and you hear the music and nothing but the swoosh of that water passing along as the knife's edge of that leading edge of that bow cuts through the water. I'm getting goosebumps now just describing it to you. It was one of the most wonderful things I've ever experienced in my life. I've never been a blowboat guy. I'm too lazy. My buddy and I have a racing Prindle, 21-foot Hobie Miracle. I misspoke, not a Prindle, a Hobie Miracle. And it has a Kevlar hull on it, and it flies. But I'm a big diesel engine guy because I'm just lazy. But in my heart of hearts, I love the sailboats.
It is a life like none other.
Absolutely.
The dream is to do the Great Loop one day with the wife.
Right
hopefully in the next year or so.
Good for you, man. I wish you luck in that. had several friends that have done it. For those of you who are unfamiliar with what he's talking about, it's a circular voyage. You start out wherever you want, but for our arguments, for our conversation today, let's just say you start out in Pensacola, you sail all the way around the coast of the Gulf Coast down to South Florida, around the Keys. You sail all the way up the eastern seaboard, go see the Statue of Liberty. Then you cut through the Great Lakes, Michigan, Huron, and all of that sort of business, and through the locks. And then you use the waterways of the Ohio River and the Mississippi all the way back down to the Gulf of Mexico again. And they call it the Great Loop. And it's one of those things that's on a bucket list for many a sailor. I hope you get to do that someday, Tweety.
I hope so. I just had 2 grandbabies joined our family this year, so I might have to put it off for another year.
Right on, right on. I notice sailboats present a particular challenge with bridges, don't they? Clearance.
They do. Tweety Bird has a, for lack of a better word, I can lay the mast down toward the rear.
Nice, very nice. Yeah.
Then while it's on the loop, drop a big tarp over it, and then it's got a little 13-horse Yanmar diesel on it, and we just put along.
Sure. Yep. Yeah, if you can step your own mast, that's huge. A lot of those guys, like my buddy with that Gulf Star, he couldn't do it. The boat was too big. But yeah, I imagine that's the way it is with that little tiny, that racing catamaran we have. We have to step the mast every time we take it to the boat launch and back.
Hey, even though you have to wait to do your circle, it just gives you more time to plan it. So enjoy the baby, and because they grow up, and you'll still have time to go do what you got to do. It gives you more time to plan.
Absolutely. I've been on a tractor all day. I don't know if you guys had a chance to talk about it or not, but silver is skyrocketing today.
That's good. I'd like to see precious metals go up.
I don't know the last time I've seen a 5% day on silver.
If I may ask, are you mowing hay, or are you just mowing grass? What are you doing on your tractor?
I'm trying to beat back the fence row, if you get my drift.
Yep, I've been there. I know exactly what you're doing. Yep. Trying to beat back Mother Nature.
Yep. I've got a guy that cuts hay off of our pasture, but every year he gets about a foot further from the fence. So, it's been about 5 years since I've cleaned the fence row. It's getting to be trouble.
I got lucky one time. It happened to be at an auction, and it was a municipal auction. They were selling off road maintenance crew, and I bought a pretty nice little international tractor, but it had a side boom mower on it, like they mow the side of highways with. And oh man, it'd spoil you, because it had I could pull a bush hog behind it and mow up against one side of the fence, and simultaneously I could reach over the fence with that boom mower and mow the other side. And it was a farmer's dream. And I used that for a number of years.
I'm drooling thinking about it.
Yeah. I ended up selling it because I ended up with a Traco excavator to dig ponds and things like that with and clear land. So I got rid of the boom mower, and I just used that excavator to push all the trees back on the other side of the fence. But I've been where you're at. I love farming. I loved it more than anything I ever did in my life. It's just hard on the pocketbook.
I'm sitting on 10 acres. It used to be a lot easier to take care of. I don't know if grass is growing faster or.
Yep.
I just reached Medicare age this month, so I think that has more to do with it.
Roger that. We farmed for we raised registered Black Angus cattle. Had a cow-calf operation for 10 years. And I cleared the land and did everything and from the ground up. And I had 70 acres of my own, and then I had under management like another 200 acres, but it was enough. But we raised our own feed and hay and all of that, and it was quite a job. So I'm familiar with spending hours on the back of a tractor trying to make a bale of hay.
Nothing can make you scratch your head like a hay baler. I'm going to step back out, guys. Just wanted to say hello. Later.
Come back when you can, man.
Yeah, goodbye.
Come on, I ain't got all day.
That's a pretty boat he's got in his picture. I bet you that thing flies.
Yeah, that is a beautiful boat.
Yeah. There's something special about being on something that can go that fast and it's quiet. It's just like dead silence. You can talk to each other like we're talking right now. Like I said, you can hear the music and everything. You don't just have the roar of those diesel engines down below and all that. It's really something special. A lot of work though. I'm too lazy for that any longer.
Well, Parrot, I got a fix for you. Once we get all this money, you can have your own private crew.
Yeah, I took a great deal of pleasure in captaining all of my own vessels, but that was the joyful part of it. It's the maintenance and taking care of everything. So there might be something to be said for that. It'd be nice to be in a position where you could just pay somebody to do all the shitty work and just have the fun with it. I think that's how the big boys do it. I think if I ever revisited the old rural lifestyle, I've always been drawn to it, but I think the next time, if there is a next time, I'll approach it differently. I'm going to be going more as a minimalist. I had a friend who had a lot of acreage and all they had was a real simple cabin and almost nothing else, a modest barn. That's it. I no longer want to be the slave to the land or have all my time spoken for with chores. So I would love to have a giant piece of property around me. I think 200 or 300 acres would be the dream. Maybe a nice 10 or 15, 20 acre lake on it. And then, like I said, a real simple homestead, something low maintenance, easy to maintain and keep warm and dry and serviceable. And if the gods of fortune smile on me, maybe a grass landing strip where my son can land out in the back 40 or something.
Definitely, keeping it simple sometimes is the best, especially
Absolutely. Yep.
Out there like that, where you have tons of acres. Simple is better instead of being modernized in a situation like that. I think going back old school, it's fun.
Yeah. I'm 58 and I tend to approach everything. First question I ask myself is this going to increase my workload? I don't want any more appointments. I don't want any more responsibilities. I don't want any other, I want to make sure it's as simple as possible so that the majority of the time is spent in leisure. It all looks real romantic, and I get it. We had 5 acres of finished grass. We had a lake and 2 ponds. We had 70 acres of fences, water lines, all of that stuff, and it's wonderful. It's a great lifestyle, but make no mistake about it, it puts your entire life is focused around just that. And I'm increasingly desirous of freedom. I want the ability to come and go.
How many boys you got, Pirate?
I have 2.
They come home and help or no?
Well, one's in college. He wants to be an attorney. He's following the law school path, and the other one, just graduated. He's a pilot. But
busy kids.
They still live at home, and but like I said, we don't live in the country any longer. We live on the water, so I don't really I'm not burdened with a great deal of things to take care of, not like the old days. But yeah, they're good. They're good young men. They help me and their mother. Anything that needs to be done. They cut the grass here and the normal things that young men do. Take the garbage out and whatnot. Stella says working for yourself on land is better than working for others. I couldn't agree more, Stella. It was one of the most gratifying things I'd ever done in my life, especially in the spring when all the little calves are being born. Everything's green and new, and you see the mothers with their little babies with them, and it was just a wonderful. It was like living in a painting, a Norman Rockwell painting, a very pastoral setting, and but it can be immensely taxing. Ice storms and power failures and issues with cattle. But you're exactly right. There's something special. It's the same way with being an owner operator of a business or self-employed. You'll work 12, 18 hours a day, but you do it happily because you're the sole benefactor. Same thing applies. Welcome back. See you for the power hour.
Good to be back. You might hear a little vacuuming going on in the background. We do have guests coming over the weekend, so we did a bunch of cleaning while we were on break.
Inspection, man. Yep.
That's right, inspection time.
I see you're doing the cleaning.
I was, but now Melissa's doing the stairs right now with the vacuuming. So, but I made a drink before I got on, because why not? It's the power hour,
absolutely.
And I'd like to make a toast to a real toast, because last time I didn't actually have an alcoholic drink, to Meadow Irene, Funky Pizzas.
The new baby.
Yeah, the new baby. This time I actually have a real adventurous ape here. If you guys haven't had an adventurous ape before, we renamed a brave bull into an adventurous ape, and what it is two parts tequila, 1 part Kahlua, and it sounds horrible. But if you get the right kind of tequila, Yucca's going to admonish me here. Reposado tequila and Kahlua work the best together. The regular Kahlua. So anyways, cheers to Meadow Irene, and may she have a bright future ahead of her, and much wealth to her and her family in the future. Cheers.
I drink to that.
That is such a good drink. It's like a smoky whiskey, but with tequila. It's really quite interesting. That's super good. All right. Numbers? All right. Can you guys hear okay over the vacuuming in the background? Is it too noisy?
No, it's fine. We can hear. It's not as bad as you would think.
Okay, good.
You better say your prayers, you flea-bitten varmint. I'm gonna blow you to smithereens.
All right, let me transfer over a couple of screens here. And remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. 2-factor authentication, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to get access to that to your account. You might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. One more last statement. Make sure you guys are getting, whenever there's any kind of changes to your portfolio, make sure you're getting a statement. And in that statement, you should store it in files someplace, maybe even 2 places, for your record keeping, because even though you love your broker as much as I probably love mine, they are not to be trusted. You are the only person in trust of your position. So let's take a look at these numbers. By this time of the day on off exchange, normally I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 55.1% going through off exchange, EDGX at 11.94. Combined total 67.04%. That's about 1.04% higher than I would expect. 13,951 shares going through CHX. GME's CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 29,553. It's right on the hairy edge of exactly what I think is a lot of volume. A lot of shares being returned. Borrow fees. Still only 300,000 shares available to borrow according to IBKR. We're at a 6.27% fee. An hour ago on Ortex, there was approximately 187,000 shares having been returned for the day. That is now 1.55 million shares returned for the day today. That's going to drive the estimated short share interest of the free float down a little bit to 14.76%. Cost of borrow ends at 5.84, average 7.47, and max 12.23. Shares on loan for the day today is at 89.85 million shares. That's approximately 7.88 million shares less than it was yesterday, and Ortex is estimated about 2.83 million of that was in return short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5 strike. There was approximately 72.2 thousand contracts in volume for the day at that strike earlier. It's now 76.4. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. There was 34.9 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 40.7. Market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere between that $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only 2 I'm looking for. GME did slip one more spot here to 3rd, but has a beautiful 64.89% buy to 35.11% sell ratio. AMC is still in 8th position with a 57.33% buy to 42.67% sell ratio. I'd like to see that a little bit better. MMRI was 287.04 as of an hour ago. It's now 286.74. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates an hour ago was 0.398, is now currently at 0.405. Hold on a second, I lost the screen here. Where did it go? Oh, there she is. Let's see here. Taking a look at NASDAQ, it is currently showing down 0.11. Dow Jones is up 0.24, and the SP 500 is up 0.05. We have 2,923 advancers to 2,786 decliners. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. A lot of people talking about commodities right now. Some of the metals are doing quite well, apparently. The best performing sectors for the day today, it's a tie between technology and consumer staples. The worst performing, or best performing sector, did I say best? Those were the worst. The best performing sector is energy, followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% or more since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 4.02. FRC is down 35.48. Silvergate is up 4%. Stank of California is up 3.62. That appears to be it. Gold up to 1.64, trending up. Silver up 6.02, trending up. Silver's really getting a big push here. Ethereum Classic is up 3.34 and is consolidating. The US dollar is up, or breaking even rather, and consolidating. Oil is up 1.3%, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.3 to 0.32 and slightly trending up. SPY is up 0.06 and is found a bottom around 527.33 and started trending back up. That downtrend did not stick that I was suggesting would perhaps maybe happen at the end of the day. It did start trending down, and volume was starting to trend up higher, and then price suddenly flipped right around 14.23, and I'd say volume, most candles started getting smaller, but there are still some spikes in volume in here every once in a while as price is moving up. VIX is currently down 3.86, trending down, dropping like a rock right now at 11.94, with the future suggesting it should be around 12.68. That's, again, it's just been getting crushed right now. VTI is up 0.08 and trending up. Very similar to the SPY. VB is breaking even for the day, trending up. Tesla is up 1.34, starting to break a downtrend into uptrend. Amazon is up 0.43 and slightly trending up. Cinemark is down 1.49, trending up. Doge is up 1.67 and is trending up. The current trend is down, but I think in a bigger picture here, I think it's still trending upwards. Bitcoin is up 1.72, trending up. GME is down 22.59%, trending up. HYMC is up 3.3, consolidating. NCMI is down 1.35, consolidating. HOOD is up 11.7 and consolidating. And AMC is down 5.96 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately $6.5 million more inflow than outflow. 89.68 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 351 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 99.64 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It looks like we're going to break 100 million just barely, even though I had a prediction of 200 to 250. Taking a look at a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.02, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.15, which is slightly below average. No, it is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.96, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.02, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Suzanne Burns says, is Roaring Kitty going to make an appearance at GME's convention in June? I don't know. Wait, let me check my crystal ball because I don't have... I'd say let's just ask Bobblehead Ross, but Bobblehead Ross is no longer with us. We have to get him fixed. Maybe you guys can help me with this. Who's an expert on batteries out there? I need a battery expert.
Little replacement, literally home. He's gonna mail it to you. I don't have an address. So.
I just need to know where I can find the batteries. The batteries are cheap. It's like $5 or $6 for like a whole packet of these things.
You want them in a box store, or do you want them shipped to you?
I just need to know where I can order them.
Maybe at the Walmart.
No, we tried. Walmart has them? We tried. We went. They didn't have them.
In the auto department.
Oh.
It's like the same type of battery that they use for the fobs.
Amazon.com will send them to you.
Yeah, I tried Amazon. I looked up the battery number on Amazon.com and it didn't have it.
Maybe at battery.com.
Maybe.
So different companies use different style of batteries.
That's what I was asking for. I don't know that information. I don't know how to know which one's okay and which one's not okay.
Gotcha. Can you post a picture of the battery you do have, and I'll do the legwork?
Absolutely. I tried, like I said, I tried looking it up, but I couldn't find any information on it whatsoever.
They have some sites that you can do that gives you a cross reference. Like you could put into UASA, the YUASA, which is a brand. You could put into UASA model number, and then you can go through it, and it'll tell you what the Motorcraft number is.
All right. Hold
the
on.
Chevrolet number.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's been way too long without bobblehead, Ross.
One of those sex shops might, because they deal with
Like I legit, I feel like you guys think I don't know how to use Google. Like,
No, man, I'd rather talk to real people. That's what we're here for, man. Or just have conversation. We got to talk about something. Might as well be batteries.
Jesus, this guy talks about AMC all day. We got to hold his hand to get batteries?
hold on a second. This is a sure sign that you're getting old. I'm going to share with you guys something that I got for Christmas one year. Hold on a second here. I got this for Christmas. This is my magnifying glass here with a nice little, I don't know what kind of horn that is right there on the end of it. I have 3 of these now. My vision is not that bad. I mean, I know I'm wearing glasses, but it's only really for reading, and I don't even have to wear them for reading. It's just
That's
more.
pretty nice, man.
But
that's very manly. That's very pirate-like. I like that a lot.
So yeah, but this is the size of the battery right here. It is like super stinking small, and that's not going to help you guys. You're not going to see anything out of that. But anyways, let me.
Locally, I go to Walgreens or CVS. Usually has all those.
All right, here we go. The code on it
That's
is
a watch battery. That's called a watch battery.
LR.
Yeah, also hearing aids.
932.
You can walk into Home Depot, and they got those at the cash register.
LR.
Every Home Depot's got an entire selection of those. Ace Hardware does too.
Look it up. Yep. LR 392. Did you find it?
So
Ace Hardware. You can walk right into Walmart's got this.
I don't
you
have.
Walk right into
I don't
Walmart
have.
and pick that up.
Don't tell me you have been looking for that battery for 3 years now.
No,
I
it's
just
only
looked on
been like...
Amazon. There are a ton of them on Amazon for sale.
Okay, so look. So here's the thing. When you click on that, I know what you're telling me, but when you click on that, that is not the same battery. I know what you're saying, but if you go in there and you look at it, it is not the same battery. And I don't want to order a bunch of batteries and be like, that's not the same thing. So they're giving
go to
what you
Walmart,
when you
go to
search for
Walmart
it
and look at the number.
I'm telling you, Pirate,
listen
listen to me. We already did this. We went to Walmart. They do not have this number.
Yeah, they have a Walmart number on theirs. Yeah.
This 932 is not the same thing as a 392, and that's probably what you're getting when you look it up. Is 392.
They make 20 different kinds of those.
I need
different amp hours.
The 932, not the 392.
Voltage.
Is that what you guys are finding? Is the 392?
Has to be the exact same number.
It has to be the exact same number.
I didn't do the search, man. I have an Ace Hardware that's about 3 minutes from my house. I just walk in the door and pick one off the shelf.
Because I can find 392 batteries all day long. Those aren't a problem. That's not what I've got, though. I've got something entirely different.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, it might be the same battery. They might just be paying 392. That might be their proprietary number. It might be the same 9-volt, 3 amp hour, 1 millimeter thick battery.
Well, that's what I was. That's what I'm looking for. That's the information I'm looking for, but I can't even find anything.
You can replace that with 8LR 932 and an 1811A, an LR23A, an A23G, a V23GA. They're all the same.
All right.
There you go. What I normally do, Casey, I normally do this when it's my part search or my secretary does it for me. I have her start out with type in the number that you have and just put suitable substitute.
Right. That's what I did.
Suitable
That's what I did.
Substitute, and it'll spit out all kinds of shit.
I got all kinds of shit, but nothing that I found said that you could replace it with it. It says here also on the battery 0% H9 cell. 0% H9 cell. But I'm not a battery guy, so.
Yeah. See, if it was me, I'd buy the 392 and just stick it in there. It'll either work or it won't. It's not like it's going to catch fire and explode in your pocket.
No.
Just stick it in nice and tight. Yucca would tell you. Keep it tight.
All right. Well, I'll try the 392.
It's an Energizer 23A.
We got to get Bobblehead Ross back. Because we just don't know the answer to the question now. Oh, man.
God. Wow.
It doesn't look like a G, though. Maybe it was. Maybe it was a G. I couldn't just make it. Hold on, let me try this again. They're saying HG. It did. It was hard to tell. I did have to kind of stare. Let's see. Yeah, maybe it is. You're right. You might be right. It might be an HG. Yep, HG is correct.
You found it?
I didn't not online. I didn't know, but it's essentially it's saying it's a whatever I said percent mercury cell. What did I say? What percentage was it? 0%. 0% mercury. 0% mercury cell. And I don't. Let me see here. What was the number that you said? Sensor content? What was it?
There's a whole bunch of them. Just look it up.
All right. When like I said, when I looked up replacement batteries, none of them said that they would replace with the one that I have written down here. So.
I think you're gonna have to see a specialist.
Forgot, Casey, or I wasn't paying close attention. What did you say the battery came out of?
Bobblehead.
Bobblehead Ross. Can you just look up the bobblehead? Can you just Google the bobblehead Ross and do battery requirement? I mean, there's only going to be one company that makes that bobblehead, and surely it's listed on there what battery type it takes. Viper says Copilot's telling him it's an AG10.
This so again, this time when I search it on Amazon, putting in a little bit more information than I did before, saying Energizer CR20320 mercury batteries, but again, doesn't state that it's a replacement battery for anything. So
yeah, most of the ones I get that side have a CR code. Charlie Romeo. It usually says CR, and then there's 3 digits that follow that.
Yeah.
The ones that I have them in like a vernier caliper. I have a couple little devices that have those little things in there.
Well, then I should have it by Monday, and we'll have Bobblehead Ross back by Monday. So whoever asked that question about Bobblehead Ross, about
you can have a new bobblehead for $9.44.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can buy like lifetime supply of batteries for $5. I think I'd rather just buy the lifetime supply of batteries for $5.
The discount.
Yeah.
They even deliver to my country. Huh. Interesting. They even ship to Belgium. Bobbleheads.
I went over to the other page here. HG is mercury. Yes, thank you, Douglas. Let's see here. AG10 alkaline button cell battery. This battery is also known by other names such as LR54, LR1130, or the L3111 or 311. 311.
That's what the wiper put in.
Which none of those were the ones that were listed to me when I go to Amazon to look it up, which is what scares me because I don't want to go out and buy a bunch of batteries and then get them and be like, damn it, this doesn't work. Damn it, Beavis, this is not what I needed.
Just buy one, because by the time it goes dead again, you won't be able to remember where you put the other ones.
No, it takes 3, and
okay, yeah, there you go.
All the packages that Amazon sells is like it's like a sheet of them, and or most of them come in sheets, not always, but and you buy 15 of them for like $5 or something. Use Kirkland batteries. Yeah, let's just power them up straight up into the wall. We'll figure out a way. Just plug it in. Should work, right?
Here's the deal. If you buy a standard Energizer A23 turbo battery, and you cut it open, it's got 8 of the batteries that you're looking for inside of it.
Nice.
There you go. See, that's cool. That's the kind of cool shit I like to learn about right there.
I'll show you a picture.
A23. Oh, very nice.
That's a good hack right there.
There we go.
And you want to hear another good hack?
Yeah, always, man.
If you had if you have a regular battery, just AA, AAA, D batteries, and they're dying, you can just go to your car battery, get 2 wires, and touch them together for a quick second. Just wait till the battery gets a little warm. You charged it up. You can keep using it in an emergency. Not recommended.
You put a dead battery in a freezer too, and it'll bring electrons up to the top. You get a little bit of use out of them. I used to do that.
Yeah, just get 2 pieces of wire, go the positive and negative, just match it up with the battery and the car battery, and the 12 volts will charge it up just enough to save you. Like if you're on the side of the road and the battery's dying, the flashlight.
If you look in the bubble, I put a picture so you can see what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, I already pulled it.
Those are the batteries you're looking for.
Yeah, I pulled it up. I saw it. Notice, isn't that very interesting? Y'all, this is the battery right here.
Nice.
Ding 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 ding.
Yeah, you see that little on and off symbol there, just like Roaring Kitty.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Everybody's gonna be like, did Casey do that on purpose? Did Casey have us go down that road for a reason? Oh, that's funny.
Respect my authority!
Guys, got any plans this coming weekend? Anybody going to see who's seeing the Planet of the Apes movie, The Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes? Anybody?
Yeah,
No,
I will be.
Probably going to see that.
I'm gonna go see
Sunday.
Game 7 on TV.
Ooh.
Denver Nuggets. Wolves.
I've got to see Colorado Avalanche versus the Dallas Stars tonight.
That's ice NHL.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I am going to watch that tonight. I didn't realize that they're in Game 6.
2 best words in sports, Game 7. We got one coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Denver Nuggets. I hope they lose.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the Stars.
I like Timberwolves, Anthony Edwards is crazy.
I haven't been paying any
He's
attention
like-
to hockey this season,
Basketball.
but what are my chances that my Stars can win this year? Anybody know what the chances are?
Look at the standings first.
Well, what'd you
Have
say?
you?
Censor content?
Their chances are not too bad.
Not too bad. Nice. I like rooting for winners.
We're in the second round. Like a 1 in 8 chance of winning.
Very nice. I'm down with this.
Even if they're the worst team, they got a 1 in 8 chance.
And they're 3-5 right now in the series, so they just win this game and they're going on to the next round. So
Colorado's a better team. Dallas is outplaying them. What can I say? I've watched every game. So
nice. Damn it! Why didn't you invite me to a channel where we could watch it together and talk about it? Why? What the hell?
I've got more than one game to watch. I got to watch.
Oh,
the
why?
Rangers,
Why don't you? Why
and I
don't
got to
you
watch
go see
Colorado,
live,
and
Casey?
I got to watch Boston.
Fly out to Colorado.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Hmm. Have you seen NHL live yet? I bet you have.
Believe it or not, I've only seen maybe 3 NHL professional hockey team live, but we go probably, I want to say, at least twice a year to go see our local teams play.
Yeah.
In fact, we've been going more to hockey than we have basketball, and Melissa just loves basketball, so it's kind of odd that we go to hockey more often.
You're rooting for college basketball?
I'm not really a big basketball fan, unfortunately. It's just not my favorite.
I know. I noticed.
Yeah. I could never slam dunk growing up as a kid, so I was like, this is stupid.
Hit by that much.
It's true.
I'm back. You immediately wanted to do a 360. Is that it?
No. Like I literally just wanted to dunk, and that was it. That's all I cared about. And I figured like my dad was 6'1 3/4. I figured, okay, I'm gonna get there at some point, and I should be able to slam dunk because I was always able to touch the rim. I just needed a couple more inches, and I stopped growing at 5'9 3/4. And I was like, son of a, I could touch the rim. But I needed that 2 or 3 more inches.
Just that dunk and go by. Yeah.
No, like Spud was only 5'7". He could.
Yeah, well, I'm not exactly Spud Webb, so yeah, it didn't work out for me. Sometimes you got it, and sometimes you don't, right? I didn't have it.
Right. If you had it, you would be in the NBA, right?
Probably not.
Making big bucks.
No. Should ask your friends to lower the pole.
That's true.
You know, we did that. We'd go to the
put it on your height.
We'd go to the middle school like lower hoops, and then we'd slam on those all the time, and that was fun. And that's why I wanted to be able to do it regulation, because once you get a taste for it, it's just one of those things where you want to do it, but you want to say it's legit done. And so it was the big fish that never got caught.
It's crazy how some people can actually like dunk and jump like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I always watch the dunk contest.
Yeah, me too.
In the All-Star game.
Well, I shouldn't say I always watch them, but I did enjoy watching the ones I did see. Yeah.
Some of them were actually amazing. Like the best I've ever seen was the one with Vince Carter. It was hands down the best dunk contest ever. And the one from Michael Jordan against Dominique Wilkins. That was actually fierce competition. Yep.
Roseanne says I didn't have the correct sneakers. Probably not. I had Nike Airs.
That. Yeah, that works.
Nike Air Zoom? You had Zoom?
No, I had the pumps, man. They were real rare, and they got stolen.
Oh yeah, the pumps. I remember those. I had them.
They were super rare.
Yeah, you had to press the button in the front, right in the middle.
That was Reebok. Reeboks were the ones that you press the button in the front. Nike was actually on the
tongue.
No,
Nike didn't
it
have
was
that?
it was in the back. Yeah.
Wait.
The button was in the back, and the button for the pumps on Reeboks were in the front. Pretty sure, if I remember correctly. Also, the place where you pumped it up on the Nikes was on the side. It wasn't on the front. There was nothing in the tongue, I don't think.
So all the people that work at the brokers, they all have shoes with butts, so they can pull the buy butt.
Let me see. So
Right.
here's a pair of the original Nike pumps. Right here, and I'll show you the picture that had the release valve in the back. Right there. So the release valve was here. The pump portion of the shoe was on the side part right here.
I need some advice.
So when did those shoes been released? Like what year?
Before
was
you
that?
were born.
I probably yeah.
What's the question? What kind of advice you need?
Strangers Part 1 or the Planet of the Apes movie?
I feel like it's like a no-brainer with the Planet of the Apes, but just to make sure I heard you correctly, you said Strangers Part 1?
Yeah, they're doing like a I don't know if it's a reboot or an extension of the series, but it's like a new
Like Stranger Things.
horror flick. No, it's like the horror movie
I
The
see
Stranger.
it. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Strangers. So it's either that, which is what the wife picked, or Planet of the Apes, which is what I picked. But I mean, honestly, we're probably gonna end up watching both. I just need to know what to watch first.
So it's a horror flick, and your wife is asking you to go with her. I go with that one.
Okay.
What kind of movie does she usually ask you to go see?
She likes the blood and gore and horror, and I like the shit that the smooth brain guys can watch. You know?
Yeah.
I don't gotta think too much.
Let me ask you another question. Did you see the original 70s Planet of the Apes movies?
Yesterday we finished watching them in its entirety. So the old and the new.
Oh man,
it was a long haul.
Tell her, say like, look, hon, I promise you, we'll go to the other movie again. We'll go to that movie this weekend. But we literally sat down and watched all those movies so I could be up to date and ready to go for the Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, and it feels right to do that instead.
You're gonna love this. It was her idea to watch them in order, and it was also her idea to get caught up on the Strangers as well. So we literally binged both series in preparation for both of these movies.
Oh man.
So I can pitch it to her, but then I might
have that's a losing pitch now. Yeah. Which series did you finish last?
The Strangers. Right? I'm such a predicament, man. This is why I need advice.
Oh man, I cannot help you here. This would be advice that I'll probably regret giving. So I have no advice for you.
Let me throw one more thing out. Just to try to frame this the right way. I am on dog duty tomorrow for the baby shower. Does that give me any sway in this?
Oh yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Okay.
Tell her. All right, are you ready for this? Is she listening? Because I thought I heard her laughing in the background. Is she listening?
No, she's not listening.
All right. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
It's possible that the baby might get scared and she go into early pregnancy by watching a really scary movie. So let's not cause anything to come out of natural order and stick to a movie that's a little bit less scary.
I like that. All right, dude. I asked the right guy.
Right? Like, sell it from that perspective. Like, what if you go into labor because it's too scary? Is that what you want your kid to be born
I like
into?
that.
Or do you want to be born?
So guilt tripper?
Or do you want? Is it? Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?
It's a little girl.
Do you want her to be born as a true ape?
There you go.
Yeah. Right?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Work it.
Wisdom from your local gunman.
Work it. If I'm telling you though, if she's not sold on that and those two things, because you got to kind of have to run them in order. If she's not sold after that, then I think you're gonna have to just bail and go for the woman, the wife's call.
All right. Appreciate your wisdom, pal.
Yeah, don't fight too hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're fighting for a little like kind of grasps here. You're grasping at straws, and if those straws just aren't pulling out, then just bail out. Bail. Just go with what she wants. It's too late.
I'll let you know
The
how it
whole
goes.
thing is insane.
Melissa sounds like she's slamming doors in the background. I don't know. She's like, I think she's listening to me talk and slamming doors. Oh, man.
Casey, some guy or girl called Mimi is in chat. Said they've been 4 years holding. They want to ask you a question.
Oh, let's see here. Where is it? What's the name?
Mimi.
Mimi.
Mimi, last chat. If you
My microphone.
the two dumbasses food.
No. Yeah, my microphone covers up some of this. 4 years holding my AMC, and I have never commented before. I want to ask a question. Go for it. Oh, that's your question. Good. I have an answer for you. You may ask. I am curious though. When you ask your question, if you wouldn't mind also including in there, how in the world is it that you've been holding for 4 years? Like, did you legitimately buy into? Did you legitimately buy into AMC before everybody else, or are you just making up numbers?
Aren't we holding for 3 years now?
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like, I'm not buying. This is where a lot of that shill stuff comes from. It's like they always try to like project numbers way in advance before they want people to start saying numbers that are ridiculous.
I think that she made a mistake. She's supposed to say 3 and she messed up.
That's all right. That's why I'm saying benefit of the doubt there. Maybe 3.5. Okay, cool. I
Maybe-
cannot remember.
Maybe she should use a calculator.
Their question is, how do we remain so calm? This is the question.
How do we remain so calm?
I know the answer. Let me answer.
Okay.
Because
Maybe we're not. Maybe we're not calm.
No, it's okay.
Casey's blood pressure is okay. We're calm.
It's okay, Food Dog. It's all right. We can answer some of these questions. Yeah, go ahead and answer. Were you going to answer it first? Go ahead.
I know how I stay calm. I just do this.
Come on, squeal, squeal.
You let a couple of those out twice a day, no problem. Relax.
I'll play along, Mimi. This is Pirate, by the way. I can't speak for the others, but for me, I don't ever put any more at risk than I can afford to lose. That's something I teach my 18-year-old son when they started investing. First rule of Fight Club, not a penny more than you can afford to walk away from. So if you follow that rule, that covers up about 90% of the anxiety right there. Doesn't mean you have to like losing the money. It just means you can lose it without it any really being a big impact on your life. That's the biggest rule right there.
Mm-hmm.
Stockways, did you have an answer?
I'm not gonna. I want to attack, but we don't. Don't have to. Attack.
Yeah, that's not. We don't need to attack.
It could be a sincere question.
I'll tell you how I do it.
A moment where this is an honest question.
And again, I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you that I've always been cool, calm, and collected through this whole thing.
I'm gonna tell you this. I've been in the market for since 2006, and I've never been out of it. And I've been down big, I've been up big. I don't care. It doesn't phase me.
She didn't ask you if you've done it. She asked you how you do it without worrying. She wants to know how you avoid the worry.
Just don't look at the portfolio when it's down. And don't bother.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to just not look at it. Yeah. I'll tell you what.
When in doubt, zoom out.
I'll tell you what, Mimi. Part of the reason that I give some of the advice that I give on here in regards to like how do you fight the psychological battle of fear, uncertainty, and doubt throughout this entire process really comes down to understanding why you're involved in what it is that you're involved in. If you don't understand why it is that, know your whys. Why are you here? Ask yourself 5 times, why am I here? Why am I doing this? Why am I a part of this? And understand what it is that you're a part of. Because if you don't understand it yourself, then you have fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And even still, you will still have times where that's the case. And that's when I run into my backup. And my backup is humor. If you can't laugh and have a good time, things are going to stress you out in life. And so it's better to laugh and joke around, and that way things are just easier for you all around than to stress out about stuff. Yeah.
You also get to release your stress every morning when you yell that out. What's that thing you yell out every morning?
Screw 'em!
Bring it. Give it to us.
Yeah, that's right.
And who do you screw?
The hedgies.
You all remember what to do whenever anyone says the secret word, right? Scream! That's right! Scream it aloud!
They put a comment in. I think Food Dog erased it, but it said something to the effect of if they lost X amount of dollars, they wouldn't like it. Don't confuse liking something with being able to do it.
Well, remember, you haven't lost.
Putting any more money in.
No, you can't. You haven't lost if you haven't sold.
If you play along, exactly. If you haven't sold, but even if you go along and say in the end you do lose, just because it doesn't mean you got to like it. You know, you don't have to like anything in life, but there's a difference between putting capital at risk that you should not use versus money that you can afford to speculate with. And if things don't go as planned, you can lose the money. Doesn't mean you have to like losing it. It doesn't mean you got to like losing it. It just means you can and things move forward. But Casey's point was probably the more valid point, was that you don't lose anything until you sell. So
of course,
that helps.
I agree. And nobody likes losing. Anybody that tells you they don't like it, they like it. It's just craziness.
All right, guys, it is that time of the day, and unfortunately I had to go. I'd stayed a little bit longer there to kind of answer that question, and so I got to head out, but I'll see you guys in the back of the Big Tramp here in just a minute. Unfortunately, y'all, it is that time, and as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. I did not have that ready. Hold on a second here. There we go. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. You have a 2-day weekend ahead of you. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because I like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend. Beep beep.
So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. 'Cause all we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Never known a girl like you before. Now just like in a song from days of yore. Here you come a knocking, knocking on my door. And I've never met a girl like you before. so I want more. Now my hands are bleeding and my knees are raw. 'Cause now you got me crawling on the floor. And I've never known a girl like you before. Acknowledge the devil in me. I hope to God I'm talking metaphorically. Hope that I'm talking allegorically. Know that I'm talking about the way I feel. And I've never known a girl like you before. Never, 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 never known a girl like you before. This old town's changed so much. Don't feel that I belong. Too many protest singers, not enough protest songs, and now